So they would take the $1,000 a week. Like here you go, referee Ronnie, if you're over 40, take it. If you're under 40, take the 1K. I still disagree because of time value of money and for inflation. Some people had some good ideas. What's up to Ozan right here? This is why we always hit the cow for Ozan. He's saying he would buy 360 puts, collect the premium, and wait to see what winds up happening. So not bad right there. Some other people there. Yeah, what's up to One Mad Daddy? Would buy a condo in Maui. Definitely like that one there. $1 million now, $1 million now. People talking about inflation again, and here it is.
Gonna take the mill.
Yeah, multiply the years out and everything like that. So with my age, I'm obviously taking the $1 million, but to me, age doesn't really matter, honestly. It's $1,000 every single week is nice, but it's going to take you a while to build that up to where you get something special. I think $1 million now invested at 8%. That's your $2,000 a week. That's the thing, just an interest.
That's the thing. If you're taking the one, it's because you don't trust yourself, and if you don't trust yourself, then just put it into make an investment that allows you to get the cash out. And you know, anybody can, and any accountant or lawyer can handle that pretty easy. It's a pretty simple thing to do.
And I would just buy all Big Bear AI.
Yeah, if you don't trust yourself. Maybe that breaks to $6 today.
Oh, does it?
Well, Meta's broken $6 a while ago, but Big Bear AI right to $6 yesterday and trying to break it again today. Oh. There was a big buy and balance on it. We'll keep an eye out. There's another big buy and balance on Big Bear AI. It could be a nice punch at the long, but that's neither here nor there. I think most people are taking that 1 minute.
Yeah, it was overwhelming. I just saw, I saw it, and there was a lot of people that worked. I saw it on social media, and some people, it was like 50-50, and I was like, what? I think it's pretty easy to do the $1 million, but we're in finance. And
I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed.
So I just wanted to say, like, because we had that discussion last week about taking, you know, the $1 billion, whatever it was, on the lotto ball.
I just don't think they have, for the Powerball, I don't think it's like the way that they numbers.
Well, there's taxes and all that stuff. I don't know.
That's a little more complicated.
I always like taking the lump sum, man, because then if the money's in your pocket, man, like, you never know. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. I hate to talk like that, but it's just like, if you get the money now, you can distribute it as you wish. Give it to family, let them spend it.
This is the other thing. You can help out families. Generally,
that's the unthought of thing there. Like maybe you want to put your parents on the vacation of their lifetime or something like that, or they want to go into a better home or something. Like I don't know what the situation would be, but I think that there would be some reasons for that. All right, there's some stock called Meta. Like Meta, come on, man. Could you pick like a worse day? We got, get out of here, flies. We got StubHub coming in. We got the Fed. Meta Connect today.
It's not till tonight, actually.
Oh, okay. Let's go find out what's up with Meta.
Yeah, nice couple of days here for Meta, straight to the upside for, what is this, 3 in a row, working on 4 maybe here. We're back to 780 for Meta ahead of this.
We're knocking on the door at $2 trillion, Brendo. We're really close to that $2 trillion market cap. Let's talk about what we're expecting. The big headline today are going to be these Hypernova glasses. So Meta shifting billions in spending from VR headsets to smart glasses, seeking more of a mass market opportunity. The new device, as I mentioned, codenamed Hypernova, is going to debut tonight at the Connect event. Widely expected to be about an $800 US dollar price target. The glasses include a small display and neural wristband control, and it's built on Meta's partnership with Elixir Luxottica. Reality Labs, the division of Meta that responsible for making this, reported a $4.53 billion loss in the last quarter, and to date, Brendo, since 2020, the division's lost about $70 billion. However, smart glasses are seen as a lower risk, more scalable product than VR headsets, so we'll have to see how Meta's first consumer smart glasses with a display do. $800 is, you know, on the higher end of the range. It's certainly a lot more expensive than the $300 price tag for the Meta Ray-Bans.
I was just double checking. Zuck wants to go head to head with Powell. Like it's 5 p.m. Pacific time. So it's starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So he's literally going to be talking. I mean, the decision's first. Powell doesn't come out until 2:30, but he's going to be on at the same time.
Joker.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm not a huge fan of the whole glasses thing. Like, but it ultimately doesn't matter what I think. But yeah, you just I'll be the person that resists Connect glasses. I like Meta stock. I just that's not going to be a thing for me. But we'll see. Like it does make sense, sort of like the lower price point and barrier in terms of getting more kind of a mass adoption of it. And I get it. Meta wants to rule the next wave of devices, whatever that might be. And I think that's a lever they should pull, can and will. Ultimately today, this is not a stock that I want to trade. I think we were talking about this in the context of like Amazon did, Meta did, Apple didn't, and that's bounced off the 50 period. And I think when we go forward past the Fed announcement to this afternoon, I do believe like a sell the news on the event or a sell if the Fed pops us to the downside, that's the place that I would look on Meta, but not an intraday trade for me, potentially 2 o'clock. If you see it just somehow magically through the 50 period or later on this week, I think that's a buy zone. Sell the news on the event here for Meta and buy it back up at the 50 period, similar to what Apple did, although I'll grant you Apple didn't quite get there. It was still a good buying opportunity when they had their event. You know, kind of drifted down for a couple of days and made that bottom at 225. And it's right back to where it was after the iPhone reveal. So I'm looking for that pattern in Meta. If we can get it, then buy the dip possibly tomorrow or Friday.
If anybody works at Meta, man, send us some glasses. We'll try them out. We'll be able to sit here. We'll be able to show you what it's. We'll be able to show you what it's like to trade and live a life of Neil, myself, or the whole team here. I think that'll be fun. While I was getting orange juice, because I feel like something developing here in my throat. I heard Brendan say it's the other way around because it's 5 p.m. West, so it's going to be 8 p.m. here. Yeah. So Zuckerberg, although that would have been fun to go head to head there, and it wouldn't surprise me, but it's going to be a little bit later. So it's not a market-moving event today for Meta.
Tomorrow thing.
Yeah, it's a tomorrow thing or a Blue Ocean. I mean, Blue Ocean available as well, so you can check that out. I made just a funny talk yesterday about Snapchat, and then it blasted off. Like I was kind of like, hey man, buying Snapchat, I mean, you guys remember this, buying Snapchat, it was at 740, so it's not like it's up that much, but it was 2 days ago we talked about it, then yesterday happened. So, I was like, hey, maybe Snapchat, because they were one of the first ones I thought I remember with some of those glasses and some of that idea. Now they fell on their face and weren't able to go anywhere with it, but yeah, this just reminded me of that. So I think that there's some love for some Snapchat there today. I'm not that interested in Meta, honestly. My bag is pretty full on Meta right now, so I'll hold off on it. I mean, a great stock. Another monster opportunity to buy that at the 50 period moving average. So yeah, let's wait on it. It's actually doing better than some of the high flying tech names today in the space as far as chip names are concerned. So yeah, Meta with the new form factor, I think it works. The big point is going to be the pricing. If they decide to, come out at that $300 price or what that's going to be, I think that's going to be the needle mover. There's no doubt in my mind for pricing wise. That's what it's going to be because the technology is going to be there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. And people will adopt that technology. So, all right, that's Meta right now. Alibaba, one of the strongest names in the tech space right now, breaking out, has already broken out, continues to get that Chinese tailwind on it. Eventually, it might turn into a headwind with Nvidia, but for right now, definitely catching some drifts positively. Alibaba, hey, they found Jack Ma, so that's always a good thing. So that's a joke from about 5 years ago.
Still safe.
Where no one could find where Jack Ma was, and then all of a sudden they found him, and Alibaba's stock went up. I think he was just on the golf course this whole time.
Pretty much.
So, all right, let's go.
I got to correct something I put in the chat there. Gorilla signs a $1.4 billion contract. I might have mistyped it in the chat, 1.4 million. Obviously, that wouldn't be a big deal. But GRR, $1.4 billion contract with Fryer Singapore to build Southeast Asia's AI data center. So Gorilla Technology spiking on that news, and Baba spiking because it's Alibaba.
Yeah.
All right. Obviously 8 o'clock tonight. And then tomorrow, guys, the keynote for the developer side is going to be 10 a.m. Pacific. So that one we will be able to cover on Thursday. So let's continue along here. Alibaba back to the upside here on some AI news today. Pretty good week here so far for Baba.
Not bad at all, especially for the ADRs too, Brendo. They're all strong on the day. But the headline today with Baba is they're going to deploy AI accelerators from their subsidiary called Ping Tong, T-Head, they call it there. While Alibaba doesn't actually sell chips directly, customers can access these chips via computing through Alibaba Cloud. Alibaba has not yet issued a formal statement on the release of this, so this is all being sort of shared informally. Here are some project details. So China Unicom which is the second largest telecom company in China, is going to use Alibaba's computing power in a new data center in Qinghai province. The project will also include chips from Meta X, not Meta, Meta X, and Byron Technology, showing, that diversified domestic sourcing strategy. The move, though, Brendo, does underscore Beijing's broader effort to reduce the reliance on Nvidia, AMD, these sort of American tech companies, more for a domestic alternative.
Coming on the day where China also says hard pass to all things Nvidia as well. So what do we do here, guys, with Baba?
I kind of hope we get a dip to be able to buy it, because that's what's been happening recently the last couple of days. Baba's been on a healthy run here. We always talk about buying the dips and what that looks like in a quality company, and they make money, they pull multiple levers, their valuation is not ridiculous when they compare favorably. Their cloud growth was better than Amazon's over the last quarter, just if you're making that kind of a comparison. But the last couple of sessions, maybe not as much yesterday. It was a small dip at the open yesterday. There was a big dip on Monday. There was a solid dip on Friday. A solid dip that held the breakout price. Dip into prior high. Dip into, and there was no gap up yesterday, so it was a dip kind of into afternoon support. So without any afternoon support to look at, I'm looking at dip into the prior high. It's a little bit far away here, but Alibaba is perfectly capable of dipping into 163 and dropping a couple bucks into the open. So that's the plan, kind of the dip and rip strategy. And you've seen it make some pretty solid bottoms when it dips and then trend at least until like the middle of the day when volume tends to slow down on the Chinese ADRs. But even yesterday it powered through well past that. So looking for that 163 on Alibaba. This is another one of those examples. You like the 200 period moving average, buy a stock when it hits it.
Yeah, look, I put a bid yesterday at 152. We talked about it live. It didn't hit. Yesterday we opened up around 158 or so. So I was hoping that it would go down $6. Instead it goes up $6, and now we're up $10. So yeah, that high probably gets broken at some point here today. So I would say, very long Alibaba 166.50 if it breaks. I don't have it on the note today. The sticky note is out, but that 166.50 looks pretty good to me. You can't really zoom out and find it, I don't think. It's been a while since we've been up here. So it's already sort of clear sales for Alibaba. Here's a bigger chart. Let me just go over to maybe how much do we have to expand out? Yeah, see, so maybe a weekly chart to see what Alibaba's high is 300 and change, right? So we still have a little ways to go. Yeah, I don't think you really see anything here. That's 170 top, so that would be fine to get to there. And then that's 180. So feels like there's some sort of consolidation areas, maybe around 180, where eventually Alibaba stops. Right now, you're about 50% retracement from its highs, right? 320 back into 160, so that's exactly 50% now, retraced from its all-time highs. So, and it's also made like a double from its lows there, but that low is kind of whatever. You're looking more maybe at the April low there of 106. So you made 50% up on the 106 on that April low and 50% back on that retracement. I think this is about where it needs to be. So looking to maybe sell some or get out. I still own Alibaba, but not as much as the other big tech names, obviously. But into here, 180, I think, is the stopping zone for Alibaba. And I really do hope that we can get there in the next couple days. And then I can sell and get into some cash right there for a potential move back in. Because I do think this is such a fundamentally strong name, but does have those political headwinds. So that's it. Like any problems in China or any talk about Chinese weakness or anything like that, I do want to buy Alibaba and Tencent. So I want both of those in the portfolio like ASAP. So all right, that's Alibaba, Tencent. I like the Chinese names, but you can just buy FXI and get a hold of them all, or KWeb.
Get a little couple different PDD that way too.
Opportunities there. Yeah, I think so too, Rainmaker. I love Marvell under 70. We've talked about that a couple times. All right, let's go find out about another Sikino play, Open Door, one that's always on our mind on the show.
Magnet to $9 right now for Open Door. We broke it briefly early on this morning. We're right back there once again. That was that level Mitch was talking about yesterday. seems to be a thing so far the past couple of days.
Yeah, it's been a little weak lately, Brendo. Today they do have a new headline that looks like they are announcing their plans to broaden their real estate service offerings across the entire continental United States. So all 48 states, Alaska and Hawaii. The expansion will include direct cash offers, cash plus options, and collaborations with partner agents, kind of to provide more flexible listing services. We know that they're aiming to capture, obviously, more sellers and buyers seeking convenience and speed. And Open Doors kind of really leaned into this technology focus to disrupt traditional real estate transactions, Brendo. The company's model could gain momentum if the housing market volatility continues, and consumers may prefer the certainty of cash offers in an uncertain environment instead of listing it and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Worth noting, significantly lower volume yesterday on the way back down versus the past couple of days that were much, much higher, obviously. So we'll watch whether or not there's participation. Fed coming up at 2 p.m. this afternoon. We'll be back on a little bit early for that, guys. Best of luck with Stub.
Yeah, one minute to go to the open. BBAI is actually a sell imbalance today. 400,000 shares. NEO buy 800,000. Wolf, WOLF, 500,000 to the buy side. I swear I saw Open Door over there for a second.
I think it was small, couple hundred
thousand. It was small and now gone. So yeah, kind of gone there. But yesterday, Martin Shkreli said exactly where he was short at $9.36. This is exactly when he mentioned it, and it kind of fell from that price. So if it breaks out,
where are you sitting?
If we can break this out, like 940, I think there's a breakout potential here. And it's more psychological than anything else, right? You get above like the afternoon resistance or all day resistance, and it happens to be prior support, and it happens to be where Shkreli shorted it. I like the breakout at that price. If it loses 880, I think it's underneath that price.
10 seconds.
I'm not looking long. I'd be thinking short. Oh, shoot, 10 seconds only.
Yeah, 10 seconds only right here. So this opening bell is brought to you by VinFast. Scan that QR code, find all about VinFast, ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. Go find it out. VinFast. Tesla we didn't get to too much today, but there it is. We are now open. Welcome to Fed Day, everybody. The water is warm, I think, today as we wait. But all right, here comes Alibaba. It looks like it is going to take out that 166.50. We can wait to see if that winds up happening here again. I don't have the bid to punch the long, but we just did make a move up into 166.50. I think that's going to be a break long, but we got to let this settle down just a little bit. The NASDAQ now, Rip City back into the highs now for the NASDAQ going higher. Now green. We started the day off, and now we are up. Nvidia, just quickly, we always look at the big names early, not doing a whole heck of a lot. What's Tesla doing off that 420 level? Down today off 420, but we'll wait to see if it gets there. I actually didn't realize it was all the way at 415. 415, a good support level right there, it may seem like early on for Tesla. So we can watch out for that 415.50. Not trying to do anything too crazy. StubHub coming later on today. It was Uber that caught our attention early. And then look at this.
The Lyft news. Yeah.
Wow. All right, Uber, $93.50, $97 right there. Uber all the way back. I said there was room for both of these names, obviously, to win, and it looks like Uber right now.
Well, Lyft gave almost all of it back.
See, there you go. So I thought that was a little bit too of an aggressive move. Just because you sign a deal with Waymo doesn't mean that, it's an exclusive. And I didn't read the story, so maybe it was. But anyways, there goes Uber. Nice move.
Yeah, and Lyft, not all of it back. Lyft is still up 13% on that Waymo Nashville announcement, but it was up at $26.50. It's just dropped $4 and still heading back into the downside. Baba's trying to fill in the gap here.
What is Baba doing?
So I think Baba's got a chance. I mean, priority high is 163 in Alibaba, and look at it start to sell off here. I'm sitting in front of 163. AMD has not popped up. That's the other one I'm looking for, in front of 161 to fade it as the market goes in a little bit of a false break of that high just now. And we're starting to head right back down in. And yeah, like not into anything yet.
No.
BBAI was a nothing burger. Just want to throw that out there. The $6 break from yesterday didn't break yesterday, doesn't break today. So I guess we're still waiting for the $6 break. Well, I am anyways. I mean, they can do what they want. I'm waiting for a $6 break on BBAI. Just nothing happening yet.
Yeah, I was trying to think about Alibaba down here, but it's not.
Oh, open is flying. What the
Open
heck?
is flying. Okay, that's good. Maybe that was the bottom there, 163.80 there for Alibaba. Let's try. Okay, well, we just tried and we missed, so let's try again. All right, so now we're in this right now. Let's just see if it wants to hold that low right there for Alibaba. That low right there, 163. 390. So we're going to go long right now in the 20s. We'll see if it wants to hold out. Hopefully it does, but if it doesn't, let's get an order in right now. It's not going to. 163. Let's go set. We're less than a unit right now. So I want to get longer in this name if we break 165, the 200 period moving average. But for right now, we're long at 27s on Alibaba. So let's see if it wants to work. A break lower on this, so 30 cents away right now. We'll take a 50-cent hit, right? So well in the pocket there for our appropriate hit size. So let's see what happens here with Alibaba. Our first area to get something out would be 164.75. So let's try to put an order there. And just go 1-to-1 because here it goes. It's going to go down. So we're going to get stopped out. Offers are out, and there it goes. So we'll slap a fail on that first try for Alibaba. Well within our limits there. It looks like the market's heading lower ahead of Fed, as Nvidia is going lower as well right now.
Yeah, and Tesla just broke a low of the day. Ooh, I just got triggered. So Alibaba is coming down to that 163. The other thing I'm looking for outside of Alibaba is this open door. It held that 880 level. It did not break out, and I'm not making it up. Shkreli said 936 was his price, and that's a level if you look at yesterday. So that's why I want to look for a potential breakout there. But I want to buy the dip first, if I can, in open door back into the volume weighted average price. And Alibaba comes into that 160 prior day high, 163. But the market's still heading to the downside here. I want to wait for 163 proper, if that's a better word, because I'm in the $0.50 right now, proper, to see if I can get more, and then every $0.50 I think is a place to take some profit. So the only thing going up right now is open door that I can see. Everything else headed to the south side. Yeah,
we just punched short there on Nvidia. It broke its pre-market levels there, and we wound up going short. So this is what it looks like on a 5-minute chart for me right here, breaking some of these wicked bottoms right there. So now we're short on Nvidia. We talked about the Chinese headwind there today. So here it goes to the downside. We've taken out a couple fills now in the 50s. So let's just see if it works. We're now short Nvidia. New play for me, 171.73 short now on Nvidia. We've made it all back. Well, not if it's in the 50s, we made it back there for Alibaba. We actually take a little bit more shares on this one than we did on Alibaba. We took about 3 times the amount. All right, what about a break back of 172? We can get in and out of these ones real quick. Look, Fed Day is tough, so we got to be careful that we don't do things too wrong here. 172.40, 172.50, that looks like a little bit more of an accurate area for me there on NVDA. So we'll wait. If it breaks back above, let's give it $1. If it breaks back above 172.50, we'll get out of NVIDIA. We've already taken out so far about 15%. So here we go. NVIDIA short against VWAP 172.50.
I forgot to restart the thingy.
Oh, the board?
The visualizer. We're going to get to that in a quick little second. So it just dip bought into 9 on open door, and then we got into that Shkreli price at 936. I'm not making it up. There's actually a seller here. Maybe it can punch through, but I want to take it to that level. And this is yesterday's resistance, obviously. So play it from support to resistance. If it pulls back, buy the next available dip. I only want to look long on open, so I'm hoping it holds out to VWAP all day long and going into the Fed, because if we get a 50 basis point cut, I don't think we will. That's the other place. That's one of the places I wanted to look. BBAI breaking 6 was going to be the other one. So Alibaba just held again the 163. I did not get filled in the 20s, unfortunately. Was able to get only the $0.50. I'm sitting at 22. I'm going to cancel that and move it to the north side of 25. We get there again. This is a VWAP retracement play for me. When you're trend down like this, you get to the volume weighted average price, take it out, because the market's still falling like this. So if you get a bounce, you got to take the profit for sure.
Oh boy, this is day goal made. I mean, I only say that because it doesn't, my goal is going to be different than everybody else's, so it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to show you guys that you can hit your levels real easy if you make a couple good trades. And there it goes right now for Nvidia. And I told you we had 3 times the shares of Nvidia that we did on Alibaba. So there it comes into the downside. A great looking trade here, hopefully for me on Nvidia. So we'll just wait and see where this one goes. But there it is, man. That's back a couple days in a row. We've hit it pretty hard off the open there, and been, treated well by Nvidia. So there it goes to the downside. We're just covering more and more down here. I'm actually out of half right now as we get a little bit lower. I'm underneath 170 right now, so hopefully, 171. We're at 170.80s. All right, maybe we just bounce a little bit. I'll put a bid at 02 here, see if we get those again. But we did it again right there. So let's just hope that this market, I don't want to hope it to go down. It doesn't need to go down that far. I mean, the Nasdaq's only down 0.15 here, but we're starting to cover. There it is, man. It is your daily goal met right there on 2 trades. The L on Alibaba, fine. We didn't take that many shares, and we told you about that. But we did take a much bigger position there on Nvidia. So far, so good here. I don't know. I'm getting a little nervous here that maybe it doesn't come all the way down. But there it goes. So nice move there. I am bidding 170.82. I don't really know why, but let's see if that comes into play. And just a little bit of a longer look here for Nvidia. Yeah, 170 is always going to be a level. So that would probably be something. I don't want to have too many shares left if we get down to there. I won't. So let's wait to see. Let's sit on our hands a little bit and be somewhat patient here. You could give it all back, or we could start to get some out. So that's why we decided to do that. Nvidia falling to the lows now. And again, it's the #1 trade idea on the sticky note was to go short Nvidia. So we're short Nvidia. It's pretty simple go for me here. StubHub not doing much. We'll keep going over that as we go. Yeah, it's still at the top here.
Yeah, StubHub, maybe 500,000 shares of total open interest on that one. So it's starting to look a little bit better, but we're so far away from that stock opening up. We don't have to worry about it. We're going to get to the visualizer in a second. Baba, he's rejected 164 twice with a topping tail wick, although now maybe it goes, but there is one topping tail. There's a second topping tail. Bought in front of 163, that's the level we liked. On StubHub, or on StubHub in my brain, on Alibaba, and Open Door, we were able to get that long. I'm gonna restart this. Remember, type $ in front of the name, and we're gonna give this a fresh start because I know Lyft had news earlier. You know what? For some reason, I have to full screen it, I think. Yeah, that's weird. I have to full screen it. There you go. Now I'm going to give it a fresh start. Type $ for the names that you were interested in. So whether it's Open Door, I saw SoFi just get put in there. That'll all drop in. Then we'll have an idea of what it is that you want to be covered. We know Tesla and Open Door are always going to be top on the list. We want to make sure we get every name that is of interest to people. Well, the seller that was at 164 is now abated. So just barely missed the ad in front of 163 in Alibaba, but that is continuing to be super strong. Martin Shkreli's short is now 11 cents out of the money. On Open Door, it's at 936, so maybe a little bit more than that. I'm buying dips on this one as long as it holds a volume-weighted average price. So we bought the first dip. Let's see if we can't play into the second one. As the market comes down, there's not much strong outside Open Door and that little bounce we got in Alibaba.
Market still going to the downside. As Neil mentioned, we are still loving life over here. Welcome to Trader TV Live, where the winners are hopefully plentiful. What's up, Adara?
The name that's strong here is actually Workday, WDAY. In case you guys missed it, Elliott, management and activist investor, disclosed a position in the stock. So WDAY actually not at pre-market highs, but holding up quite well in this market. Back to you.
Yeah, I saw that Workday. We saw Eli Lilly earlier as well. Well, here we go. It is a dollar club right now. So we've had dollar club for Nvidia, but it could bounce back. I mean, the market's now had quite an epic start to the day, falling back in. And we got to represent this level from this morning. I don't know what was up with that, but that's 3 a.m. So maybe there's something happening right there. More and more covers happening, obviously, on Nvidia, which including right now, it's bid 11s, which you just got right there. So yeah, just trying to cover some more of this. We only have about 40% left. So let's see if it wants to continue to go to the downside here. That's what we're doing. Uber had a nice bounce. Did it continue? No. So Uber right now is still down that 4%. We'll see where that wants to go. Had a huge move back up to the 200 period moving average and was surprised that it went up that fast, that right back to where that news started, and now right back down in. So maybe 93.50. We had Uber written down for $90, but that VWAP, or sorry, the 50 period is at 92.60. So that's also a potential play right there as well. Oracle's at $3 billion.
Oh, I missed Gemmy.
Oh no.
Gemini did break that $28, but it's not every day you get past the IPO price or the IPO open of a stock, the volume goes down every single day until you get a catalyst, and then liquidity isn't going to be what it was yesterday. But it held 28. That's the issue price yesterday. It broke down underneath that today. You know what? I don't know why I canceled. I'm just going to leave the order out there. Like, why wouldn't I just leave it out? And if it comes back to 20, I just pick it up there. Don't want to miss it. If it bounces back, I want to make sure I get a chance at that. We have an IPO on StubHub, but you know the older IPOs are still moving around as well. So I want to keep some eyes on Gemini. Right, here comes Open Door back into the volume-weighted average price here and trying to make a bit of a bounce. 915 is VWAP. It's just a line on the chart, but on the dip, I'll look to see if that's where the curl is going to be first. $9 is psychological. 880 would be yesterday's low and kind of a big level for that. So Open Door is what I'm looking at here next, unless there's some kind of a crazy pop that gets me short Gemini.
All right. I'm still just doing my own thing here, waiting to see what winds up happening eventually with Nvidia. Okay, there. I mean, we were long at Alibaba, and unfortunately, we got stopped out once it broke that 164, and then 163.75. So that has now retraced back up. We knew we wanted to go long the strong name, but to find that bottom at 163, could have we done better for that? I mean, even in worst case scenario, I think we're kind of looking right here. So that could have been possible, 163 even, but it looked like 162 maybe was the drop zone there where you're looking to pick something up, and we didn't quite get there. So there goes Alibaba. Nice move to the upside, obviously, for that name. I'm going to get out another piece of Nvidia right now, just a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm nervous about it, but it's a really good winner to start the day here early. And with the market making this kind of a move back, it could give me 81s. I'm bidding 81s. It went to 82 there. I just want to get, okay, there it is. And the reason is like, that's a pretty dramatic move. Maybe we do eventually bounce. We do have the Canadian interest rate happening today. There goes Nvidia, man. More, Randy. Give it to us right there. Now $1.30 in the money. And Nvidia, I don't know if you can read this, Randy, but that says Nvidia. Yeah, and what? Short. Okay, good enough. Thank you. There it is. So even Randy reading the sticky note right there. Nvidia short, Randy, and right now it's $1.60 as it continues to go to the downside there for Nvidia. Bleeding. Rivian, I don't know. I'll check that out in a second there, Randy. But there it is to the downside. We've got to cover a little bit more as we get low. Okay. Rivian
nothing
for Randy. Let me see this.
Rivian has a wide range.
And change. Yeah, not much going on here today for Rivian. Flat off the open, but up 1%, so that's nice. 10 seconds until Canadian interest rates drop. But there it is, man. Nvidia dropping like the rates will drop today, quarter point. So there it goes right now, downside. Canada's also supposed to get quarter point. Yep, yeah, they got it. So they got quarter point there. So that's in right there for Nvidia. But hey, man, put those hands up if you've got some big ones today. There's the face slapper for Nvidia, man. It's my whole day, and it's so far so good. I know you've got...
I only had two. Yep. We took open long. We're looking to get open long again. Like, I feel like if you're going long today, it better be a small capper. Well, I shouldn't say that because maybe... No, because maybe like you can find like a defensive name that's strong with tech going back into the downside. I haven't looked at some of those other names. Baba, oh goodness, Gemini. All right, now I'm canceling the order on Gemini. Gemini just broke 27. Gemini's falling. Now you're now well out of the money if you bought the issue price on that. I got to cancel. If it's $1 away from my price, there's just no point even trying to chase it. Open Door is continuing to squeeze higher, now 7%. It didn't quite get into VWAP. I was sitting at 25 and 22s for a reload. We're buying the dips on Open Door. And Shkreli, you made your move. The thing about Martin Shkreli is it's psychological. Andrew Left, or a big short seller, is obviously... If they got squoze, there would be a much bigger deal if they had to liquidate. I wouldn't imagine it matters too much if Shkreli has to get his position, but psychologically, the fact that we're breaking out above that price, next available dip on the way to that $10 level. And then just checking back on Alibaba, like it's still holding higher lows, but if I can't get 163 again, then we'll wait. It's at VWAP and pulling back in, I think, with the market. So as long as the market is staying weak, wait for any long positions that aren't doing their own thing. I believe we are going to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys, ahead of the U.S. interest rate decision this afternoon, Bank of Canada, with its interest rate decision here, they cut by 25 basis points. That was in line with expectations. Here's the U.S. dollar to CAD relationship. As you can see, a bit of a volume pop, and the USD pushing higher against the Canadian dollar. Now, ahead of that rate decision that we're going to be getting coming through from the U.S. at 2 p.m. Eastern, we don't have any other economic data to worry about. Back to you.
Oh, here comes BVAI, though.
Okay.
So if the small cappers are the ones that have a chance to go in a weak market, and remember, it doesn't hurt them that rates are coming down. I don't think. At least that's how it's supposed to be. That $6 level on BBAI. Look, I'm going to play this the same way. I still have my trend line from yesterday, which was once it broke out about 575, buy all of the dips into the $6 level. So if VWAP holds, I'll treat this one kind of like open door and see if it can't get to the upside. So let me just get a stop first under 570, and then I'm going to go long off VWAP on BBAI. This could be, we'll see how the $6 break goes. I'm going to take the $6 break, but I want to be long ideally before it gets there, just like yesterday's trade.
Oh, man.
I just missed the headline.
I miss what it was as well. Okay, so just real quick, yeah, I don't know what it was. We were starting to cover down there at 170 as Randy was asking about Rivian. So there's some more covers down near the lows there for Nvidia. And I was thinking about just honestly covering if we break back above. We were always going to use VWAP, but that would put us basically back to flat. Now I only have a quarter, less than 20%, sorry, left on this trade. So we'll look for something else. I always wanted to look at Uber today. I mean, we had Open Door, Neil just covered that. And then of course the StubHub IPO, if many of you are joining us for that, we'll have to wait to see when that comes through, because right now, same tap, 23.50, that's the pricing that they had last night. And then right here on the imbalance locator, it's not doing anything. It was always been 588. So we'll have to wait to see when that changes. Maybe it opens up a little bit quicker if there's not as much interest, a little easier for them to manage that. So we'll see if that goes or not. Micron.
AMD's now number 2.
Yeah, no,
next week,
Micron's
actually.
flying.
Micron's next week, they report.
Oh, okay.
1 week yesterday, Micron reports. They just broke and went green, or trying to go green. But AMD is now at yesterday's resistance spot. So this one's coming all the way up. As market gets back to VWAP, it's about 161.5. This is where this dumped for the last couple of days. So this would set up, this does set up for a bit of a mean reversion here. I might pop a 1 minute up to try to grab this. I just heard in my ear that GoPro's apparently moving. And Yalla Studio, Walmart, that makes sense. If tech was down, maybe Walmart making some moves. But you're at the level for AMD where I would look for the first available curl. Baba's not anywhere, did not get BBAI, still sitting on the bid of Open Door for the next available dip buy. But yeah, AMD, right at that prior resistance. It's like 3 days worth of resistance, but there's still a wall of buyers. Like it just dipped down into 161, and the second it got underneath the 10s, it was right back at 20. There's still a lot of heavy buy action. Got to see the tape turn in this price range first before getting in. Don't want to stand in front of a moving freight train.
No, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, ideally, you don't want to.
No, not yeah.
If you have superpowers, maybe.
Yeah,
if you got like that. If you got that Gen V stuff going on.
Yeah. Which I mean, I happen to have it, so it's fine. But for most, do not definitely stand in front. Yeah, BITF. Some people asking about that one. Bitfarms right here, really starting to go higher now today. Just climbing into the open, and as you can see, look at this move from $1.20 up to $3 right now goes BITF, so Bitfarm right here.
What's the story there?
I don't remember what the story is, but I mean the story's been here for a minute, and I just wanted to look like it had been to $3 before, so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Back here in November, so a year ago, we were up at $3, and it just looks like it's coming right back in right now. But right here, just real quickly, man, Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated trading competition, now with over $40,000 in cash prizes. This, of course, is including $20,000 in grand prize. This is all risk-free. It's free to enter to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. We'll look at some Webull stock here soon. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test your strategy, build skills. So you think you have what it takes to be the next big winner? Sign up today, scan that QR code in your screen now. All right, so Nvidia, we just took another average in on VWAP right there, so let's reward ourselves a little bit by getting out in the 20s again. So we are reloaded on the short. So Joe yesterday had a great reload on his name. I bit yesterday and was like, hey, look at this, Katina man. Well, look at this, Joe. We just got a little reload right there on the short side there against VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, we gone right there, 171.65. So yeah, good move down, good reload. And again, we're getting out a little bit more now. Like the move has already happened one way. So let's see if it continues on. We already made our bed right here with Nvidia. Was a very, very comfy one. So let's see if we can extend down back in now for Nvidia. But look at the markets trying to go back up. We highlighted some of the stories. Nvidia, obviously downside, but AMD, Micron, some of the other names. ARM looks like it's trying to move as well. Here today, back up to 153 for ARM. That's a nice level there. Look at that, starting to go now. So all these names are let it cook. So we'll have to wait to see where. There it is. Yeah, cook.
The NFL's passing leader let him cook too.
Yeah, who is that?
Russell Wilson.
Oh, Russell Wilson. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's cooking. Yeah.
No, he's not.
That was funny, man. That guy is crazy.
Fade, sell high in fantasy on him. But the market is absolutely cooking back into the upside. Like we held the low. We got AMD. I just saw the tape turn a little bit here, so I got about the 30 level, 28s, usually like 29. Give it to the high of the day. See if it can play back into $160. But if you're looking at the NASDAQ, goes right into the overnight low, bounce. Right, failed break of the high into the overnight low, so very much an inside morning here. And when we get to that top, I'm anticipating potential another reverse, just because sometimes on Fed day you get these inside mornings. I believe we're going back to Adara at the desk.
9CG Carlyle Group. This one
who number 2
to the
is?
upside. Semaphore reporting that Macquarie has had discussions here with Carlyle Group for takeover talks to create an alts giant. So keep an eye here on CG. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Dara, oh my goodness, open door.
Doing now.
It's 970 and still going higher is open door. All right, it's a little far away. If it dips down into VWAP, that's now like 5%. So not just going to sit there. We'll look for, I guess, yesterday here, right about 940 or somewhere in this range, as this stock is just absolutely flying. Maybe there'll be a 10 break on this. I know it's a popular one out there. We'll keep track of it. It was who else? Who was it? I'm trying to remember who else was short this one recently. Anyways, Skrelly yesterday, but he's not the only one calling for the short in open door. Well, it's getting blasted today. So look for that $10 level to have a little bit of size on it. AMD just bounced off 160.80 right in front of one of my orders. I don't want this 161 to start to get bid up again. I want this to break 160.80. Look for some exit liquidity down here. Otherwise, might just take some more out at the 161 if it's going to hold this well. Going against the grain, this is a mean reversion trade into VWAP, but if the buyers step right in at first support, then I got to take another leg out. Tom H mentioning Circle apparently going.
Ooh.
See, this is the thing about StubHub today. It's not a Circle crypto. You know, StubHub, where's the excitement level for StubHub and the hype factor?
It doesn't seem there right now.
It just isn't, it's just not the right sector in my opinion, but whatever. It doesn't mean I'm not taking it. It's just, you get excited for bullish and Circle and even Figma. Figma was great. I didn't feel that great about Figma either, and that ended up being pretty good, so.
Yeah. I mean, who knows what we feel like. We'll just have to wait. I mean, if the numbers line up and it starts to grow and gets bigger, then we'll be all over that. So yeah, looking forward to some more trading there today, especially on StubHub. All right, so we just got a nice little downtick there for Nvidia. So hopefully that will continue to cook for us here and get lower. So here comes Nvidia coming back in just a little bit. We're playing it off VWAP, so that's exactly what we did. We shorted, first of all, the pre-market breakdown there, which turned out to be great. And then we actually brought it out and said that 170, I think it was on my signal chart, could have been something, right into here. So right there, I mean, whatever, it's 170, it's easy day kind of play. So we were able to cover a lot down there near 170. So look at all these 5 or 6 outs right there. So you guys know the way I trade, and that makes a lot of sense for me to do that. So now we're gonna wait if it wants to. And even now on Nvidia, I'm gonna put another bid here at 31s. It doesn't look like it wants to get too dangerously low here. So let's see what exactly it wants to do. But there's another bid. Did I just get that covered? No, we're at 31, so we didn't even get that. So it's holding higher right now. That's Nvidia. Let's just have a quick look at Lyft and see what that's doing quickly here. Nice move there as Waymo and Lyft go to Nashville right there on some kind of a collab. So right there, shout out to Stefan Diggs. You are now the expected father of Cardi B's kid. So
is he really?
Yeah. Shout out to that. So
there was a
getting rich in more ways than one right there, Stefan Diggs.
You can find this. I find this amusing. There was like a locker room interview when he was on the Vikings,
Yeah.
and they asked everybody on the Vikings, who would you not want your sister to date?
Right.
And every single person on the Minnesota Vikings says Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, the guy's a gangster.
That's when you know. So congratulations to him.
Yes,
there'll
indeed.
probably be a Tyreek Hill. Oh, no, that's a bad.
I don't know how many kids he has.
They'll probably have a boatload, but have fun with it.
She already has 2 or 3. She's legit. I don't know if he is or not, but we'll have to wait.
I liked him when he was on the
See
Bills.
Stephon Diggs.
Now I don't care.
Okay.
By the way, just very quickly, you mentioned Uber. It's worth noting, Lyft is still trending down off that news. Like this stock went 20 to 26.5. It is now catching a bit at 22, but they're fading every single pop here on Lyft as it just continues to go. But it is catching a nice bid at the 22 level. Does it really matter that much? Let's just zoom out. The prior high was at 21. I think that's the spot. Go all the way back out to like April of 2024, and 21 would be the prior local high. AMD is starting to pull back. The market's back underneath VWAP, so AMD maybe trying to get to VWAP. What I don't like is this bottoming tail into the prior close. So it just held the prior close with a bottoming tail, so I'm going to tighten the stop up, no more high of the day. If it retraces the high, I'm out at the quarter. Otherwise, we get the VWAP trade here on AMD. And Open Door, well, I don't know what Martin Shkreli's stop is, but I'm assuming it's not going to be 6%. Because if it is, then he's out. He's going to get out when it breaks 10.
What a joker.
But he knows the stuff when it comes to pharma. This is not a pharma stock. And it's breaking, I shouldn't say it's breaking $10, up at $9.90, up 11%. I haven't had a look at how much size will be at $10, but it's done 100 million shares this morning. I venture to say it's going to chew through whatever it wants to at that price. But if you're interested, there's already size at 92 and 94 and 96. So I expect 10's going to have a couple million shares up there.
I mean, what's the worst call? Shkreli on Open Door or Shkreli on Quantum?
Well, that's not close.
Quantum.
Because the Quantum ones he said are worth nothing.
Yeah.
Like the Open Door, short Open Door at 936 when it's at 990 versus saying QBTS is worth $1. I don't remember what it was at the time, but QBTS is
15 or 16 probably.
You see this today?
Yeah, I mean, they were all. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about IonQ, QBTS, Rigetti last night.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, great stock there.
Oh my
Huge
God.
move there.
That's huge.
Nvidia.
Get it, QBTS.
Yeah, get it, QBTS. We like that one. There goes Nvidia on the reload. So we're really printing on this name here. So it's been, for sure, a good run on Nvidia today. I mean, up and down and short and around. I mean, this is all for me. I don't need anything else. We were long Alibaba. Like, that's crazy that we were long right there. We just not a little too early, I assume, looking at this there on Alibaba, but nice move right back into the highs. I did have a break long there on Alibaba at 166.50, but because we've traveled already $3 up there, I don't think it's a break that I'm going to wind up taking. But right there, even on the reload, here you go, Joe. You gave me credit for the reload yesterday. I'll give you credit for your reload yesterday on IBIT. And there it is right now, though. Here comes Nvidia. Look at that reload there, Joe, right there on VWAP. Kablamo right there as it goes to the downside. My trading buddy over there, Joseph Miami, always doing the best. Thank you, Joe, for such a great shows on the midday. You and Sharif continue to kill it. There it goes, man. Now 70 cents in the money on this one. We're here, man. We're here every day, and thanks for the continued support. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're doing it again, and we're doing it live for you. So Neil's got short AMD, we've got short Nvidia, and they're printing like wildfire right here, guys.
Yeah, but the market is actually maybe weaker than I think this chip name is. You just bounced off the low again. I got to respect it. I mean, AMD, we're going to go to Darren in a quick little second, but AMD just bounced off of yesterday's close a second time. This is the strong one of the chip name. So despite the fact that the short is working, I want to make sure I jump out of this one. Open Door did break 10, just for everyone out there keeping score. Continues to fly higher, over 100 million shares. Let's go to Adara. Oh, he's so cooked.
It's time for Happening Now. We're going to take a look at what's happened so far in the market. And honestly, a lot of what people are looking forward to in this market is going to be what's happening coming through on Wednesday. That will be or later today, that'll be the FOMC decision. Let's find out if we get that 25 basis point cut that the market has widely been pricing in. Here is Nvidia near the low of day, definitely one of the weaker names. They did actually have a report here from the Financial Times that now these Nvidia chips that were made for China are actually banned from use from their companies like Alibaba and ByteDance. CEO Jensen Huang has opined on this ban, and so has Speaker Johnson of the U.S. House. Now we have WDAY on watch. Workday, one of the stronger names in an otherwise weak market. Elliott Management, which is an activist investor, announcing this $2 billion investment into Workday. Then we have META, Meta on watch with this Meta Connect event. Usually we'll get that keynote during the day, but tonight we actually get it after the bell around 8 p.m. Eastern. They are expected to announce a lot of glasses-related updates. Before we send you back to the guys, let's take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Oh man, now we're $1 the other way right now? Wow, what a hot dog kind of a day right here for Nvidia. We're $1 on our reload right here down to the downside. So yeah, I had no idea that it was gonna get this spicy, but what a spicy meatball it is here today. So there it goes, man. Everything is what I need here for Nvidia, and we got it all. So, you know, there, boom. Nice downside play there for NVDA. So yeah, man, we're letting it cook today. That is for sure. As we rate the Fed decision coming at 2 p.m. And we already looked at this earlier. I didn't even refresh it. I mean, we can refresh it here if we want to, just to see. Still 94%. I don't expect, obviously, any lick of a change in this. We have 94% chance.
No, that should stay.
Yeah, 94 to 6, right? So there's still a little bit of a glimmer of hope for those of you looking for 50 basis points.
Yeah, 100% chance of a cut.
Yeah. Yep.
And then the small chance of
Canada
that 50
cut already
basis point
today.
cut. Canada has no choice. If you're, our unemployment here is like double yours in the States. You know, we're over 7% unemployment here in Canada. So you better believe they're cutting rates up in Canada on the regular. So I jumped out, just held the low again, not the low, but the lower high here on AMD. So the mean reversion, that's prior day's highs. That'll work as well. I got my eyeballs on BBAI now. So AMD took the short off of our level. If we get a second crack at it or can maybe rejoin a trend, we'll take that shot. But BBAI is starting to, oops, that's not VWAP. VWAP is down around 570. One of those charts is a little bit wrong. So down around 579 or so here in BBAI. I don't want this to break $6 without getting something on a bit of a dip buy. Give it to like just underneath 75, but play the upward trend. I don't think this will do what Open Door did. But BBAI, 6 is a pretty significant level on the daily. You've seen the nice little curl. There's no specific news on BBAI. There was some news last week. It's just a pure continuation play. And then for everyone looking at Open Door, still up 11%. The quant names are going, but it just did a kind of a topping tail candle here at $10. So broke $10, got to 10.06, and right back underneath to 9.90. So that could be a little temp top here when you get a pullback off the $10 level. Still want to get that VWAP if we can. That'll be around, now looking at like 940 to 950 on the next available dip. Filippo in the chat. You're absolutely right, Filippo. When the market's down, CAD all-time high. A lot of people saying in the chat that Walmart was having a good day. Well, that makes sense to me. Tech's going to sell. Where does that money usually rotate to? Somewhere considered to be a little bit different is the word. I shouldn't say safer, because, you know, CAT's got some volatility on its own.
Yeah. Every stock has some kind of a risk there. Caterpillar, especially with China risk. So StubHub, you're able to put orders out at least now in our system. So you can put that out. So I want to tell that to Neil. So you can get your order out in case it magically opens right now, which it will not.
But you never know.
So there's StubHub. We're looking for this IPO today, and obviously it's going to be a good one to trade. I don't know if it's going to be a good one to go long on, as it hasn't moved. We haven't gotten too much excitement about it. But right here, StubHub prices IPO at $23.50. Valuing the company at $8.6 billion, you know, which is a lot for them, I would think. But anyways, we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with StubHub there later today. But this is the buy book here. So it's a buy and balance of 600,000 shares. The paired value has been like 3 to 4 million for Klarna, for Figure, for excuse me, for Gemini and all of those names. So right now we're not getting as much interest in StubHub. So I don't know. I think StubHub's a great way to play this whole millennial thing because like every single concert is selling out. All these tickets are becoming extremely hard to get. Like Oasis was one of the best things I've seen, and all it does is make you want to go to more concerts and do more things, more sporting events, more everything. And StubHub is a place to go get those tickets. I mean, there's Game Time, there's Vivid Seats, there's SeatGeek, there's Ticketmaster themselves, there's Live Nation, which is that LVN? I don't know what
all of this, they lost more money than than last year. Like it's,
I mean, remember that guy bought it in 2003 or whatever for $300 million and then sold it for $4 billion.
No. So the founder sold it to eBay for $300 and then bought it back at $4. So eBay's the one that won.
Yeah. But now they're going to win again because it's going to go out at $9 billion.
The question would be like, what did he do with the 310 over all of those years? It's not like you're losing when you get 310 that you can invest.
No,
I don't want to say that you lost on that regard. But I'm just a little skeptical of it because you're still not making money. It's not in a super hyper growth place. I think this could be one of those boringly solid IPOs in the next, over the next quarter. Like I don't think it might be as parabolic as a lot of what we've seen. Like this is 100% not going to be a circle. Like it just, I can't see any way that I feel pretty confident saying you're not getting a circle type event. By the way, Circle is up 5 points today and looking very strong. So I said Open Door and hopefully BBAI. Although BBAI is not really flying around, could be some good long opportunities. There's not much out there if you like the long so far, but Circle trying to pull back into a prior high on its own. So there's another one that's looking pretty strong. Just checking back in on Open Door for myself, still fading off the 10 level. I'm looking back into this 940 to 950. Kind of felt it was going to reject that Shkreli area and get another dip back into 9. It blew through that like a hot knife through butter. Yeah, there's plenty of strength out there. You just got to be able to look to find it. And market overall not giving it to you.
No, the market's pretty weak. We haven't checked out on Tesla, though. Whenever Randy comes here, we check out on Rivian. But this is why. Look at me, Tesla not doing anything, kind of taking a little sleepy time here on TSLA. So we can wait to see if that's holding out. I just saw someone what's up there, silly mama, puts in there Marvell as well. So we've talked. Let it cook. Yes, Marvell, let's go. Right there, man. All right, yeah, Marvell, nice move, man. We're happy about that one. Thank you there. Whatever that name was, it was a fun one there. As it is now cooking to the upside right here. There goes Marvell. We had this play yesterday, as we were saying, at those lows and was hoping to get something like that today, but no, we were long yesterday, 67.40s there on Marvell, and there it goes. We're unable to hold overnight as we trade on a prop floor. So, we got to be flat on that. Not that I would hold any of these plays that I'm making overnight, but that Marvell, really nice to see that working because we were down on it. We're probably close to being flat now. We bought whatever it was pre-earnings. I'll have to go check that price, 75, 76, something like that. And then we're able to get some at 63 or something like that on day 2 or day 3 of their pullback up. So far so good on Marvell as Silicon there. There needs to be some picks and shovels in all of this, so we like it. Long Marvell, obviously, and I'm still long Nvidia, a lot of shares in my own account, but there goes Nvidia right now back into some levels. I'm going to put a bid right now just to cover out of 10% of what we have left there at 69er. Oh, it just bounced off of us there. Okay, there we go. We got it. And the reason why I'm always bidding underneath some of these levels is so that when it hits me, I get the rebate. So I get the rebate to trade there. I don't have to market it in or out and pay those fees. So we get rebates for sitting there on the level too. So when it's like this, 73, I'll just put like a 71 quickly. So hopefully when it comes back in, and especially on a stock like Nvidia where you get picked up all over the place, it's worth doing that. And if you just do that, see like there, you would have got your 71s there, right? And sometimes it doesn't work and I'll be sitting here all mad at myself. Why did I do that? But I know why I do it. And it's just to make sure that I capture the rebate and all that. Good job, Ben Talks Money on your Marvell calls there. What a fantastic stock. And I wish that I had participated more in the calling side of things rather than just buying shares. But there's a nice little pullback in for Nvidia. Hey man, we're still at that club. So it's a nice one there today. And it's going to be a good one here. It's StubHub day, it's Fed day, and it's right here, big time Nvidia day. And
it's also quantum. It's quantum day as well because IonQ made a major. I'm going to find out the name of that company again. The go for IonQ. That was It's IonQ news, but it's not the biggest one in the group moving. So it was, they announced a definitive agreement to acquire Vector Atomic. So this is a $200 million deal, but it's QBTS that is making the biggest move in the group. It just made a 52-week high. It's made an all-time high, breaking out, and a little bit of a pullback off of that all-time high. So yes, IonQ is going
$20.
specifically on that news, and that's up. When it loads here, that's up only a couple of, well, only 1% now. But look at the run that it had already been on. Rigetti is up on sympathy as well. So Rigetti challenging its top. It doesn't quite break out yet for Rigetti, but that's only about $1 away on RGTI. Not related whatsoever. BBAI.
No.
Again, BBAI had some news last week. Not a big deal, but just looking for the similar continuation to yesterday through $6. So bounce off of VWAP and looking for the push into 6. I'll be covering pretty much all of it in front of $6 and then taking a $6 break. So that'll be the plan of action there. And Open Door, which is still top of the list. I feel like any day Open Door is doing volume, it's like it needs a handicap on the stock visualizer somehow. Like you need to give this stock a handicap because it's always going to be at the top. People just keep putting the symbol in. And then AMD, Robinhood we haven't looked at, Circle we did, QBTS we did, Lyft we did, GV I think maybe we did. You just talked about Marvell. Yeah. So it's really Robinhood is the only thing that we have not paid attention to so far this morning. And yeah, it's not doing a lot, but you know what? When the market's at the low, when the NASDAQ is at the low, and I'd say trend down, right? Like heavy open candle to the downside, rejection candle here on a 15-minute, and then still looking a little bit red. Robinhood, not bad. Broke out the top a little bit, and now holding a bit of a higher low in front of VWAP. Remember, with Robinhood, this has been rejecting $120 like several times, a couple topping tail wicks. So there's no closes above 120 on the daily. I think that'll be the next leg. Finally going into the index in 5 days. I think it's the 22nd, right? So as of effective Monday morning, I believe, it should be in the S&P.
Yeah, good one there. I need everybody here. I mean, we've got a whole bunch of people in the chat right now going off. So thank you so much. Thank you, Stevenson. Thanks you to everybody there for congratulating on this Nvidia trade. I hope you guys have them as well. A couple good trades put on by us here today. So thank you for doing that. But you're not thanking enough on this area. We got only 963 likes right now. We have over 10,000 watching. So guys, if you're here watching, 1 out of every 10 of you, go down and hit the like button, man. You can see what's happening here. Grr. Oh, thank you, Vic, for the happy birthday wishes there as well. Thank you, Pitchbull, as well there. Shout out to everybody that's in there. What's up to Mike P. DeRider? What's up to everybody that's here right now? And let's just do something that we've talked about for a minute here on the show and just say hi to everybody. What's up, Mike Williams? Right there, former San Diego Charger wide receiver. What's up, Roger Noon? Mike P. DeRider, Hertz Scrambler there, Jaguar. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to whoever else's birthday it is. Lena out there as well. John, Mike, Felipe, Andrew, Dane Generous, Travman is here. Rusty is here. Look at these likes going up, baby. 1.3K right now. What's up, Ari? What's up to Video News? Kathy, Yovan is here. Roadrunner's here. Shark Water. If the water has sharks in it, see ya. Right there, what's up, Ricky, James, Lily Pads. We had to check out some Eli Lilly as well. Mike P, the rider is here and everybody. So thank you to everybody for coming through one more time and enjoying the programming. And there it is, man. Thank you so much. Almost 50% more likes. Now, 50%. All we got to do is ask, man. That's the kind of group and the kind of viewers that we do have here right now. And I did see someone in the chat said, gargle salt with water, and it should be good for the old throat there. So I've done that before. That's just an old, like household remedy there. Yeah. Maybe I'll go do that because I give out my Cepacols and all that every time those little hauls.
Dara always has.
Rob normally has. Yeah, Dara has a little. Dara's like a rolling pharmacy. So yeah, Dara probably has some of that. And I'm gonna go figure that all out so we can stay tuned up and ready to give you guys hopefully more action over here.
Sorry, Martin.
But I'm gonna
1020. 1020 is where it is. So that continues to blow out. Open Door is now up 15%, everybody. But guess what? In 14 years, there's been 0 hacks and 0 excuses because BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. And there's a Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and now so can you. So I want to give a big shout out to them and appreciate them as well. So I just heard Eli Lilly again. $8 billion contract for Eli Lilly. I did not hear whom that was with, but Eli Lilly at the high of the day. It was Novo that was more interesting. These flies, that was more interesting. And that caught a nice little bit off the bottom. I think this stock Novo's kind of bottoming out here and starting to go. And they got some good news with their GLP. Okay, so you don't lose as much weight with it, but if less people are leaving the trials for the side effects, then that also bodes well for them too. There can be, possibly multiple winners, I think. It does bode well for them. Unfortunately, if you short this name, you can't be a winner on Open Door. Just blew through 1030. So this is now allergic to the volume weighted average price and continuing to just fly higher. I do see this GV that is halted, Visionary Education Technology. It's done a lot of shares, but this is halted up 1, 2 times, halted down now a second time. So this is lots of volume and potential liquidity, but not enough to keep it open for very long. So it's kind of going from halt to halt. So be careful with a stock like this. That's why we prefer things like Open Door. Like Open's a crazy stock, but Open Door is it's just so liquid that it's not likely to halt. Like it resists even these big moves here. Like it's not going 10% in a single candle. So that's why one of the reasons why I like it for sure. The thing that's funny about this was my pick that if somehow we got a 50 basis point cut, I was going to punch a breakout long, but that's gone now. We're not going to get a 50 basis point cut, but if it's already too high, then what's the point? Right? So we got BBAI came into VWAP and playing the same game of the long into, it's one of those, if it holds it all day long into $6 like it did yesterday, then that's what I want to do. Long into 6, breakout to 6 is going to be the other side of the play. AMD, as the market comes back in, the chip names have been going in opposite directions. A little bit of strength in Marvell, a little bit of strength in AMD, and weakness in Nvidia because the news was specific to them. But AMD goes into VWAP and holds. So it's trying to hold green. I only want to be short this name underneath yesterday's resistance. So either we get back up there and fade it again, or we start playing trend on some lower highs. Mirkis, I'm going to get this one out of the way because Merakis 100. You should get into open now for a $16 swing is good. No, I'm not trying to hold this stock. Like as a day trade, I have no issues with this stock as a day trade. I think it's probably been traded on the show like almost every single day for the last little while. But that's very different from buying and holding this on a swing basis. Like if I'm buying it on a swing basis, like I guess you're out is like 10.50. You're risking 20%. I suppose that's reasonable. It's just not my cup of tea for swings up here. Like if I was intelligent enough to have gotten it down at like 250, like that's a swing play I can get. Like I can wrap my head around like pull back, this little trend break in here. Like that's more my bag if I'm taking a swing trade. Not stock has gone from $1 to $10 in a couple of months. Let's see if we can't buy some up top here because a couple of dudes are getting squeezed at this level. That's really not my cup of tea. Day trade, fine, but I'm not swinging this thing. Adara?
Time to talk about small caps. First, I do want to mention very much not a small cap, but here's the story with Eli Lilly. Awarded $8 billion Department of Veteran Affairs contract for pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. That was what that contract was for. Yesterday, the company announced a whole slew of investments that they're planning for some facilities, starting with a $5 billion investment for Virginia. Let's talk about the IWM, transitioning over to small caps here. Nice pop off the open. Now, this is what you're going to want to watch, of course, the rest of the market at 2 p.m. because we know that the IWM and the small caps are very rate sensitive. If we get any type of surprise in not only just the interest rate itself, but the forecast, because we will be getting dot plot today, that's something that you're going to be wanting to watching out for. Then we have CDT. CDT equity currently at day's high. This is formerly a penny stock, right now trading around $1.10, and it has a crypto-related catalyst, like a lot of small caps have had as of late. This one announcing they're acquiring roughly 8.65 Bitcoin for $1 million, average price of just over $115,000 per coin. Then we have NFE on watch yesterday afternoon. New Fortress Energy had a story here reported by Bloomberg suggesting that they're getting a boost on the Survive Puerto Rico LNG deal. Then we've got Visionary Holdings, GV, this one on watch, very volatile. As you can see, they announced a breakthrough strategic alliance this morning to apparently unlock the $1 trillion cellular rejuvenation market. Before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time, so you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading. And it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, pay the profit goal, and keep 70% of your target, or the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off.
Thank you,
Make sure you scan all those QR codes. I got to set my earpiece.
Oh, the earpiece back up there. Look, the market continues to look a little bit nasty, and then we have a big IPO. Well, we have an IPO coming out. It's
$24.50.
Some people might think it's not that big of a deal, but StubHub, yeah, it just moved to $24.50. It's still not gigantic. Where's my bounce? There it is. The problem is it's not that big, so I'll have to sort by market time or paired volume. Yeah, if you sort by market time, then it'll always be at the top. But look at that. 790,000 is the open interest. Not even over 1 million shares yet, but it has bumped up to 24.5. So at least the price is increasing. That's one positive sign that might get us to take it off the open. But StubHub IPO, good. I can tell you with absolute certainty that Gemini is not good. This just made another fresh low. It just continues to flush down. So the recent IPOs have not been that great in terms of follow through. Like, you can get that opening print, they're okay. StubHub, we said, still losing money ultimately. And I don't think it opens till after lunchtime. At least that's my 2 cents for StubHub. I'm just going to check back in on the only names that we've been trading today. Alibaba has a chance to break it out. Now starting to think maybe we look at VWAP for BABA. I wasn't really on the breakout trade, but it is looking like a potential breakout, up 2.5 points. It was good China, bad Nvidia, and it wasn't just Alibaba. Like, you could have a look at, say, like JD, I suppose. Baidu, big time move in Baidu. JD's up 1.5 points, but it was Baidu last night that had made the biggest move. It's giving back some, but monster gap up on Baidu, 7.5% for them. So, the Chinese tech names, super strong today, into some weakness in specific US chips, I should say. And 10.50 now on Open Door.
Oh, man.
The all-time high is, well, I guess wouldn't be an all-time, would it? Let's go open.
One? Meta?
No, open.
No,
it's not all-time. It's a 52-week high is $11, and the all-time high is like ridiculous. But this is also when this came to market. Remember that $10 level obviously being pretty big. So it's chewing through some pretty important levels. I hate breakouts this high, but you only had one chance at a dip, and it wasn't even that big of a dip. It was that $10 fail, and Open Door is certainly squeezing some people here today. So yeah, good luck if you got this one to the upside, but the squeeze is in full effect. And that's all this is. To me, it's just a squeeze play.
Randy's here. We just covered some more Nvidia right here at 170.20. I mean, the reload was right here at 171.60. So a great little reload there. I just did some salt with water, so that should be good. And here's StubHub right here. I just wait now for StubHub. So we have 25 more minutes left, or 35 more minutes left, and it shows it's 10:25. StubHub right here, the price now $24.50. So if you're able to find some allocation, as I know that some people in our chat have been able to find some allocation, you're now $1 in the money. You'll get those shares at $23.50, and right now $24.50 right here off the open for StubHub. So we'll wait to see where that one winds up opening up with some interest now. Well, it's getting lower and lower here, 53,000. So I don't think we're anywhere close to opening up yet, Neil. But if we are, then I better put in a stop order just in case it does open up at this price, which I don't think it will. But right here, StubHub, looking like it's getting close, man. I don't know what to tell you, but oopsies. I lost it. I'm trying to sort it by market time right here, market time. There it is. So StubHub at the top right here, trying to find its way, but only 58,000 right now left on the bid.
Nothing.
It's only 800,000 right now, so it's not like a huge interest now for StubHub, but we'll wait to see. It could open up at any moment. I don't think, Andre, can you test my earpiece? I don't think it's working anymore for some reason. Nope, if you're testing it, it is not. All right, so Nvidia right here, nice downside push, man. We just covered some more down here. Let's wait to see if it does break that 170. And are we going to get more if it breaks 170? That's a good question, Sean. And the answer is no, I'm not. I've already, my day, we've actually made 2 times our daily goal on this trade, but we did lose some on Alibaba, so we lost. So we're up 2 times our goal here, and we lost half a goal on Alibaba. So we're up 1.5 times our daily rate here, which is pretty good with position pending. And it has nothing to do with, well, it actually does have a little bit to do with my net. It's just right into here. I don't really want to smash this 170. Like, there's just so much blah right here that, I don't know, it just is not looking like the cleanest level for me to say, let's go. Like, breaking right here was a let's go, right? There's nothing underneath there. You get a little bit of consolidation there, and then you have a huge room to the downside, right? Breaking today, where we went short early, that was a let's go spot as well, right? I mean, there's the break right here. Let's go right back into the downside. So if you break 170, that 169.60 is just right there. So I think if you're going to play for kind of a, I know Rivian Millionaire, but whatever. The goal is what a goal is. I mean, you know, I can adjust it, and I am adjusting it mentally, trust me. But right here, I'm just doing it for the show, because we get Stevenson Etienne, and we get a lot of you guys that are saying, thank you, Sean, for showing that this kind of stuff can happen. And I'm just trying to tell you guys that if you are share sized properly, it's 1 or 2 trades, and that's that. Find your best trades and go for it. That's what I'm trying to show you every day here, and it's been working. And some days when I'm down, I'll tell you guys, like, I'm down big on this trade or whatever. It's just, for right now, we're hot and it's running, so we're going to wait. But there goes Nvidia right now to the downside. Everything's trying to go now, Neil, because the market's tanking. I don't want to say tanking, but it's been a pretty aggressive move lower here. And there's Tesla at 412. So this was a name that was hovering around that 420, 430 marker, now going lower again. And here comes Nvidia. It's going to break 170 right in front of us. So, yeah, I'm short this one. You're long, obviously, a
small cap
meme name, so we're not worried about the market.
Is it a meme name?
BBAI? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because it gets a lot of, there it goes. Wow, Nvidia, man. We are just banking out on this one, as there it goes now, $1.70 in the money now on Nvidia. And not just that, it's a reloaded position. So this is multiples right here. So we're really happy with those plays. But yeah, I think Big Bear AI, the fact that it gets so much social media attention, like it's on Twitter, it's on all those things, I think it is.
Seem like a meme stock to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, it does not moving like one. But
that's what. Yeah, like, to me, this doesn't. I guess it did in February, but this is like, look at the chart. It respects the 50. It respects the 200-period moving average. I mean, looks pretty good technically. It is multiple days up. Yeah, it's got one nasty reversal. Fine. Like, I'll grant you that doesn't look too good, but you know, recently it's starting to look like a pretty normal stock. But like, again, you know, we're taking this one into the $6 level. If you're looking for longs, you have to be finding them somewhere else, because I've had 3 longs, 1 short into a down market, and all longs have worked. But that's because OpenAI is doing its own thing, and BBAI is doing its own thing, and Alibaba is doing its own thing. And AMD, I'm glad I got away from this one. It may have gotten all the way to VWAP, but it held. The market is breaking lower, and this is not going with it. So it's actually holding a higher low. So I think it was maybe the wrong place to get out, but certainly the right idea. And if it loses 160, I can try to jump back into it again. Like, don't want to ruin it. At this point, haven't had a loss, so it has to be the right spot to look in next. And remember, the news specifically was Nvidia. Like, the Chinese government came out and said, we don't want you using Nvidia chips at the end of the day. So there is a reason why maybe they're bleeding a little bit more than the rest. And look, I'll keep showing you guys Open Door. It just pulled back off 1050, coming right back in, hopefully to the volume weighted average price. That'll be around 980. But this is now broken trend. For the first time, I think Open Door is breaking the trend line and heading back into VWAP. That's the only place I'll look for a bounce that isn't that Shkreli area, like that 935 to 940. I think that's psychological. You can say whatever you want. Open Door is a meme stock. And if somebody says, I shorted it at this price, and that's a psychological level to me, it didn't really hold up on the way through, but it's certainly held on the last dip. So there's there, and there's around here on VWAP. As even Open Door is starting to fall off a little bit here, everybody. Trump Corp saying Open Door to $5. That's why it's a meme stock. Yeah. Because Open Door could be $5 next week. I would venture to say, like BBAI, like which one of these could get cut in half if you come in on Monday? I mean, it's not impossible for BBAI, but I just think it's incredibly unlikely that it would in a couple of sessions. Whereas Open Door going to $5 in 2 days would surprise nobody. And Open Door going to $15 in 2 days would also surprise nobody. At least I would hope that it wouldn't. Because if it does, then maybe that's not the stock that you should be investing in and swing if you don't think it can do that.
Yeah, surprise. Okay. Maybe this is the right one to do? No, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have a problem.
Just look at mine.
Oh, there we go. No. I got it. It's good. You gotta meet the site. Okay, there we go. We are now muted. Oh no, we're not muted. I have the wrong setting. There.
It's all good.
Hear myself now? No, I cannot. Okay, good. All right, I think we're fine now. All right, so there's, yep, got it now, Andre. Boom, we're back. All right, so we are back. That's a fact, Jack. We're back right there. So yeah, so far so good here on the day as we continue to watch out. We got a good cover there of Nvidia at 170, right? So we're almost out of all of this trade, and it's been obviously a decent trade there for Nvidia here today. So let's look at something else. We talked about JP Morgan, possibly the first $1 trillion bank, and joining that $1 trillion club is JP Morgan, and it's going to get close, man. Today's day was 850 was the market cap before today's move. Add another 1% to that, so we're getting up there right now for JP Morgan. As JP Morgan right now 312 and change right here, and starting to pull back a little bit, but good level there for JPM. Let's just have a quick look. Well, we could talk some crypto at some point as well, maybe right into here, but this is what's been happening so far here today. Look at the flows coming into the banking sector. I mean, again, all greens, like they're not IBKR, Coinbase. Again, Coinbase we know is not a finance company per se. Right there, ebbs and flows with crypto, but there you go. Citigroup, new highs as well, up over $100, up that 1% there. JP Morgan holding forward. There goes Berkshire, your other $1 trillion company right there, upside there as well. American Express, 2.4%. Gotta love those credit cards, man. I mean, they've been pretty hot fire with a strong retail side, although retail was weak yesterday. So we got to watch out for Amazon down 1.6% today, Tesla down 1.8%. Here's the retail side of things. We had weaker than expected retail trade numbers. I think it was yesterday or the day before, but Walmart up, Costco up, Amazon down. Amazon's not going to be the pure play retail that you're looking for, right? Like a TJ Maxx, which is right there.
Walmart's the one.
Yeah, all of these pretty much besides Amazon, right? I mean, I don't know, Ross Stores is right there as well, Tapestry.
It's an unfair group to put Walmart in.
Yeah, I mean, they're, or to put Amazon in. Yeah.
Sorry, Amazon in.
Yeah, Amazon should probably be more in technology services. Maybe it is in here as well. This is just trading view. These are not like official.
No, they are. But that is where it gets put. I don't think it's a very clean.
Yeah.
Sector to put it in.
Look at Oracle right here now, down 2.44%. I mean, if you're, and Palantir, what's up, my guy? What's up, Alex? That looks like ON's symbol. Palantir down 3% as well today, so that ain't good, as the market is not rewarding some of these plays here. The high movers today, Synopsys downside as well, Google and Meta, the high flyers. There's nothing safe right here in tech land there today. Yeah, Adobe. Where do you see Adobe?
3% for Adobe. Up, yeah. It's
Oh, right there. Yeah, right here. Yeah, up 3% for Adobe. Yeah, that's
pointing at that one.
And then we also know, because then I could see it. That was a good move. And then here, some of the weaker names. You guys know we're short Nvidia. We're a buck and change in on that one. You know, this is an interesting spot for me here on Broadcom because it's a name that I don't own any. So if the market keeps pulling back in, I wonder if it's just a little bit of away from Nvidia, head over to Broadcom and see that's a $1.4 trillion name as well. Texas Instruments, Intel moving around there as well. And then we had Eli Lilly with a bump today. So here we go. Some of the health technology stocks on a rise up. Pfizer, nice upside play there today. Abbott Labs, J&J, AbbVie. So not many red names over here in healthcare technology. So that's just a little bit of a look on some of the broader spaces, and then I'll throw it back to Neil in a second. I just want to look at crypto quickly, and then we'll be done. So just a quick look at Bitcoin and the rest. Is that right? 115 and change? Let me just refresh that. Yeah, so right there. So not a good day there. Honestly, for Bitcoin 115.7, it's still fine. I wouldn't worry about it, but still, we'd like to see a little bit higher there. But heading into Fed, I think it rallies off Fed. So I think that would be, maybe IBIT is what you punch long in, honestly. Ripple still above that, XRP still above. What's up to the Army? Still above $3. That's nice. Solana keeps on working. Brian Shannon calling 300 for Solana. He said that's a possibility. I mean, everything's a possibility, but in the breakout that he was seeing back to all-time highs, which is 300 and change for Solana.
Michael said this. Michael liked that same one. Let's just say his target was a little bit more ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was when you extrapolate.
Yeah.
It was more of like the statistical extrapolation. It's just the breakout's the breakout. This is my trouble with like when you don't have price history above certain prices. Like,
yeah, it's
if you don't have a level, unless you're really into Fibonacci's or something, measured moves and all that kind of stuff.
Cool.
I just think when you get the break, you just hold it. But all the Chinese names were strong this morning. But I just noticed one that is not looking very good. It's up 2%, but Pinduoduo, that looks like a pretty big topping tail. And if you look at it on the daily, this is also rejecting a big level here at about 133. Like how many topping, resistance, topping tail, setting up another topping tail in here today. So VWAP, if this pulls anywhere near into VWAP, maybe even just a consolidation down here. I think a continuation short. Alibaba, I'd like Alibaba long, but the level here on PDD, that is a sort of textbook fail to high. And then after that, there's only one place to go. So I want to look for a pop into VWAP, at least from here until lunchtime. DBAI will just play with the volume weighted average price as it continues to try to bounce off of that. Ozan, I am sure Neil Roberts secretly is in love with Fibonacci's, but he can't confess. It's absolutely not true. I will admit to this. I've tried to use Fibonacci's in trading. Like when I started trading penny stocks like over 20 years ago, I used Fibonacci's. It just didn't do anything for me. It didn't help me in my trading. I'm not saying it didn't work or can't work. It just didn't work for me. So, at the end of the day, you do what works for you. It was never an indicator that never had any value, at least for my trading. So I didn't really use it. I remember someone asked yesterday if we'd ever use Bollinger Bands. I said, yeah, very briefly, and not in the U.S. markets. We used Bollingers in Europe over 10 years ago, and that was a good strategy. And that was the only time I used Bollinger Bands. So if it works, you use it. If it doesn't, you don't. But there's a million ways to skin a cat. There's a tons of different trading styles you can have. You can trade small caps, large caps. You can ignore indicators. There's pretty much something out there for everybody. The more important thing is that you're open to new things and new ideas in trading, investing, whatever it might be, and then just trying to learn from that. But if an indicator works for somebody else and doesn't work for you, then you just don't use it. I think that's pretty simple.
Yeah, and to that point, I was saying over to Joe and Sharif yesterday, we made the whole day was on small cap names. We traded Turbo. We were long at $5. It went to 20 yesterday. And then we traded Open Door, which was a big trade yesterday as well. So we go from trading market caps and floats of less than 1 million shares yesterday and doing that. I mean, yesterday, the amount of money that we made on Turbo yesterday, like we didn't make this much on Nvidia today. We made more on Turbo yesterday, and that is the smallest of small cap names. And then today, my biggest net is on the biggest of big cap names, the largest name in the world, Nvidia. So yesterday, we show our worth by trading this small cap name, a micro cap name, and then we come right back today and hit it on Nvidia. So yeah, I mean, again, like whatever, as per Neil's point, it's like just look for where the action is. I think that's the most important thing for me, and try to find it. And that's why we only have BABA and Thing today and Nvidia. Robinhood right now, this is an interesting name. I mean, it's hovering around its highs. And it's just looking like it wants, in my opinion, it looks like it wants to come back down a little bit with some of these high wicks. But that high wick is at 123. Like, we still got a lot of room to go before we get back up here and test some of these levels. So to me, it's kind of like you're going through, there's like a little bit of a base there and a pop. Here's a base here and a pop. But that pop didn't last that long. We came back and retested. Now we're popping again here on the S&P inclusion and all that kind of stuff. So now we're going to have to wait to see if 120 holds or not on Robinhood, and it looks like it is going to be a good long up into here. I just think it wants to come back and have a look at the 50-period moving average. So Yeah, 119.50 there, a good short. We're only at 117. We're stuck in the middle right now, and this is what what hoods look like today. There's that 119 level that coincides with those top levels. So I feel like that's a great short if we can get back to 119. So on a good Fed number, which as expected will be that half point, if Robinhood can touch in and around 120 again, I think that's a decent area to maybe look to get back into the name or get into the name for a short trade. But that's it for me here. Let's go back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Sector watch time. I know Sean went over some of these, but we're going to take a look here in comparison, I think, to the market. So NASDAQ here down about 0.33%, S&P 500 slightly red as well. But as you can see, there's a lot of strength in some of these non-tech sectors. So this really shows the extent to which these tech names are ruling the roost. Nvidia, Broadcom, Palantir, Oracle, all down at least 2%. These are all pretty large components, right? So this really demonstrates the extent to which these Mag 7 names, even being a little bit weak, can really send the market to the downside. And there is also some strength in tech. Netflix got an upgrade today. This one up 1.5%. Apple, relatively strong. We've got Dell actually 3% to the upside. ACN and Adobe both up also about 3%. So not all of tech is weak, but the names that are some of the larger market cap names in the market. Finance, really strong here across the board. Retail trade generally looking pretty good with the exception of Amazon. Health technology, consumer non-durables, producer manufacturing, consumer services, utilities, process industries, communications, commercial services, etc. All green. And consumer durables, much like retail trade, is the one Mag 7 bringing down its otherwise strong sector, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. Like you have to find the kernels of strength, like that Adobe. And one of the things you might consider why Adobe could be strong is, well, a beaten up name that's been out of favor. There's a saying that, I think it was actually Luca that would say this, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go. Now that's sort of obviously true, but I really like that saying. When you find a stock that makes like a double bottom or some kind of like a hard bottom like this on Adobe, and then you have a bad reaction on earnings, it kind of rug pulled everybody on earnings. Like it went up initially and then just completely rugged it after the fact and made another low the prior day. But it doesn't break the local bottom. It doesn't break the double bottom. Okay, well, if you're going to respond to effectively bad news by holding the low and holding a higher low, that's a good signal for a turn. This is above the 50 period again and has a chance to go. So Adobe, maybe it's not in the you-know-what list, the ish list for the short run. And I'm hoping for the same thing with CRM when I call it up here. CRM has a very similar, Salesforce has a very similar pattern, where after earnings, fail the 50, go back to the low, but don't break the low. It's going to test this higher low here at 235, it seems. But these are the kind of stocks where maybe they show you the support, and then you can actually break it out a little bit later.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Lots of different stocks. And the thing about it is like heading into Fed's going to be 2 p.m. So we don't have too much else going on right now other than this market, which continues to tick lower right now. Good fills for us on Nvidia, obviously, as we start to take out some of these low levels. We just got a 169.85 level there, 86 or something. So nice move to the downside there off of 171.50. Thank you so much, Cesar, and everybody there. That someone just said in the chat, I just subscribed. So there it is. What's up, Cesar? Thank you so much for subscribing. And thank you to everybody for hitting that like button and for subscribing with us here today. Again, 1.6K, over 9,200 of you watching. We've reloaded this position as well on Nvidia. Thank you to everybody for being here with us. Make sure you do hit that like and subscribe again. Watch IXIC. Okay. What's up, Eduardo there? We can watch out for some IXIC. Is Nvidia about to give it up? Yeah. I mean, we're short Nvidia right now, and we still have a position on. So here we go back into the downside. So a nice little play there for NVDA. Good amount of shares on as well. So we're happy with the performance that we've been putting on here today. So there it goes. And then, you know, a name that I was thinking about picking up something if it does get a little bit nastier. I don't know what Boeing's doing today. Flat but down since the open, so that's a good opportunity. Look at Boeing, really nice pullback in here. If you want a monopolistic business, look at Boeing down into 215 or so area right now, so that's going to be definitely an area to look at there for BA. The 200 period, you can wait for the ultimate places to buy and sell stock, or you can sort of just believe in it and maybe drip into it as it falls back in, and then ultimately use the 200 period for some kind of support. But yeah, right now Boeing is getting close close enough. Like I think closer to this 200, like 205, 210 there, coming back in May and change, as we know that, and I've said this from, I don't know, probably back when the tariffs were announced or even when Trump came into play here, that, you know, part of making nice with the United States is going to have to be planes and trains and automobiles. So you're going to have to order some Boeing here to get going, and I think China does that. We've already seen that from the Saudis and from India. So let's wait and see right now if Boeing can catch another contract. But yeah, there was some worries there about not being able to produce the amount of planes necessary if there was a continued strike or another strike or something. So we're going to have to wait on Boeing. But those are just kind of like buying opportunities, man. I mean, Boeing gets going. I hate that rhymes, but when it gets going, it goes. And we just stopped at the highs again of 237. So you're getting about a 10% haircut right now, 237 down to 215. Might be worth something there, Boeing, of picking some strength up. Before there's some strength, picking some up there in Boeing. But Nvidia right now is almost $2 now in the money to the downside. So we're doing it. We're doing it live with you every single day. And there it goes. Nice little downside trade here for NVDA. Crypto 115.6. That's not overly healthy right now either.
Yeah, Bitcoin lost that 116, unfortunately. It hasn't been doing too good. Yesterday was a really good day for Bitcoin. Well, it was a good day for Bitcoin. I don't want to... It wasn't that big, but it was a pretty solid day for Bitcoin. I want to leave it at that. PDD comes in, not quite to the volume-weighted average price, but all the Chinese tech stocks were up this morning, and we're up overnight. I should say overnight, because in trading overnight, I mean, Baidu was up like 16%, something ridiculous. Baidu was up, and Alibaba was up as well. But PDD is the one that seems like it's the weakest. We went over it on the daily chart, but I just took the first shot at it at 133 instead of 133.5. I just want to look only southbound on this bad boy. So ideally, I want the 133. I'm in at 60s because I couldn't get 80s. I'm going to try and get some 80s here and throw my stop. I don't want to give it to VWAP. It's not that time of day. Still the same plan of action for the Big Bear, not because it's Fed day, but I think just because of the nature of the market. Like the longs that I like are going to be in things that I don't think have to correlate to the NASDAQ. So whether it's earlier with Baba doing its own thing or OpenAI or BBAI, those are the ones that I'm going to like. Out into 6 and $6 break is still going to be the play. And DD just said his play is short. Dave and Buster's, they just reported and it wasn't very good. So I'm not going to call it a short here. I shorted this yesterday, but we always talk about the 3-day rule for a stock. After earnings, well, it held a higher low. So yeah, it was a short this level yesterday at 21 and it went to 20. That's fine. But it held that 20 area and then held it again today. So it's kind of a double bottom. I start to prefer to play for a long when a stock double bottoms after that and look for like a continuation to try to fill the gap. So I'm not shorting it up here. I did yesterday, but not today. I like it the day after earnings, and if it doesn't, like it flat out did not follow through. Like it went the dollar down and then could not break. Same support level could not break again today. So not for me, but I'm glad you brought it up because we should pay attention to these day 2, day 3 earnings plays when they're out there. Sure, when Micron reports next week, we're not going to look at it the day after and then ignore it. And then ignore it after that. Micron will be a stock that we care about all week next week. I think they're the last decent, they're the last decent sized name to report, I believe. Micron.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, the biggest one. Anyways, I'm actually surprised how late they report. I think there's there's recent IPOs and stuff like that. Report a little bit later sometimes. I guess, but yeah, Micron's always late. That's really weird about Micron, isn't it? Okay, so. Look, more covers there. I mean, what do you guys want to do? We've already talked about this sort of live leaderboard right here. We've gone over, it's Open Door that is really crushing everything right now. So Lyft, Marvell, Tesla, Big Bear. All right, I'm resetting this. Let's give this thing a fresh start. There's only 10 minutes left, so we don't have too much time left. So we'll get a fresh start right now. Just put in the $, whatever you want there in the chat. It'll start populating, and then it'll show up over here, and that'll give Neil and I an idea of kind of the names you guys are looking at, and then we can adjust our expectations from there as well. Oscar down. Yeah, Oscar's not doing that great today, down to $17. It hit that high of around $21 OSCR. So this is a name that I'm in at around 13 before earnings. swings. So OSCR, we did take a little bit out, but like 10% out in and around that 20, or I think it was like 1950 or something to the upside there for Oscar. Yeah, so its high was 20. I was getting out ahead of 20 on the way up there, and then, you know, it broke. It got to $20.50 or so. We got some out right here at 1950, but we got out on the way up, not on the way down. And so right now we're gonna hold out for it. I still like the name. We talked about them. The app, apparently a good one there. I don't know, many of you, obviously in the United States, we don't have anything like this over here, but Oscar right now, a nice little bounce back to the upside for OSCR. Yeah, we don't need technology over in Canada. And then right into here, IBIT, down today, not good, right? Nice downside play there. As we've talked about it for a long time, that it follows what's going on in the NASDAQ. So there it is right now, IBIT, almost identical. There's the NASDAQ straight down, there's IBIT straight down. So for today at least anyways, don't at me, but IBIT right now, nicely. If IBIT was following the NASDAQ, right, Bitcoin would be at 125 right now, and it's not. So there goes IBIT to the downside. We'll see what winds up happening when Fed comes. I think the Fed interest rate announcement is a bullish idea for crypto. So I am excited for that. So, all right, we're all ready to go to Adara for her update.
Money talk?
Ahead of that interest rate announcement, the U.S. dollar is at its lowest level, almost its lowest level all year. Our year low here we made on July 1st. That was going to be around 96.37, currently trading around 96.73. So lots of weakness in that U.S. dollar as we await the interest rate announcement. Now, as we've all said many times, we are expecting a 25-point basis cut that is widely priced in. And there was lots of, for lack of a better term, drama and events surrounding the Fed heading up to this announcement. We will have Lisa Cook remaining in her seat, even though we did have Donald Trump announcing her firing on a Truth Social post. And Fed's Myron was confirmed in the nick of time to replace Fed's Kugler. So that's going to be the lineup here. We had 2 dissenting votes last time for the first time in 3 decades. Let's see if we get any dissent this time, because we know that certain Fed members, including Fed's Waller and specifically one of the 2 dissenting voters, he's advocated for a potential 50 basis point cut in September, should the data reflect that. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up coming of this meeting. Now, here's the CME Fed Watch tool. As we expected, about 94% of participants wanting that 25 basis point cut, but another 6% saying that we could get 50. Let's see what the Fed decides on. Either way, should be a really interesting one. Back to you.
The dissents should be interesting.
Yeah, I want to see where everybody lies. Is there anybody that dissents to? Like, I know there's going to be dissents that want a 50 base point cut, but it's more, did anyone say we don't want to cut at all? Because I think if that happens, you've got the president speaking after as well. And I would imagine there's going to be some strong, if anybody disagreed with cutting at all, that's going to be a big deal. Just to give you another update on StubHub here, it's up to $25. I just want to give a bit of context on almost all the bigger IPOs, and this is on the larger size. By now, the open interest in the opening print would be more than 800,000 shares. It would be in the million. It would be over 1 million. And on top of that, you would have had more than 2350 to 24 or 25. Like, that's not very big. Like, usually we're sitting here thinking it's going to open up 30, 40% higher than the issue price. Right now, it's giving you, I don't want to call it nothing burger, but not the level of excitement or exuberance. It's just not as, it's just not giving me the feels that we're going to get parabolic here on Stub. I'll still probably take the print, but definitely size down a bit here on Stub. We'll keep giving you guys updates. You know, we can look and see, well, it's at 25, maybe it moves to 27, let you guys know. Maybe that turns into a big buy imbalance and it looks a little bit better. We'll always keep you guys updated to the best of our abilities, for sure. Ooh, John Del Segno, that's a name that we've ignored. Lumen Technologies. I'm surprised there hasn't been more chatter about this one, because it just feels like it fits the DNA of some of our viewers. Like, they announced a deal with Palantir, right? And since then, like, look at the stock at $5 already. Bounce, break 5, hold at 200, hold 5, pull back, hold a higher low. Like, it's making a nice little move here. Is that Lumen? Another update today, 7%. I don't know if there's a news story. I just know the one from a couple of weeks ago was a Palantir partnership, and it's clearly broken trend, like rounded bottom, breaking trend. So Lumen, there's another good one, 8% up. If you're looking for longs today, it's probably somewhere like Lumen or IonQ or Rigetti or Open, something along those lines, because, or like, you know, like Walmart and Costco and that kind of stuff. But But if you're looking for it in like some kind of a techie name, then you got to go to the small caps here today and just pick your spots. Ooh, PDD. I got one take profit on PDD. One. And then Pinduoduo, the only Chinese name that's actually in the index, by the way. Which I always find that very interesting. What's so special about PDD? Why it's in the index and none of the others are? No, it's holding consolidation, but it's not at VWAP. So I'll take a shot at 133. But if it doesn't break down here, I gotta wait for the better level at VWAP to get tested. So I like we still like in general sense. When I look at this trend, it's still in an upward trend. It's just a rejection of this about 133 area here on the daily chart that makes me want to try for snipes. If that turns into a topping tail candle, then usually it's like short for a couple of days. So as long as it's holding around this area, I want to take some shots at it. They've been strong, and I say they, I mean the Chinese names, all day long because the news was arrows up. I mean, Alibaba Alibaba fresh highs, 52-week highs. I want to say all-time highs, but it's not. It's not even close. It's like 380 or something on Alibaba. But this one's off to the races. I just like this busting through levels and PDD still holding underneath. So as long as it's holding underneath levels, I think there's a chance to take it. BABA could just break out the top at some point here. It's not yet, but like you look at that pre-market level, it could easily break out the top. And here's the other thing. If you're at real trading, Alibaba, so this is it last night in Blue Ocean. You think you could have traded overnight? That's actually, it's cleaner in the overnight market than it is today. Like that break, it opens and then just trends up the whole way, holds at 166. What's the level that it's essentially holding right now, which is right around the same price. It's at 166 and leveling off. So resistance from last night is resistance right in here. So if you're not charting the overnight market and you have the ability to, I think you're missing out.
All right, it's a birthday lunch. Let's figure out what it is. All right. Today there've been plenty of these. Neil and I have been trading quite well this morning, so there's been a couple of chicken dinner winners. There's been some chicken dinner winners today, and this is what I thought was yesterday. Remember, I jumped ahead a day, and yesterday's Thai basil beef I thought was actually pretty good. So we liked that one. Always could be better, but today we have Cajun crusted chicken. So it should be okay. Got a little Cajun crust action going on there. We'll see. We'll see if that works out with the vegetarian option, whatever that happens to be. So that's there as well for my veggies as well. I don't know what that is. Couscous corn succotash as well. So yeah, man. Good opportunities today. There, I love the couscous, man. I love the corn. Corn is like one of my daughter's favorites. So although it's not the most healthiest vegetables, of course, but
it's not. It's very sweet.
Yeah,
that's why it's tasty.
Yeah, lots of sugar in that, and then they have corn oil and starch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right there. So that is what it is, man. That is what's for lunch. Cajun crusted chicken. Right there. Yeah, these we do have new monitors. They're 24-inch.
I think they're bigger than that.
27-inch right there. So all four of us got all new setups right now. Now we are elbow length away from our friends to the left here, and you're about to go see Sharif and Joe. And then stay tuned with Neil and myself and the guys here on the midday. Because
we're back a little early.
That's the other thing. I forgot about that. We're back here. I don't know how much earlier we're back. These guys can hold the fort pretty much right into 2. But we'll be back probably 10 minutes earlier, so maybe 5 minutes. If you guys are lucky, it'll be 5 minutes. Right there, StubHub right now. It is $25 right now on the IPO price. So getting a lift from $23.50. So it's going upside there on StubHub heading into this number or the IPO, and it's less than 1 million shares of interest right now. They're releasing 34 million, I thought it was, for sale there today. So Sharif and Joe will go over some of the numbers, and you guys can ask some questions in the chat.
There is another one.
It doesn't look like StubHub will open anytime soon, so that's going to be something that we're going to battle with.
For anyone that happens to be interested, I might have seen 1 or 2 people mention the other IPO, like WBI is called Water Bridge Infrastructure. It's also on the NYSE.
Well, that's water under the bridge.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually not that bad. It's like 600 million shares, but
that's pretty good.
I don't think we take that one. And then there was a couple of questions about some of the ones later on. Pattern Group is Friday, I believe, and that Netscope or whatever, that's tomorrow. So Pattern, someone just asked what the tap was on PTRN. That doesn't open up till Friday, at least when I'm looking at the IPO calendar. So today, StubHub and WBI Water Bridge Group. And of course, the big news is not just the Fed But the dot plot after, see where the votes come in and where they lie and what Jerome Powell says. Is he going to be hawkish or dovish? We'll see. And we also get the dot plots. We get an idea of where they're looking at in the future because the market seems pretty convinced that we're getting 3/4 points for this year. So that's what we want to compare it against. We'll be back at probably like minutes before 2 o'clock.
Yeah, minutes before. I'll see you going over to the midday show. Thanks, Neil. Great show. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the likes, man. Almost 2,000 likes today. So thanks so much for all of that. And yeah, we're going to go over to the midday. Lots of stuff. I mean, I still got to go to Starbucks. I mean, I got my birthday drink. Free birthday drink.
That free drink.
And you know what I just got too in the email was free 6-inch sub from Subway. That's actually pretty nice.
You get a free sub at Subway?
That's what I was saying. I was like, huh?
That's new.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
they didn't always do that.
I'm not going to dox myself, but here it is right here. A free 6-inch. I'm showing to Neil, the best birthday gift ever.
Well, I don't know about the best birthday gift ever, but it's not bad.
This is what it says.
It's not bad.
I'm not.
Come on. The best ever.
Here it is right here. Yeah, so I'll show it to you guys.
Subway,
here it is right here. Best 6-inch. A free 6-inch, the best B-Day gift ever. Actually, looks pretty good. That's some bacon action right there. Maybe we'll do that. But no, we'll have lunch here and maybe a sub. Maybe I'll sneak it in for dinner and give the wife. Oh no, we're going. Oh no. We're going to one of my favorite burgers places. One of my favorite burger places. Burgers Priest. That's one of my favorite burger joints. So we're gonna go get some Burgers Priest there tonight, and I'll catch everybody on the flip side, as Neil said. Yes. 2 p.m. We're back. Join us then for Fed rate cuts. Over to the big guys.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy, Joey Options. I don't like hearing myself in my own ear.
Yeah,
Joey, I don't like that. Welcome, everyone. Let's see who has joined us today on the Midday. Shout out to Siesta Mike, the OG Darwin. We got 420 Bud Monster, Don Sharifo. What's happening in the chat, man? Sundar R, we got Roman, Koss, Paul Goodson, and the OG Gorev, Jeremy Newman, KZ, and Evan, Harmon B, and Rooster joining us as well. Joey, we got Mateus Lane and Will. Shout out to Safe, Mark Susi. Shout out to the OG. Zombie Brain Calories. That felt like me. Maybe on a bad trading day. What else? Wakil. Shout out to Michael Baldwin and Dude 5, Big 40 Nephew. Shout out to Blockchain, Metal, and Kaiser Mohammed. Buffalo Soldier joining us in the house as well. David Lewis and Andre Arndt. Byron Hart. We got the Lowe family. We got Dexter frickin' Smith. We got Trejo, who's saying cuckoo. With David Worrell, Mr. Ian, Trader, Medic, Day Trading. And one more, Joey. Yeah. Let's do one more. We're going to go Pretty Girl K. Get it, Pretty Girl K. Hope you're having a great day. Joseph Options. Yes, hope you're having a fantastic day as well. Good morning, my man.
Yeah, aside from a little trading mishaps, but nothing we're not too worried about. I mean, I can't complain. Nice day outside. Another one. I was looking at the weather for next week. It's going to be nice, man. We got a 26 there, 26 degrees, and then a 29er, which is pretty good. 29? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so some like rain following that as well, too. But enough of that. Let's see what we are into. I get out of Bitcoin. It decides to pop. What a dog there. Yeah. But I added some more contracts, actually, as well, too. So shout out to that. See if we can get rolling there. IBIT is what we got going on. Hopefully it breaks up. I mean, I don't mind some of the selling leading into the meeting because hopefully you get that pop, right? If not, then it's not too good of a look. If we do take a gander at what the TQs and the overall market has been up to, you can see it's toppy, right? So you can kind of get that frothy type price action. And then sure enough, you up at the daily, right? You're starting to get this pullback. So you could probably see some more bleeding, and that's not going to be good for me because kind of made a little bit of a mistake here, and I'm going to display it to you guys because that's what we do. Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to do this, right? Like, I'm in here, and I did not get out. So you're supposed to get out when you're supposed to. Would be fully alive if you did just follow it, but now we need somewhat of a pop. And if the NASDAQ continues to break down, we're going to have to hop out and take that loss there, guys, and head into some simulation.
All right, ATCH. I see it, Chuck. I'm in it, my man. Look at the position board, my boy. But yeah, I like how you're thinking there, Chuck. ATCH, I'm involved in this one. I'm also involved in AIIO. So ATCH, up a little bit more than AIIO, to the tune of 51%. We got a couple of bull flags that have already formed. We're currently in the range of the second bull flag. At least that's what I perceive here. Initial bull flag breaking out right at that 9:25 time slot right before the bell rung. We pop up into 117. We drop back down. Most notably, we hold that dollar. Oh boy. And then right up again, we go for the second bull flag. I'm involved in this bull flag. As we know, no two bull flags are created equal. And, you know, when you're taking the second bull flag, the chances of a third one forming are less than the chances of a second one forming. So we're in a bit of an interesting position. Alas, we will practice risk management skills. And if this one breaks below 120, which I perceive as the area low, it's all over for the trade, okay? I should, you know, as I look at it, I should be giving it to about 118, 116. The reason I say that is because this area low is 120, sure, but prior area resistance, 117. So if I'm looking for prior area resistance, AKA the top end of the first bull flag, then I should be giving it to that level. We'll see how this one goes. I'll make a decision later. AIIO, I perceive higher lows and a hold of the 10 EMA on the 5. It has had trouble, for whatever reason, clearing a random level of 203. We've been hovering at 203 since losing it at around 1040, excuse me. So it's been a hot minute that we've been kind of rejecting this random area with somebody selling up multiple storms at that 203 level, most likely a hidden seller, as I haven't seen too much posted on the gateway. So those are the two that I'm involved in right now. By no means is that an exhaustive list of what I'm looking at on the day. In fact, let's go over them right now. MLGO is microalgo is on my watch list here. It does look like it's losing VWAP, so it's going to have to work its way back above that level for me to get involved. GV, what is the biggest percentage winner, at least on my side charts over here, but it's below VWAP, and that displeases me greatly. It's going to have to get back above the volume weighted average price for me to get involved. SONN, not a big 16.5%. Also, I can complain about the volume profile of this, not that great. Also, it's an inside day, so SONN had a good day yesterday, and the lows and the highs of today's price action are both above and below yesterday's. So we're definitely within an inside day. Let's see if we can get above yesterday's high of around 790. That's on SONN. I'm also keeping an eye on OPAD. I don't know why I didn't throw in the ticker on that one. Allow me to do that over here. OPAD, again, not a big percentage winner like we've gotten accustomed to lately with, you know, triple digits being the norm. But it's got a flat top here at 475. That's just feels like it's destined to be a blow-off top there, a 476 high, but as you can see, multiple selling orders coming in at that 4 3/4 on OPAD. I'm keeping an eye as well on ILLR as well as Open. So Open Door should go without saying. You know, this is up nicely on the day. We're going to keep an eye on it, and if it sets up well, we'll get involved. It's not technically a small cap gapper anymore, but you know, it feels like definitely like it trades like such. Definitely seems to have a trend line worth noting over here, keeping these higher lows intact above that $10 area. So that's what I'm looking at. But oh baby, AIIO. Boom, right through the roof. So I felt like that 203 seller was a bit of a staunchy little bugger, and he just got absolutely decimated. I told you not to be selling around there, my man. No, I'm kidding. There's nobody listening. So AIIO taking out highs. I'm put my next beak wetter at 10s. High day is 9. Go ahead, Adele.
Keep an eye here in TSLA. The NHTSA, or the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, apparently raising concerns over Tesla's full self-driving failing at rail crossings. So TSLA, more self-driving concerns here from the NHTSA, not impacting the stock as of right now. And back to you.
Just one quick thing here, Joey, before we get back to Joseph Options and see what he's up to. GV is starting to take VWAP again. Look, the high of the day on GV is 418, but when you take a closer look at this, it looks like all the candles, the closing and the opening prints, all rejected or opened or closed below that 3 2/3. So 3 2/3, 3 3/4 could kind of be that line in the sand for you if you're looking for this one. I'm going to keep my eye on GV. I'm not going to take it off the watch list quite yet, or the side charts quite yet, see if it has an opportunity to break out, Joseph.
All right, good look. All right, Mike Peter Ryder. We know you'll be back there, brother. You got to go pick up some stuff. The thing is, though, you go and then you come back, and it's just a matter of minutes. You're back already. Like you just said you were gone. Now you're back. Classic Mike P. D. Ryder. I meant if you would put.
I love when he comes in the chat.
All right, it's nothing about me this time, so. That's a good one. $10 super chat. Autumn, September still be a red month after this FOMC fake news gets spilled. See you at 6:15 soon, SPY. Hoping for red like high school. Okay, I'm going to wait. Okay, I'm not going to read that last little bit there.
What the hell? Oh my God, big smile. Why do you do that kind of stuff, bro?
Brother.
I don't know what to say to that.
Anyways, so thank you for that one, Mr. Spile. Glad to see you back in the chat. Obviously, we can't read that one out there, but again, much appreciated for what you got going on. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors here. We'll go over the chain momentarily, right after we do this, and see what we got at the top of the class here as of late. So we have, okay. All right, I like this. At the top of the class, we have the real estate sector up 1%. Financials 1% as well, too. So come on, add some strength to the SPY there. Financials, consumer staples, again, 9/10s closer to 1%, so that's your win, place, and show. Communication service down just a little bit under 1/10 there, and then consumer discretionary 4/5, and then sure enough, technology down 0.5%. Did I say 4/5? I meant to say 4/10 there. So yeah, let's see if we can get a little bounce. Let's get that tech sector rocking and rolling. NASDAQ really weak. See if the boys can get a little bit of a bounce, because that would be much, much needed considering what I have done.
Okay,
but, hey, go ahead.
Joseph, an unlikely breakout right now on a name that I don't think you and I have talked about as a long. Katina, man, are you alive to this? This is the chart on Lucid, and it's not going back to zero quite yet. So LCID, all sorts of strong, all sorts is a strong statement. It's up 5%. Let's see what the situation is here with our friend Lucid. I love the cars, I just don't like the stock. Where the hell is my Lucid? Why isn't it not there? LCID, excuse me, there we go. For whatever reason, it was gone. I'm not seeing any headline quite yet here on Lucid. I don't know if you've got anything, Adara, on Lucid. She's going to have a look, guys. So here's all I see from the 15th. That was the last time I saw anything of note. Everything else is sort of technical related. Meeting to be held in New York on September 22nd, hosted by Cantor Fitzgerald with Lucid Group Management. So they're going to meet with a rating agency. Go ahead, Adara.
Not seeing anything either.
Yeah, likewise. Okay. Thank you, Adara, for that. So LCID, all sorts of strong, 6.1%, taking out almost $21, $20.99, the daily high. This one did reverse split, if you guys will remember, back on the 2nd of September. It made a local area bottom at around 15.25. Since we put in that 15.25, we've been making higher highs and higher lows. So we're up about 37.5% off those area lows that we put in back on the 4th of September. So good look here for Lucid. Still, I got to tell you, Joey, you got to see something. The cars are very expensive, but the company does excellent at giving you lease deals. They're giving you almost like no interest, 0.9 or 1%, and they're giving you cash incentives. You're getting like $25,000 off the car. So you end up looking at the lease payment, Joey, it's under 4 figures a month. You're $950, $975, which isn't too bad for a high-end car like that. Yeah. So interesting look here. And then you got an options super chat there from Willis Addison. I don't know if you want to have a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Willis Addison, what's going on? Go Bitcoin, by the way, as well, too. Okay, been in Lyft calls since last week. Oversold. Let's take a look at Lyft. LYFT. Yeah, I mean, look at this pre-market movement that we were seeing. So that's a really nice pop there. Hopefully you got to experience that. I'm sure that you would even gained a little bit of premium just due to the volatility spike. So that's positive. Let's zoom out and head towards the daily and see what we got going on there. Ooh, watch out for this though, right? That's a big time gap up. You have that hammer candle at an extreme high. I would watch out once it cracks that low, you might start to fill about 50% of that gap. So keep an eye out for that right there. But other than that, if you've been in it since last week, you've been doing pretty good on those options contracts. Very, very good look. I'm curious to know the strike price that you're involved in, because what we're going to do right now, Sharif, what are we going to do, brother?
You're going to do it live on the options chain.
We are.
I like
absolutely.
It, Joey.
So guys,
like
when you send me your option stuff, I love hearing the positions that you're in, but give me a little more detail, right? Because we can be detail oriented with the contracts and be like, hey, yeah, I'm at this strike price, I'm at this expiration cycle. So whatever you've been cooking at, if you're last week, you're in the teens, I'm assuming, so not too bad of a look. When do they expire? I have no idea, but I'm liking the looks of it. Okay, so the closer you get to expiration, the higher the IV, obviously. So keep that in mind. But other than that, looking pretty good there, Sharif.
All right, guys, keeping an eye on GV as it got back above VWAP, double top, 359, 360. That's the high of the green candle. The high of the red candle is 360, dropping back down into the mid-40s. I feel like I shouldn't be basing any of my trades on VWAP here on GV because it feels more of a line of best fit rather than an area of support or resistance. It just really hasn't been used all that much by the price action. So I'm trying to gauge what was. It seems as if the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 is where the money fills have come. Here's kind of what I'm seeing there on my side chart. So see that yellow line? All the prints got defended off that yellow line. So I'm hesitant to want to base anything here, either at 3.25 or at 3 low to mid teens. That's where VWAP and the 10 EMA are. And I don't think that that's the right move here on either of them. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on. GV, if it sets up the right way, I'm involved. Let's keep an eye also on Open Door as it's working its way back into that 10.25. I took some more prints here on AIIO, but it's coming back down near my entry. But my entry is based upon the 10 EMA, which it's defending right now. Moving back above the 10 EMA. So I've moved up my stop from 96s to 98s on AIIO. I'm also waiting for my second print here on ATHM. I'm break even. It's 129. I'm long 129. But I'm looking for the second bull flag continuation. But as I mentioned, the likelihood of getting a third bull flag is lower than the likelihood of getting a second bull flag most of the time. No two trades are created equal. So I'm in a lower probability trade waiting for that breakout from the second bull flag. That breakout comes as, I think, 135, 136. You know, obviously the wicks go into 138, but I'm not basing it upon the wicks. That's all I've got at the moment. I'm looking at working into OPAD as well. In addition to keeping my eye on GV, OPAD feels like it has a flat top break brewing here with that 475 area, and it keeps putting in higher lows. So that's the most important part of the situation. The higher lows with that flat top, that gets me involved. And I think we're substantially close to the volume weighted average price where I can confidently dollar cost average into that level, perhaps without getting into trouble. So let's see if we can get the mid print. We get 72s there. It's giving me 73s. So now we're going to set up north of 75. We're going to set up initially at 76, and then I'm going to wait around 79. The reason is we've been getting a whole lot of prints into 75. So let's see if we can break through 75 and get a little bit higher there. So that's what I'll be looking at. I also want to mention MLGO has a hammer candle that broke through VWAP. 2 subsequent candles are reclaiming VWAP and putting in higher lows and higher highs. So MLGO also in focus, Joey. Savage the second, I like it. Like
Sir Savage the second.
Yeah, because it's 2. Super chatted earlier, but I don't think you guys saw it. I'm looking at open 10 puts, 21st of November expiry. I'm playing the rate cut meltdown thoughts. That's your world, baby.
All right, let's take a look at that one and see what we got going on there. Yeah, we got a lot of calls and a lot of stuff going on within the community. You guys sending me your options contracts, expiration, strike prices, and everything. That's exactly what we want to see. All right, so we have some open 10 puts. Okay, 10 puts at 21 of November. Let's take a gander at those ones. OPEN, and then we want to head over to that November 21st. That's the only expiration cycle on this name. So we'll head over to Adara in 1 second. There's your puts, the $10 ones. You do have some volume and some concentration there, so not too bad. Volume, I mean, relatively cool, but substantially compared to what you see up and down. Once I get the nod from Assassino, we'll go over there. We'll take a look at the advanced chart just to see the liquidity within these. Not too bad. That's a pretty good look, right? Considering, so you have this massive gap down and everything along those lines, but there's still some liquidity there, which is always a good thing. Adara, what do you got for us?
GFS on watch here, Global Foundries. So PSI Quantum announcing Construct, the first purpose-built software platform for fault-tolerant quantum computing. Now, why would this be moving GFS? Well, I looked into it, and Global Foundries and PSI Quantum have a deal going back to May 2021. So this is at least 4 years worth of collaboration to build the world's first full-scale quantum computer. So GFS quantum computer partner PsiQuantum announcing the first purpose-built software platform for this quantum computing type. So keep an eye here in GFS. Interesting catalyst, guys. Back to you.
I just want to mention, Joey, ATCH is breaking out. So we did get the breakout through the second bull flag. We've got some prints there into 41s. That is the high of the day right now, but there is selling into 40. I'm talking about ATCH. This is on the MX. Okay, so I already don't like it because of that. But, you know, pickings are slim today, so we're going to weasel. We've already weaseled in. What am I saying? We're long here at 29s, which is what the BCAP 41s. So keep your eye out on this one. The bamboozlement is fast and furious on these MX exchange small cap gappers. Here we go, right back into 40, zigging and zagging. My next profit taker on this bad boy, 43s. But I'm quite close to getting stopped out here. I'm break even on AIIO, but I don't like the chart pattern that's putting in right now. If it doesn't defend 2, it's the end of the trade for me. Simple as that, Joey.
All right, brother. I like that one. NVDA starting to curl back up. You know, the Katina man had that short, so pretty good look there. Starting to curl back over. We like seeing that. Google and Amazon not looking too strong, though. Obviously, you want them to start participating so you can get that rebound in the NASDAQ itself. Amazon right there. Microsoft, if it gets the ball rolling, then I think we'll be okay. So let's go and check this one out. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you for that. And also, let's take a look at some of the other names that individuals were looking at via options contracts and go over those. Open puts will pay big at 10, 11 strike rate cuts are baked in, and expecting offering of shares is going to happen. Housing won't recover until spring of summer. That's what I'm hearing, and Stack. I actually heard something like that. I will see some cooling in the market until 26. Yeah, the 25 bips could be possibly baked in, but I'm looking at the crypto space, to be honest with you. I want to see how that's going to get rocking and rolling. GV going to dump again. Guys, put in those options. Okay, yeah, let's take a look there. We have this week's expiration on SMCI. Asks Grizz, anything for you? I just almost typed in Grizz instead of SMCI. I did type in Grizz. Okay. Yeah, I do that all the time. So
baby. Okay, so baby.
There we go. What was the strike price there? 46. All right, so you got 7,240 contracts right there. Keep an eye out for that 46.50 call wall. That might not be the best there because considering it's substantially larger than what we're experiencing and seeing throughout the rest of the strikes. If we go over to the put side, we don't see anything really large until we hit that 35 strike. And then right there we have 15,000 contracts, but only 1,230 contracts closed. So very relatively light volume. Calls one more time, 51,400 at that 50 strike price sheet.
All right, sir. Open door is starting to go here, guys. So let's weasel on over to, I want to keep GV on the trading screen over here, as well as these ones. And we're also keeping tabs on StubHub for you. We're going to be updating you constantly on that. So here's open door. It's doing its thing, 25. It's taking out the $0.25. These are local area highs. We had a lot of selling into 25 and 30, and here it goes. 1034, the high of the day is 1057 on open door. It's up 15.25%. People want to crap all over this thing. I see so much talk online about, you know, I'm going short this, and everyone's doing it different ways, Joey, right? Mm-hmm. The options route, the equities route, but, you know, this one keeps showing up every day with some good volatility. So we're going to keep an eye on it. Now, it's technically not a small cap gapper anymore. It's a I think now, what is it? Give me a sec over here. That's
Yeah, you want me to take over?
No,
Right.
of course, Joey. 7.65 billion. Oh, and there it goes into the 1040s. It's taken out levels. We're about a couple of cents here below that 10.5. Again, I want to remind you that the high of the day is 1057 on a wick basis. The closing prints all south, of course, of that $0.50. So be on the alert for possible aggressive selling, profit taking, shorting, whatever, into this 10.5 here on OPEN, Open Door, giving us the goods again, Joey. So we're going to keep tabs on that. There goes OPAD. Displeased that I didn't get the ad at 65. I was being a little frugal. I should have had it a little bit higher. But here we go. We're taking out that 75 penny area. Next print, there it is, Joey, at 80s.
Yep.
Now we're going to set up here at my friend 88. Hopefully our 88 can do a little bit better this year. I'm talking, of course, about CD Lamb. We're going to keep an eye here on 488s on my very good friend at the moment, OPAD, trading on the NYSE, Joey, up 16.5.
All right, cool, good stuff. Yeah, this isn't looking too good there, guys, as we head right back in towards these lows. Google helping drag this market down. Yeah, you can see how weak it is. So big cap tech, man, just drag it, leading the way to the downside. So when you had opportunity to get out here, should have. But oh well, it is what it is. We're not going to get too worried about that one there. I think we'll get a bounce eventually. So we'll take a look at some other things and what we got going on. Bitcoin, it did get a little bit of a break here that you can see. It punched through some resistance, and then now it's starting just to come back into the zone. So that's never a good sign. Giving up the majority of its move from yesterday already. So I think with this price action leading into FOMC, I would not be surprised to see that initial reaction to the downside, and then come 2:30 when Jerome Powell starts speaking. I'm really curious to see what he has to say. If he remains somewhat dovish, then I think the market could rally again to the top side. But if he's like, I don't know about that, data dependent, I don't know how much I like this again either. I'm no economist, but he's not really strategic is what I was reading on some things, and I agreed with the individual who said, and he's been saying, it's been the narrative throughout kind of QT and QE, is that, yeah, he's data dependent and not necessarily strategic. And what do I mean by strategic is like front running something, doing a couple bips early, not waiting for the labor market to drastically cool down. And instead he's waiting for those numbers to come in and then basing decisions off of that. So I found that slightly interesting.
Joey, you want to hear something jokes?
Yeah.
So on Squawk Box this morning, Becky Quick, so she's like, if I'm the FOMC, right, and I'm forced with this kind of rate decision that they had to make today, she went into perplexity and she's like, write me a statement, right, that would be like to say, no, I don't want to increase the rate, I don't want to cut 50 bips right now. So, dude, it was identical to Jerome Powell. Yeah, it was like data dependent this, FOMC, the committee that. Like, you could tell it trained off a lot of Jerome Powell's speeches.
It's just training off Jerome.
Oh, it was hilarious.
That's funny.
Here we go, guys. OPAD is taking out that flat top break. This is textbook flat top break with that 75 selling with the higher lows, the umpteen amount of higher lows, essentially from the $0.50 all the way up to that 75 penny area. We were continuing to put in higher lows. So we got the best beak wetter right now at 88s. I'm talking about OPAD up 17.5%. Let's see how far this one goes. The high of the day is 89. I have my best print at 88s, but the high of the day is 89. Let's go ahead and set up something over here in the mid 90s, see if we can wet the beak in and around that area. So OPAD is a good one, but Open Door, man, it continues to go. It's still hanging around that 10.5 level. It still hasn't taken 10.5 wick closing print or otherwise on this attempt. Earlier, of course, it did, as we talked about. But I'm going to continue to watch Open Door over here as, you know, to me, setting up off the trend line. I'll get to that trend line in a second. GV is the hot garbage we all thought it is. Look at that double top onto 360, Katina, man, dropping right back down. But I got to point out something. This is where we found support before on that hot garbage GV. Look at all the defends on the 20 EMA on the 5. That is the 20 EMA, the yellow line. So here we go again. We're finding support right at that 20 EMA. Do we make a higher low this time and then make possibly a higher high above that 3.5? So keep your eye on GV. It's up big, but it doesn't set up under my rules. It's below VWAP, but I'm alive to the fact that it is finding support at the 20. What's up, Katina, man? What's going on over there? Oh, he's talking about Brock Powers. Okay, shout out to Brock Powers. Yeah, Glaze. Yo, I'm late.
Yo.
What's good, fellas? We're chilling, bro. Thanks for joining us, Glaze.
Oh.
Hope you're doing well today, and you're printing on that side of the screen, and everything's gravy.
Yeah, I hope everything's gravy, baby. Yeah. Honestly, watch this. After
what are you
this,
gonna do, Joey?
I'm not gonna be trained. My accuracy on this is actually outstandingly horrible. So gotta find things that are in play. Oh, I will be momentarily 420 as soon as I exit this position. If we don't get another pop, then I will 100% be
straight.
And yes, right away, man. Just lock me up, Acon and everything. So yeah, hey, it is what it is, man. I honestly, yeah, I put the cash up. I'm here to. It's funny. I was making so my friends. They'll do this, right? I'm like, okay, it makes somewhat logical sense. So they'll do like the $10 parlays that pay out like $1,000. But for me, I would rather go with the higher conviction trade and put a couple $100s on it. That's just me personally, right? So again, I'm willing to risk some money to make some money because that's the name of this game. The more you put up, the more potential that you have to make. But obviously you have double-edged sword because you can lose a substantial amount as well too. So just keep that in mind. If the mega cap get that bounce, then we're going to be okay, which is starting to happen right now, Sharif. So we'll take that all day. Let's go over some of the chain stuff because that's what we like to do. And we're going to construct. What we're going to do is we're going to construct a vertical here. So we're going to throw our good old trusty strategy builder. We're going to head over to the IBIT options chain, and we're going to go to 2 weeks out to see what we got going on. 36.4% at the money IV. I'm happy to not be playing for implied volatility. Now let's set up our vertical here. Verticals. And then now, bang, look at that. We can construct our own trade. Let's actually make it a little bit more wider. We want that $5 spread. So we're going to go slightly in the money. So we're going to go with those 65s. They're going to cost us a whopping $2.27. So keep that in mind. Oops. Okay, we'll go a strike lower. We'll go the 64s. So we're already in the money. And let's take a look at the profile here. We're going to make it a little bit larger. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. And then we're going to take a look at our risk profile. So what essentially we got going on here is that we have a 46% chance that this specific setup, this vertical spread, is going to be profitable. Your max return is 277, but your max loss is $222, right? But what you can always do is just buy back your short contract if the thesis is working out for you, and then allow that one contract to free roam. We can remove that, and then you'd be paying a little bit more, around $500, but that's nothing crazy. We like that setup right there. That is going to be your vertical spread for the contracts leading into FOMC. Go IBIT, go. We'll take that all day, my friend.
Where are we at, Joey? BTC right now, 115.852. Okay, so, and look at your friend ETH is working its way back into 4,500 as well. I want to update you guys on StubHub IPO. We're now showing a theoretical auction price of $26. Look, this is not the most well-received of the bunch, at least lately. Just looking here quickly at my notes to update you guys that the actual IPO price, $23.50. In addition to being $23.50, that was not above the range or even with above the range at all. It's actually at the midpoint of the range, so not even at the higher end of the range. And as we've been seeing lately, these IPOs have been very oversubscribed at the IPO level, not in the trading, not the first trading day. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about at the IPO level with the institutions and the institutional investors. They have been oversubscribed. In addition to that, most of these IPOs have actually increased the amount of shares available for trading on public markets, not decrease them. So I got to tell you, it doesn't feel great, but who the hell knows, because they are kind of wild cards right now. So StubHub, wanted to update you on that. We're currently seeing a tap of $26. Let's bring in the imbalance locator, Joey, and show them that. So right now we have a neutral buy side on StubHub, and I don't know whether or not that variance, that size is 24,300 buy or sell. Okay, paired volume quite low, 1.27 million. So we're going to keep updating you on the tap as well as the imbalance locator for the IPO. Even if Joseph and I don't trade it, maybe you guys do. So I want to keep that. I want to keep you guys apprised of that. We're also doing it live over here on my friend what's it called? AIIO, taking prints back to the high side. And as well over here on OPAD, took a few prints there early on, got 80s, but still waiting for 94s. Papacito, ooh, my man Papacito coming in there. What is that? Is that shekels? Those are shekels.
Yeah, right? It looks like it.
It looks like a shekel. 6.9 shekels. Let's just go with that. What do you think about Zena? God bless everyone. No, God bless you, my man. Let's have a look at ZENA or ZENA. Shout out to all my Canadians, Americans, everybody out there. We're all good, right? Doesn't matter if you say Z or Z.
It doesn't matter, man.
It doesn't matter. All right, what am I looking at here? Am I looking at the daily? Am I looking at, well, let's start with the daily, Joseph Options. So, look, it's not a good look on the daily. We're continuing to kind of be in this consolidative range. I do like the higher lows, however, since April, no complaining about that. So now we're, away from that dollar area and risk of delisting. We're putting in some higher lows over here. We're above. In fact, it looks like we're using the 50 moving average as support. Okay, that seems to be the case. We are also putting in lower highs though, at least from that area crest over here at $7. So that's ZENA. Let's go to the 5-minute. See what this one's doing. It's about to take out 5 1/4. If this takes out the high of the day, it's got good support at VWAP. Double bottom into VWAP and now moving back up. You're not getting much in the way of notional. 506 low, 524 high. I like the look. I'm a little, undecided on the daily. I like the support at the 50, but I'm not very happy with the lower highs. We got to go to Adair.
Yeah, we go in there.
Yeah.
Reddit on watch. RDDT report that apparently Reddit is in talks to strike its next AI content pact with Google. So Reddit and Google reportedly in talks for an AI content deal. As you can see, RDDT spiking here with volume all the way from day's low to almost high of day. Good look here for RDDT. We're going to talk about crypto as well while we're here for our crypto segment. This is CDT. I have the daily chart up here. A, to show you, I think, just how far this has come. This is a penny stock, but B, the volume today is significant. This company is one of many small caps that is announcing a crypto-related strategy. CDT Equity announcing the strategic purchase of roughly 8.65 Bitcoin for $1 million. CDT initially going to pop on that, dropping back a little bit lower and back to being a penny stock after briefly being above that $1 level. I want to take a look at Bitcoin as well on the daily chart, headed into the FOMC decision that comes through at 2 p.m. Eastern. Bitcoin continuing to oscillate here around that 115,000 level, finding some support around 114 halves. If we drop, another level of support here for Bitcoin could be 113 halves. Let's take a look as well at Ethereum heading into this announcement. ETH continues to have some support around that 4,200 level, but we did make a lower high here of 4,800. Let's see also what happens if Bitcoin will be trading with the market or opposite the market when we get this decision, because we know they don't always trade in tandem. Back to you.
Shout out to my man Don Sharifo, bro. You're killing me with this. But you got a good looking small capper, man. Look, it's not the biggest mover on the day. It's LDI. Let's have a look at LDI. Great looking chart pattern, Don Sharifo. I mean, obviously we were gonna have 520 is going to be a local area high. That's from a few days ago, September 15th. Did bub kiss yesterday, but look at these holds here, man. Off the 10 EMA. We've been doing it live all freaking morning. Double bottom at 1010 off the 10 EMA. Triple bottom over here, 1030 to 1040 off the 10 EMA. We do it live again at 1110 off the 10 EMA. Another double bottom, Joseph Options, 1125, 1130 off. You guessed it, the 10 EMA. So LDI has earned its way onto the side charts. We're taking off. Who are we taking off here, Joey? Who's going to lose their spot here? MLGO's gone. We're taking off MLGO. Microalgo's out. LDI is in. We're going to keep tabs on that. Last but not least over here, let's go back quickly. Oh, we're doing it live again on AAPL. Let's set up some more profit takers, this time at 10s, and then we're going to set up at 12s. Okay, so that's a look there. Last but not least, we're right at the day's high right now on OPAD, and if we've seen it once, maybe you've only seen it once, but I was going to say we've seen it 1,000 times. This resistance level on this on OPAD seems to be an accumulation zone for the longs because we saw it at 4 3/4. Maybe we see it at 5, but right now we're seeing it at 490, Joey. So I'm packing my patience, looking for more. Last but not least, He says like that already. LAZR, shout out to the OG Bovin. Luminar Technologies, LAZR, up 20% thereabouts at the day high, 253. Shout out to the OG Bovin.
All right, man. Yeah, all right. Let's see what else we got going. OPAT is a new open sympathy play. Okay.
Okay.
I'm in those Oracle shorts, printing paper, October contract, great midday. Thank you for that. Yeah, let's take a look at Oracle and see what that bad boy's been up to.
What is it up to?
ORCL, let's go. Yeah, I mean, there it is, relatively weak, man. I'm kind of, again, aside from the crypto space, from an equity standpoint, slightly nervous leading into, I'm not nervous at all, to be honest with you, but I mean, I'm curious to see what's going on. You can see the sellers stepping into today's session, and then if you have that FOMC print, I would be surprised if it essentially engulfs all this, and that's going to be in the like of the TQs, right? So it's very, very shallow pullbacks, and then once you do get those pullbacks, it's just sellers stepping right back in. So keep an eye out on that one. Slightly top EPA right here as well too. Let's actually just draw ourselves a basic trend line and see what we got going on from that front. So there it is, right? So until you snap that, I would suggest that, hey, boom, you might get a run into it and then maybe another move lower. But what Tesla's been up to on the day, it's saying never mind everything else. When the rest of the market's ripping and Tesla was doing nothing, now it's the inverse, right? Tesla putting in a new intraday high. We're not going to calculate the pre-market or anything along those lines. Still a ways away from that. So a good look on Tesla. And that's what happens, right? When you see those aggressive buying programs, it's like, okay, it just doesn't phase out immediately. It just slowly dwindles away. And I think that's why it's good strategy that if you see something strong, one session is to go back to it the following to see if you're going to get buyers to step back in. And I think that's been the case here with Tesla. And yeah, I mean, it's a big vote of confidence essentially that Elon's buying his own stock. That's a good sign. You're still down 14%. So do you think that this name is at a discount? Maybe, possibly. I don't know.
You know, we should throw up a poll. You and I were having a conversation off camera. I was telling you I was thinking about making a video yesterday about what Elon was doing. And the basis of the video was he's buying up his stock because something is coming. What is coming, though? I'd like to see what the chat thinks about this. Like, Assassino, if we possibly could maybe throw on a poll. We haven't done one of those in a while. I was thinking, is Elon buying Tesla stock? My bias is because something's coming. Is it going to be the Model 2 or the cheaper EV, whatever you want to call it? Is it going to be robo-taxi? Is it going to be possibly the licensing of the robo-taxi or full self-drive? Or is it something like Optimus? You know, I'd love to hear what the chat thinks. Or even if we can include a fifth option. I don't know how many options can we put on the...
I think 4 is good.
4?
Yeah.
No, I was going to say one of them that, you know, none of these. None of the above.
None of the above.
You know, that's what I was going to say. Because
Above.
maybe he's buying it for a different reason, not because there's a product launch coming up.
When in doubt on the old test, you just go with none of the above.
Yeah, so Fabian, my thinking is, you know, is he buying his own stock here at these levels because he thinks either one, you know, or not thinks, knows that, you know, the Model 2 is coming out, the cheaper EV, robo-taxi, possibly more en masse, or something to do with FSD being licensed as other automakers, or maybe like an Optimus. I don't think it's Optimus, so maybe instead of Optimus, throw in like none of the above. So people who don't think he's buying it for any, you know, upcoming product launch could have an option as well, because that's an entirely possible answer too. Because he has minions, says FD McDowell. But brother, he was buying his own stock here, so it's not the minions that we're buying. But I see your point.
But I mean, to follow, he was buying his own stock, and then the minions proceed that, which is like, hey, oh, you're buying it? Guess what? I'm doing it too.
But he bought $1 billion. We know he bought $1 billion of his own stock. If you believe the filings.
Absolutely.
Right?
Boy, I mean, I highly doubt those are. I don't think you can lie. The SEC won't allow you to do so.
Joseph Birch.
Yeah.
He also warned the shorts that they are going to get ruined. Yeah. Maybe he was doing that. I was joking with Joey off camera. I was like, he's buying because Larry Ellison got a little too close there in net worth. So, you know, he had to bump Tesla stock back up. So, you know, he's the OG again. Obviously, I'm more tongue-in-cheek with that one, but you never really know what the hell Elon is doing. So he's an enigma, that's for sure, bro.
No, yeah, I mean, that's good, though. Never let him know your next move.
Well, absolutely,
Joey. That's absolutely the way that things go.
Just to confirm, go ahead, Fabian. So not Model Y, Model 2, which is like the cheaper Model 2, Fabian. Yeah, or none of the above.
Yeah, it's
perfect.
confidence,
Love it, Fabian. Thank you for throwing that on there. Appreciate it, brother. Let's see what everybody's got. Guys, it's out right now. I'd really like to hear what you guys have to say about this poll. I mean, if it's none of the above, if Elon's just freaking crazy, hit none of the above. But we know he was buying. We know Joey. He was buying to the tune of $1 billion, maybe more if he releases another, what's it called? Filing? Regulatory filing. So I'm going to go Model 2. The only reason I'm hitting Model 2, Joey, is because he said that he was going to mass produce it by the end of the year. Okay. I know he's been super, let's just call it loose with his timelines in the past, but I'm just clicking that back.
Hey, we'll be generous and call it loose for sure. What do you think is more important? Let me ask you this. What do you think is more important fundamentally to, what's up, Jody Mills, to Tesla, Model 2, or FSD?
Okay, FSD.
Yeah. I figured, right?
I'm gonna say for a reason, the Model 2 is not gonna be a high margin product. It's not gonna be.
It's not whatsoever.
And you don't get like an $8 trillion valuation with 18% gross margins. You get them with 80% gross margins, right? It needs to be a high margin product. I stick by that.
So with the robo-taxi, do you still have to sub to FSD, obviously, or do you think it comes automatically as a package within the...
Can you say that question again?
So with the robo-taxi, the steering wheel-less vehicle, do you think it's going to come with FSD, or do you have to pay a subscription on top of that?
I'm assuming you buy the robo-taxi, you better have it, right? I mean, that's my thinking. Maybe you get 5 years, you get 3 years, and then it becomes a SaaS after.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I like that one there. I mean, these subs, Katina, man, do you have that on your Tesla, if you mind us asking?
Well, it's an option.
It's an option?
You can get it aftermarket, exactly, yeah.
You should try it for a month to see what it's. You know what I mean? You may as well.
I'm driving, and I think I retry it.
Yeah, me as well.
Katina man, Katina man might actually get the FSD.
Yeah.
Katina man, brother, if you get that FSD, we're gonna need videos. We're gonna need constant video. We need like audits, Katina man. It did well in this situation. It did crappy in this situation. You know what I mean? Like, we need to know it's good.
Yeah, we need to, and I would love to sit in the back seat as well too, man. What do you say? You got us?
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that.
Get it, Katina man.
So yeah, 25.50.
Let it cook.
So yeah, Katina man, the family and I are going to Burger Priest after as well too. That's gonna be a good time. I love the double bacon with cheddar and cheese there. That's a good one. Now, okay, that's a great question. Imagine having to pay a subscription in order to use it. It's probably going to be the case. As Shreve just mentioned, you get a couple years, and then after you're going to have to pay it. Otherwise, it's just going to be a dust collector if you're not willing to do so. But I highly doubt people are going to do that.
Well, it's not going to work, bro. There's no pedals and there's no steering wheel. As Ichiro was saying in the chat, like, I mean, it's based upon FSD, or it's not, well, I don't know what they're going to call it. Obviously, in the current car is called FSD, whatever it's going to be called in the robotaxi. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what, if anything, Elon is up to. Right now, the majority of you guys, none of the above. Most people do not believe Elon's timelines. And I can completely sympathize with that because, well, he's been quite liberal with his timelines in the past.
Yeah. For me personally, I would rather say a further dated timeline and then come in ahead of it than saying something slightly too obviously optimistic and then come behind it because it's just not a good look. Right? So that's why you show up to work 15 minutes early. You don't show up 15 minutes late.
Oh,
get it, Joey. It is, man. That's how it is. What do you think about 500 calls leaps for Tesla January or further out? I don't like that far out of the money accounting East. I'll be honest with you. That's way too far out the money and not enough time, in my opinion. You'll just lose value on that contract. That's the thing about those out the money calls and puts is they just look so attractive, considering it's like, oh, a couple bucks. But then at the end of the day, if it doesn't move relatively quick, then you're in trouble. Now, if you were to buy those 500 strike price calls last Wednesday before we found out that before we realized that Tesla was going on that massive run, then yeah, you're doing pretty good, right? I like that, but right now, personally, no, that is not me. Look at my open spread, please. Curious your thoughts. I don't know what your open spread please is. I don't know what the open spread is there, my friend Jersey boy. If you give me a little bit more detail, I'll be more than happy to do so. Ichiro says he does that for leaps. You buy that far out of the money. I mean, if you have a defined strategy behind it, by all means can do so. But me, that's not my style of options trading.
Yeah, Bovin, I see CDT. It's too consolidative, Bovin at VWAP and south of $1. So I'm not a fan. All right, keeping my eye here on my current trades. We've done well on AIIO. It's right back into my level. I've been keeping my eye on this $2 level. Anything below 2 ends the trade, okay? We've taken out the majority of the position, just keeping my eye on it now. OPAD continues to hover at that 490. I saw this story before with 475, 470. I'm starting to see it now with 490, with 85 being support, 90-ish being resistance. So I'm not getting out of this one. Let's let that one cook. And AIIO just lost the bid there, so we'll get stopped out in the last remaining amount. And that is, look, so I had my stop at 98s. We get slipped 1 penny. We got 97s on that. It's not a good feeling, but definitely cost of doing business. Now, ATCH is coming back into 28s. I'm long at 29s, 29 in the ask. It's losing the 10. That ends the trade for me. We'll be positive on both of them, but it looks like as if, some of these are giving back a little bit. We'll set up again and regroup when we get back from Madera at the big desk.
Do have some news here quickly as well. Apparently, Microsoft on watch list just came in. The U.S. House is going to start using Microsoft Copilot, as reported by Axios. Also, Dayforce did drop a bit as well. Goldman Sachs reportedly preparing a $5.5 billion debt deal for that Dayforce acquisition. So DAY and MSFT on watch. Now, without further ado, I am very pleased to announce the premiere, if you will, of this Open Door infographic series. This is the result of many, many hours, more than I would maybe care to admit, of scouring through X, really looking at the posts of all the key stakeholders involved. What I've tried to do here is create an unbiased account of Open Door's epic rise. So I went through all of the key players' accounts, just kind of tracking everything that happened here. This infographic visual just kind of covers all of the players involved, for lack of a better term, and then all of the pieces will look like this. You'll get a date, you'll get a list of kind of the main thing for Open Door that happened that day. There's lots of visuals as well. And at the end, we actually have the daily chart of Open Door contextualized with all of these events. So if you like very, very in-depth deep dives, if you're part of the Open Army, or even if you're just curious about Open Door in general, check this out on X at TTV Research. That is X at TTV Research. Very excited to present this to all of you. And as always, if anyone has any ideas for deep dives like this, just tag me in the chat at Adara LePage. And if I'm in the chat, I will definitely check that out and write that down. Back to you.
Good stuff there. Just Living. Hey, Joey, everyone's super fascinated about people joining the $1 trillion club. When does $2 trillion club strike call price happen for Tesla, and what would be wise expiration date? With that one, I would be as far as you can possibly buy out, in my opinion. But you also got to take into consideration, and when I was watching some of that Zoox release in Vegas, these companies are still 5 or so years away from being even profitable, right? They're just starting to step in the door of more major cities. Like, you got Zoox heading into San Francisco shortly, and then I'm sure they're going to start tackling the East Coast as well too. So keep that in mind. But as for this FSD and autonomy, it's still quite a ways away. I have no idea, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's probably half a decade at least until you start to see more of mass adoption. I could be totally wrong on that front, but I think that's kind of the timeline that we're looking at. And think about it, Waymo, it's $230K to build the car. One thing that Elon does have is obviously production in his favor, but Zoox as well too. I personally like the Zoox vehicle the most. There we go. There it is.
Money.
There he is.
Money.
All right, you take this.
All right, our guy. Hope you're well, brother. Much of my small ticker stop losses are being hunted with precision, especially when they lose volume. I read the hidden / conditional orders can hide. You can stop loss from the book. Do you guys use these? Other ways to avoid the hunt?
So I just know one way that we can do it here is to use script orders. If you want to hide your orders from the exchange, then you use scripts, and they only activate once the if-then condition is met.
It's triggered,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
And what we mean by script orders is they sit on our servers. So by default, there's latency there, right? Because they sit on our servers, and then once the condition is triggered, it's sent. And we know latency has a lot to do with trading. So there's that way. Do you have a different way?
No, I don't personally. No, that's what you'd want. So essentially what you can have there, and what he's saying, Gorev, is that, or sorry, Nimrod, is that what you have is a trigger price, and then something, once that price is hit, it triggers it, and then it puts your stop order into the book, right? So see if that works out for you, and that's what I use. So you want your trigger price to be larger or higher in price than what your actual stop order is, because once it gets to that price, it will then put the stop order on the book, all right? So just keep that in mind. Hopefully that works out for you. Thank you very much, our friend, for the super chat. Looking forward to seeing you. I heard you're coming. Yeah. So let's see if you do rock and roll down here once again in October, I think is what I heard through the grapevine. Beautiful weather here in Toronto in October.
You're going to like it.
Yeah, you're going to get to see the color of the leaves change and everything along those lines. Great times for sure.
Joseph, look, you guys were telling me about this from a while ago. It's hard to see all of them. TGE is rocketing up. It's awfully dangerous just based on how this one is moving at the moment. I took an ill-fated trade on it to begin with, got a quick beak wetter, then stopped out, then never looked back at it again because it lost VWAP. But here it goes again. It's taken out VWAP, it's taken out the $4 level with a 440 high now. Very strong, but very volatile. And it's bamboozled me before. It's basically characteristic to this stock is topping tail candles. And we've seen plenty of them littered all over the chart, whether you're looking at the 1 or the 5. So trade it carefully, but it's a really good one right now. I'd like to see maybe something test 375 if 4 loses, because that's where the volume weighted average price is. Also, I perceive that to be kind of the breakout area. So here it comes into 4. Does it hold 4 or does it drop down into set 375? 391 dipping in now. Let's keep an eye here and see how far deep we go. So right now, the low of this candle is 385. So we're continuing to bleed here, but not far away enough from 4 just yet. Let's keep watching. While we watch, we'll send you to Adara. She's got news.
I do, and it actually involves Broadcom. AVGO on watch. This is at day's lows, not reacting too much to this story, but S&P upgrading its outlook on Broadcom to A- with positives. So Broadcom here looks like a credit upgrade from S&P. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Joe.
Yes, sir. Let's go over that here. I hope I'm wrong as well, Gaurav. So we got ebb and flow portfolio. Hi, Joseph. You're the opposite guy. My options positions are Archer, October 17th, and then we have some INTC, January 26th. I love the further dated ones. You know that already. And now let's take a look at Archer, ACHR. Is that what the ticker is?
ACHR.
Yeah, ACHR.
Yeah, that's Archer.
ACHR. And we'll see what we got cooking up here. Calls. Okay, so what I do like is that you have that 819 level that's holding up pretty good. So once that cracks, and maybe I would be looking to get out, you do have a little bit of time, right? Just a little bit over a month. So that's not horrible. So not bad of a look there. And then also INTC. This is really ebb and flow, so shout out to you on your portfolio. But again, you have your defined base, and ask yourself, like this name, Katina Neal, they've been talking about it as well. So you go back to August of 24, July of 24, whatever it may be. Essentially, you're just trading within this range here specifically. So in order for this to really start to work, you want to see some nice volume kick in, and then break through those resistance with velocity and volume. So if that happens, then I think you'll be okay. But you also have to withstand just coming back in within this range. We have a shelf right there that I don't love. You want to see that cleaner price action up, down, not up, sideways.
What happened, man?
Yeah, it's continuing to move lower. But yeah, that's what you want to see right there. Hopefully that breaks up for you on both Archer and INTC.
All right, Joey, I've been watching TGE. We got a bottoming tail hammer candle right now. Bottoming tail, it defended 380 like a glove, and here comes possibly another breakout here. It's a candle of indecision because we only breached the prior candle low by a little bit. So we're basically engulfed by the prior candle's price action. It's back above $4. I don't know. When you're unsure about something, you're unsure about something. And this one, I'm definitely unsure of. I haven't digested the chart pattern in a way where I feel like, oh yeah, I can limit my risk this way. So I'm just going to leave that one for a second. But wowzers, go OPAD, go. Taking out 495 now into 505. Good look here for OPAD. We only have one beak wetter left on this one, so we're going to get a little gangster. We're going to put 510 here, Joey. Just 505 popped up. So let's see if we can get a nice little price spike on OPAD. But there's another flat top break at 490 in the way that we observed it at 475. Let's see if everything changes at this $5 level, right? Whether people start taking profits aggressively or the shorts get reinvigorated and they start taking some new short positions over here. So I've put my out at 510. Let's see how this one does. I think we're long. Yeah, we're long at 72, so it's not a bad look. So let's right back. I'm still holding LAZR as it's holding the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm observing this one. Let's see what this one does. But I feel like, I really should be trying to work my way in to TGE over here as it's holding 4 generally. I don't want to base anything on 4, like put my stop below $4 because that's just a prescription to get stop hunted. And that's not the move. Now you could put current bar low. That'll take me all the way down to 380. That's risking 20 pennies. I don't know if that's the move for me. And here we go, dropping below 4 again into 95. So we are very much in an indecisive phase right now on TGE, not having taken out the prior bar high or lost prior bar low. Yeah, yes. So we're going to have to pack our patience over here, Joey, because I just don't have the read on TGE at the moment. I'd love to execute on it, but I don't got the read.
Yeah, for sure. No problem on that one. All right, guys, what else do we got going on? I seen someone mention the quantum space, RGTI. I'm pretty good here on the day. It was the top name on my list. I had IonQ and RGTI, and then I was away from the desk, so we didn't get to take advantage of that move, which is extremely unfortunate. And now I'm sitting in this TQ trade that is not good at all. So yeah, we don't want that. But here it is, RGTI. Let's go a couple of the other names, QUBT. See what that one's up to. Another tough look here, but I mean, strong space, IonQ. This one, I love the pre-market price action. You get that pullback. You do get those bounces off the lows. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a lower time frame standpoint. And there it is, some nice hammer candles at lows. And that's kind of what you want to keep an eye out for. But yeah, these big tech names are just continuously bleeding. Nvidia hasn't been that good as of late, if you ask me. But guys,
what?
It's time for Happening Now with Adara and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
I'll let Adara set up there in a second. Looks like there's some mic issues. Now, we're in TGE. Let's see if this area holds. We got in at 76, trying to hold the 10 EMA. I don't mind dollar cost averaging into that 10 EMA. 362 is what I'm looking at. Huge seller at 78, exactly where, well, not exactly where we got in. We got in at 76, but continuing to watch here. Now, I want to pick up some in the low 60s if this one allows me. So I'm going to put something over here. Here we go, dipping down into the low 60s. We missed it. So it didn't hang out in that area for all that long. So we're continuing to watch here in the 70s. I'm talking about TGE, very volatile name, but looking like it has opportunities. And it just spiked up aggressively. We took a couple of prints there as it spiked up, but no continuation, Joey. So continuing to watch.
All right, man. Good look. Let me know whenever we're good to go over to Adara. If not, we're just going to stay here and kick it. I'm not plugged. Am I plugged in? No, I am not. So we'll make sure we tap into that.
You want me to take over? Are you good?
We're good, baby. We're good. IonQ starting to get another bounce here. We like that there in the quantum space. Someone said Rich Tech Robotics yesterday. I'm curious to what this is up to. I wanted to buy this name so long ago.
You did. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I wanted to buy it. It was like $1.53, and I'm like, who do I think I am? I'm not Sharif buying these small cap names, but that would have been really nice, Sharif. When we were talking about it, it was in the dollar range, $2 range, and that's 100% return if you got the $2 right to $4.
Those are the 10 bagger potentials, right? And that's the thing.
It is, man.
You're gonna strike out a lot, but hopefully when you hit that 10 bagger, it'll make all up.
You know what I mean? Like if you're putting $1,000 on these names and you get that, that's fantastic stuff. So yeah, I wanna see what we got going on here. If we get any move back into $2, I'm sitting on a little bit of cash in the long term. I was either gonna go with XLF or just go YOLO on some Rich Tech Robotics or something that has potential to just absolutely boom.
All right, man. Continuing to watch here, still in TGE, looking for that continuation. We're showing low 80s. It's holding up off the 10, but we got to 2-candle red setup now, basically holding off the 10 moving average. I have a dip trade to take some more off that 10. Alas, it hasn't filled yet, so we'll have to pack our patience on that one, continuing to watch. Now, I did see a price spike up into about 505 on OPAD, but down below 5 we go into the mid-90s as well. So that one I'll have to keep my eye out on, as well as LAZR. We're about 1 penny from getting stopped out on LAZR. We're not going to risk too much on this one because it's quite extended into that 255 area. But the one that I'm really trying to focus on right now, Joey, TGE, looking for that continuation back up off the 10 EMA on the 5. Are we good to go, guys, or what's the situation? Yep, okay, we are going to Adair.
Yeah, we'll just take a look here just for happening now. Market near the lows as we await that FOMC decision. And again, we will have the Fed consisting of Lisa Cook, who I guess after this appeal will now remain on the Fed for the time being anyway as this investigation unfolds. We'll also have Stephen Myron on the Fed. So this should be interesting. This is Stephen Myron's first Fed vote, and his position is set to end at the end of January 2026. So he won't be there for very long, but let's see if he ends up shaking things up. The market, again, being shooken up here to the downside. Reddit was on watch, reportedly trying to work out an AI content deal with GeoOGL. That report takes it from days lows to days highs in the blink of an eye. So good look here for RDDT. Nvidia still at days lows, however, doing quite the opposite. We know Nvidia has been on watch, lots of China uncertainty and chaos. And Jensen Huang even saying that Nvidia can't really do much if a country doesn't really want it to be part of its, I guess, ecosystem. So interesting look there for NVDA. We know Nvidia, Microsoft, CoreWeave are also amongst the names that are having these investments in the UK. Of course, Donald Trump, president of the US, visiting the UK right now, so interesting look for them. In Mag 7 land, we also have META on watch. Meta has its Connect event, not during the day as it normally does, but that keynote will start with Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of the company, at 8 p.m. Eastern or 5 p.m. Pacific. Should be an interesting one there. Glasses reportedly in focus as we send you back to the Bash Brothers. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe and stick with us because in 2 hours, we will have all that Fed coverage for you right here from this desk.
Super amped to see the 25 basis point cut that we're all predicting. No, you know, who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe a curveball will come our way. Unlikely, though. Continuing to watch. Just tell me. You don't have to tell anybody else. Just tell me. Is it 25? 50. That's crazy. He says 50, Katina, man. That's crazy. All right. I got to go. Everybody's watching. Bye. All right, TGE, we're continuing to watch, baby. Back into that $0.75 area. We took a whole bunch of prints as it did price spike up, but it's got a 4-candle red setup right now with lower highs. Still holding up off that 10 EMA on the 5, though. So I'm watching here as TGE continues to hang out a little bit of my area. We're long at 76s, took a couple of prints into 90s. But I want to mention to you guys, StubHub. Again, we're still waiting for this IPO, the top, the theoretical auction price, $25. But we also have to take a gander at the imbalance locator because we need to see what's good with this one. There we go. Where is Stub? It's disappearing here from the list. Oh, there's number 1. So it's a buy-side imbalance now of about 60,000 shares with a little bit less than 2 million shares paired by the NYSE. That's what PV stands for, paired volume. And that's basically taking all the buy-side orders that come into the exchange prior to trading and the sell-side orders and pairing them together. Say Joey wants to short it, I want to buy it. The exchange pairs us together with that, and then that becomes part of the paired volume. Okay. But there is typically an excess, whether more buy orders or sell orders, and that is what's reflected over here. When we see B under the side, that means a buy-side imbalance, and the size tells us exactly how much the variance is. So typically, when we're right about to go live and it's about to open up, this size has to drop down. So typically not 77,000. We'll have to wait and see what that exact number is. Okay, Joey, we just pumped up right, and I took a couple of more prints over here at 95s on TGE, but the bamboozlement is fast, furious, and pretty freaking crazy because we got that print and then it dropped right back down again, not printing me at that 65 penny area where I've been waiting to get printed, but back back into the 60s we go. Looks like it's holding generally at this level with higher lows. So I don't want to be quick to take this one out. I'm going to let this one execute. And there we go. We just got printed. If it loses the $0.50, it's over. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at Rich Tech over here, starting to get somewhat of a bounce here. Not horrible. That's a nice, strong opening. Drive bomb. And then, or is that even opening? No, that's after. Look at this volume step in on RR. Bang, that's a big time move. Starting to give back a little bit of that. Look for that 395 level to hold, but that's a pretty nice move. I like that throughout this intraday. 12%. We'll take that all day, every day. Bitcoin starting to come back in. Key resistance zone downtrend still fully intact. You can see from our little, and I was going to take a long on this in here. I think I did. And then I got out earlier just around these lows. But here, I was like, no, I'm not going to be buying into these downtrends anymore because essentially it just breaks down. What you want to see is the open on the 5-minute and then volume step in, and then that will give you your entry confirmation right there. Now, as for the TQs, continuously bleeding, putting in a potential new low. The SPY has been holding up relatively better than what the TQs have been up to. So there's the SPY. What's VOO? I know that's another one. I heard that VOO offers a really good dividend. So there it is. Yeah, 605.89. Not as liquid, obviously. So keep that in mind. Is this slightly cheaper? I think it is than what the SPY is. Yeah, nothing substantially, like $60. So yeah, I mean, there it is. Either pick your poison on VOO or SPY. Tesla, it's disregarding whatever the market's up to today, considering the strength within it. Boom, you get this pop, and still hovering around those highs. And it's kind of the inverse of what the NASDAQ is up to. You're getting these more shallow pullbacks, and then you get a buyer step back in. And then in the likes of the TQs, you're not getting really any buyer step in. And then when they do, they just get flushed right down. So essentially a whole session without any move back towards the volume-weighted average price feels nice. So yeah, that would be nice. If we can get a pop up there, I'll just hop all out. But I don't know if we're going to, considering what the mega names are up to. Microsoft still relatively weak. Nvidia is going on day 2 of selling, so good call up, good trading there from Katina Man as he was rocking that one to the downside. But there we go, Meta getting a little bit of a bounce from 796 to 776 and not doing anything to the NASDAQ whatsoever, so disregarding whatever move that's been putting in. I think it's more or less tracking what Nvidia is up to, excuse me, and Google. Bitcoin coming back in towards those lows. Great stuff, because we are extremely long some calls now, and that's maybe, again, I'm front running that, and I'm willing to risk it, right? It may not be the ideal thing, and it may not work out whatsoever, but I'm willing to do so. So yeah, we'll be patient, wait and see if we can get any form of a pop. Still short small. 172 on NVDA. Yeah, nice, brother. Really good look. I mean, that's multiple dollars in the money. We like that, so we won't complain over there, and I hope that it continues to print up for you. But there's another potential bottoming signal here in the NAS, but I don't think it's going to work, just considering what I've been looking at from the price action throughout the session. And then also on the lower time frames, you can see that on multiple occasions you have this indecision print. You do get that initial pop, but then immediately met by stronger selling volume. And I think that might be the case here. So I was long somewhere in this neck of the woods, and then sure enough, just doing things that I obviously should not be doing. But yeah, it is what it is. Learn from those lessons and just try not to repeat them, which I think I'm pretty good at. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm telling you, you can call me bag holder, Joey, today.
Who?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is, man. You don't want to do those things.
Start a scrap over here, and then I found out it was you.
Yeah, it was me. Right. Yo, Joey, bravo. Take a look at Tesla on the hourly time frame. Huge bullish pennant. Yeah, we were just going over Tesla. We like Tesla. Considering what the overall market is doing, and it's doing this, right? So it's just living in its own world right now. So yeah, there it is, Tesla, nice bull flag, and there it is, right? So you have that stopping volume, but it's like, we're gonna continue our trajectory to the southeast. So yeah, watch out for that. Bitcoin might potentially bounce here, and actually never mind. So we want to wait for this 5-minute candle to print, and if it did as a hammer, then that's just going to give you a little bit more conviction. But you can see here is that we have more buying pressure in around these lows that can give you that potential pop, but now you're getting right back into that zone. So Adair, what's going on?
GM on the move here, guys, getting a little bit of volume as well. Seeing reports that GM and SAIC are reportedly discussing the renewal of their China auto manufacturing partnership. The reason for this drop could potentially be because of tariff concerns with China. We know that Trump has been really emphasizing U.S. manufacturing, especially for vehicles. But either way, the story on this, regardless of the reason for the move, is that GM and SAIC are reportedly discussing renewing their China auto manufacturing partnership there. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira.
Thank you. Yeah, I got nothing right now, Sharif.
All right, yeah, Ronak, I actually do think the future is very bright for Canada going forward. I don't want to talk about the lost decade that we just all experienced, but I think that going forward, the amount of nation-building projects this country is going to undertake, and we just got the first tranche with your friend Chameleon Carney the other day, basically announcing them. We're going to get the second tranche apparently around the Grey Cup time, so November-ish, and widely expected that second tranche of nation-building projects is going to include building out the Ring of Fire in Ontario. Of course, that's what I care about living in Ontario, which is going to be huge for mineral extraction, not just extraction, but also processing. So I'm very, very bullish Canada next 10 years. Now, does it happen overnight? No, absolutely not. These things take a long time to build out. But what you were saying to me is obviously, all these bad economic figures coming out. Well, things, what's the expression, Joey? It's darkest before, it's the darkest before dawn. You know what I mean? So I think I'm super bullish Canada, and I'm not saying that just as a Canadian. I've had my fair share of criticisms about how the country's been run the last little while, but I'm super bullish. That's just my opinion. And we'll all have to see how it happens. I am long, my boy. Get it, Ozan. I like it when Ozan pumps me up, bro. There you go, Ozan. There you go. The Katina man's gifting you the exploding cow there. Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man, Ozan. All right. James, very bullish after the incoming depression. Yeah. You're killing me, bro. Why are you saying stuff like that? No, don't say that, man. That's my country. I love my country. Yeah. Right? And there's not going to be no depression.
But the lost decade is a real thing, man.
Yeah, I know, Mark. There is obviously backlash to the production of the Ring of Fire. I think Mark Carney can navigate that. We're obviously talking about Indigenous backlash to that. I think we get it done. We'll have to see how he navigates that. It's never been easy navigating that. So we'll keep tabs on that. And StubHub is open. Katina Man is yelling, and here we go. We're up. It's breaking out, Katina Man. At least it's not tanking. here we go. Hey, attaboy, Katina Man. He's not happy. Here we're zigging. We're zagging. StubHub is open, guys. 25 2/3 resistance, dropping back down. The spread is wide, Joseph.
Why is it saying it opened at 28?
No, brother. We're going to flip to the 1 minute. The open, my man, I got open at 25.34.
Really?
So that's what I see there. StubHub is open. Here we go. It's up 7 and change. Again, guys, I want to remind you that the actual IPO price itself is $23.50. So we're already above the IPO price, but the actual opening price is about 25 1/3. We're right there right now with the area low. I'm not exactly sure what the area low is because these charts are kind of still developing. Here we go. We're about to take out area highs, 25.80 and change, Joey. Do you feel like this is a nothing burger, or what's going on here? Do we take out 26?
What I'm looking at right now is this. Check your other charting platform there, Sharif, if you ever have a minute. Look where it's telling me it opened up.
Give me a second, Joey.
Yeah, look where it's telling me it opened up. So I don't know what's going on with that.
Let's take these with a grain of salt. Joey, I'm seeing at 25.35 as well,
so
Joey.
We almost got a dollar club for our guy, Katina Man. Hold on, spin it. Money. And there we go. We're going to hit the storm. 25.35. Good look there, my friend Katina. Hopefully that continues to rip. It might. I like it. It's a pretty good look thus far, but time will tell. Be patient. We got to talk to the folks over there at IB to see what they got going on with this one, because that is an invalid print. 27.87. You're telling me opening up? Yeah, get that garbage out of here. We need real information, not fake. Whoa, who made 4K on StubHub in 3 minutes? Did you? We don't know. Oh, you did. You made 4K. All right, Mark Sushi. We like that.
My man.
Hey, my man. Hopefully that continues to print for you, but I'm glad that you put up some numbers there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, brother, we're very happy for you. Obviously, you're printing up multiple storms, right?
A big storm.
Yeah, that's a big storm, Joey.
Don't spend it all in one place either.
Here we go. All right, guys, we're doing it live still. We're taking some prints here on ATCH as this one is putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'm looking for that print now at 35s. It's been showing me 35 seller for a hot minute, so we're going to continue to watch that. But I want to remind you, StubHub open high of 26-ish. It looks like it breached 26 momentarily, dipping back down near that opening price, 25, 35. It's been defending that level, Joey. Every time it dips into that level, it keeps getting bought up. So keep your eye out right now on StubHub. Shout out to Paul Thomas. I did not wet my beak on StubHub. I don't want to trade these non-AI, non-blockchain IPOs. I feel like those are the ones that are in vogue at the moment, and I'll just stick with those, Joey. That's just kind of been my feeling there about that lately.
And we talked about the StubHub one. It's obviously consumer heavy, and if you have the consumer and obviously upticks in unemployment, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult in my opinion.
I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree. Let's just talk about why. Let's talk about why.
Yeah, let's talk about why.
Because basically the real estate market is not very good right now.
No, it's
whether
very,
you're talking
very...
about mortgage demand, you're talking about home turnover sales. We're seeing that from freaking Home Depot, right? You know, Home Depot saying people are staying at home, nobody's moving out and doing renos and stuff. So
the money isn't there, man.
And the real estate prices are not there, Joey. Number one, you might be underwater, right? If you have a mortgage, maybe what you bought it at is not what you could sell it for right now.
Should we show the folks what $1 million gets you in Toronto, or no?
Why do you want to do that to everybody, bro? Why do you want to do that to everybody? Can I say something to you, Joseph, though? Let me tell you something, bro. There's a lot more houses, not apartments, houses in the city that you can get under $1 million now. Like if you're willing to look into the future, like I'm talking about one of those post-war bungalows. You know what I'm talking about? Yo, as long as you get that property, it's like 150 feet deep, 35 feet wide. Pay off a little bit of that bad boy. All of a sudden, you're building on top of that thing.
Yeah, but it costs you.
Dude, I'm still saving. I just sold my car a month ago. I know. Randy's behind the glass asking me. No, I'm still living my condo, but I'm saving for a house, Katina, man. That's why. No, I got to live somewhere, baby. I sold my car. Yeah. Beaches. That's what we're gunning for, Katina, man. Beaches.
Honestly, you guys want to know the honest truth? $1,000, like here in Canada, is nothing. Like everything is $1,000. It doesn't matter what you do. You go out for dinner, you go out for whatever it may be, and you have a group. It's like $500-600 a person, and that's what's funny for me, because I'm like, hey, when I'm putting on swing trades, I'm looking to make multiple, but that's just how it is here. $1,000 is essentially it gets pissed away like it's absolutely nothing here in Canada. So yeah, that's what it is for those who live here. It gets you nowhere, so you need a lot of cash to kind of do anything. So that's what we got going on. Boat, a lot of people living on boats these days. Apparently, I don't know how good it is here in Canada. Like up north, you wouldn't want to live in a boat because it gets dangerously cold. Yeah, Hamburger, Grant Ratcliffe. I'm telling you, you can't go to Katina Man and the family are going to Burger Priest. That's a $250 bill right there. Easily. 4 meals, pops, and everything along those lines.
Members you think are in my family, $250 for burgers? What am I buying? What am I buying? Gold-plated burgers over here?
Katina Man, I'm telling you right now. Show us the bill tomorrow. It's $150.
Oh, so it went from $250 to $150. All I had to do was question it. Okay, so I wonder.
So have you been to Burger Priest?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
$250? That's
easy. Just come back to me. I know all the prices.
That's an exaggeration. It's
easily
okay. Look. I'll tell you the truth.
All right.
Let's calm down here. So I'll tell you the truth. I went to what's that burger joint in the States that we don't have? Not In-N-Out Burger. The one that had the Dubai chocolate shake there.
You're talking about not Hardee's.
Oh man, it's right downtown in Five Guys. No, not Five Guys. Shake Shack. Thank you. Everybody in the chat. So I took the whole family to Shake Shack, and it was like $90-something US, and everybody ate like kings. So here at Burger's Priest, I know how much it is. A burger is like $12. Joe's right. It's not cheap, but it's.
If
if you go with a big group of like the boys,
it's $120.
Yes, I understand that, but not your family, a regular family with kids not spending.
Hold on. I mean, my family is unhinged. Like they. No, he's in Waterloo, unless it's a surprise. Yeah. No, and the thing is, my wife and I share fries because we're romantic like that.
Yeah,
right,
but if everybody's getting their own individual poutine and everything along those lines, it's a wrap, man. 150. All right, what you got going on there?
Poutines?
Yeah.
Poutines?
Yeah.
We're talking about poutines?
You don't even like.
That's
you're not,
crazy.
That's not even your
of course
bro.
it's not, bro.
Yeah, come on, man. You gotta
man.
live a little, brother. Live a little. Get a poutine in you.
Oh,
no,
man.
so if you're gonna have one cheat meal, what is it going to be? What is your go-to cheat?
My go-to cheat are wings. I like wings, but I can do anything, Joey, man. Like. Well, everything's relative, boys. I mean, my cheat may not be your cheat. Well, it's calorie heavy, Neil. There's probably 1,000 in that bad boy. Like, I finish a lot. Go ahead, Katina Man. Katina Man wants to come in. He wants to come in fire.
I'm coming in with some fire, but it's not that much fire. No, I was going to say wings are actually, I guess, as you said, depending on how they're prepared, right? So I don't think they're that much of a cheat. But I just want to show you guys StubHub just real quick, if you can get my screen. I feel like, honestly, I want to bang my head against the table like over and over again. It's been a good trade. There's no doubt about that. It opens up here at 25, 30, 40s, and then it just goes up, and it breaks $26 one time. That's it. So, unfortunately, I took way too much risk for relatively zero. I mean, the reward is fine, but I'm not even sure if I can pay for Joe's burger priest order right here after how much money we made right here. So, relatively uneventful. But you know what is good, man? We still got that Nvidia short, and you know that we're pretty happy with that trade. We actually wound up making more on Nvidia than we did on StubHub. Time for me to go spend money on StubHub. I'll be right back.
Drums or flats, Marco Hernandez. I like both. I like my.
It don't matter.
Yeah, like well, when I go out with someone, they like the flats. So sometimes I gotta hand over the flats, and I don't like doing it, Joey, but I do it. I do it. Okay.
You just
yeah. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like anybody touching anything on my plate, bro.
Yeah, you don't like that.
All right, just like you got your own order. Keep your paws off my food. You know what I mean? No.
You don't want me around the kitchen as well, too. When you're cooking, I'm eating everything as you're kind of just preparing everything. But enough of that. You can see we're starting to get a little bit of a bounce in some of these big names here, with the exception of Nvidia. Tesla did put in a new high of the day not too long ago. There goes Alphabet right off of those lows. Q's not quite participating just yet. And then you have this consolidation that Apple's been stuck in. That is ugly. Brother, look how ugly that is.
It's ranging at 240. Joey wants to take out 240. That's
so maybe you do get a little bit of a pop there. But yeah, guys, put it in the chat. What is your cheat meal? What are you guys looking for? Chick-fil-A. We were talking about this the other day. When I was in America, Sharif, literally every Uber that I got into, the Uber driver's eating like some form of nugget, chicken dip, pop, and Chick-fil-A. I'm like, this is insane.
Why? How about driving?
Yeah,
what's wrong with driving?
Yeah, what's wrong with driving? But no, you got to eat and drive.
That's crazy.
Boy, let me buy the condiments. Not sure how much this gets you in Maple Mountie money, though. Yeah, I mean, that's five USD. That's about 20 snow pesos right there. So much appreciated for that one there, sample stuff. We can't go very far with it, but we thank you very much for it.
All right, man. I want to shout out sample stuff. Dropping cash in the chat to the tune of $5. Sorry there, Neil. Hey, boys. I
literally just read that.
Oh, my bad. I was concentrating. Ram, why don't you focus on your own work over there, bro? Don't worry about what we're doing over here. Ram, my goodness. She's terrorizing everybody constantly. Not me, the Katina Man says, yeah. Well, we don't allow Katina Man privileges over here, right? It's basically just me, says Neil. Well, that's not inaccurate. But here we go. We're doing it live right now on ATCH. Again, we're taking some prints to the high side on this one. Nice breakout. This one's been ranging, I want to say, a little bit below that 140, but it does have higher lows, so I am looking for a break through that 140 level on ATCH. That's a good trade. Let me show you the bad one as well as soon as I tell you about this. Go ahead, Assassino. Okay, Beta Pro. All right, guys. Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition now with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including a $20,000 grand prize, all risk-free, guys. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb the leaderboard ladder. So you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? If you do, sign up today. Shout out to the great folks there at Global X by Beta Pro. All right, so we're going to throw that bad boy up there, and we're going to look at the bad trade. And the bad trade is this one, LAZR. We got stopped out. Here is the volume weighted average price right here. So this is at 235, 236. I don't want to jump into this because I've already been negative on it. If it does hold up at VWAP and actually put in a green candle for, the first time since 1140, we'll punch into this one. It'll have to be a first green candle to make a new high. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, LAZR, but we're doing it live. We're doing it again here on my very good friend, ATCH. We're taking out the levels over here. We're going to set up some more beak wetters. Now we're going to wait at 43s for a high day break. And then above that, we're going to wait at 48, just south of that 50 penny area. So ATCH, it's giving you the goods, baby. Let's see how high we can get on this one. Now, OPAD, somebody asked me about my trade on OPAD. Where's my stop? I told them 470. That's wrong. It's like 473. What I'm really looking for here on OPAD is a hold of trend, but if it does come down to 475, I'd like to be able to make that decision of whether to get in more. The reason I say that is because 475 was a very obvious flat top resistance level, and it was in fact so from 10:15 till about 11:20. So about an hour and 5 minutes of rejecting that 475. So if it acted as a resistance level for that long, at least intraday, I'd like to see what it does as a support level. So I'll put my stop below that, so that way I can possibly get in more if it is warranted. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. Those are the trades I'm keeping my eye on. I'm still interested possibly in executing on laser on this one, despite the fact that I'm negative on it. If it holds up at VWAP, that'll be my focus, Joey. We're going to keep an eye on that. And if, again, always, I really do mean this. If there are any good small cap gappers that are 1, above the volume weighted average price, and 2, above the pre-market high, and 3, doing good volume. And by good volume at like 12:30 in the day, I'm talking about, well over a couple of million shares. If they meet those 3 requirements, I'd love to hear about them. Tag myself or Joseph in the chat. But if you don't tag us, there's a whole bunch of messages coming through, and then we're not going to be able to see it. So it really does make the job easier if you tag us.
Yeah, you got to tag us for sure, man. Fantastic stuff. I mean, brother, sometimes on the weekend, I could just sit there and like scroll on my computer, play chess, go over charts, and crush a lot of food. So that was just someone's done.
What? Neil wants, your friend Joey Options playing it every day. Neil said Duolingo is on chess now. Chess is on Duolingo.
All right, man. That's how
chess is on Duolingo.
I'm not even good anyway.
You know how I feel about Duolingo, Neil?
So I'm like, remember you told me the other day about the energy?
It's not.
Remember the other day you were telling me about the energy bar? I'm like, what's this guy talking about?
Did you find out about it?
They slapped me with it.
You got slapped with the energy bar as well?
Too. Yeah.
It's bro, like you're already making money off the ads, right? You're making money. I've been watching ads. I did my part to generate some revenue. Why do you got to throw another curveball? Because they want to put you on that Duolingo Super, Joey.
I bet.
They're displeased.
Adam DeLuce says he would crush us all that chess. Yeah, brother. I'm not that very good, to be honest with you. I just started playing a couple months ago.
Adam just wants to come dunk on us.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he just drops a comment to dunk on us, and then he'll go back, to chilling. Shout out to my man AD, all class out.
Yeah, exactly. Triple new FNGX. Yeah, let's take a look at that, guys. Don't forget $ and then the ticker that you want to see. So make sure you guys vote. Get those votes in there.
Are you talking about this, Joey?
I am
talking about that one right there, Joe?
Showing we got going on.
He's doing it live.
The way again.
Absolutely killing it.
Plug power. Okay.
Well, they love
Robin
it, Joey.
Hood up there as well.
And Katina Man restarted this, by the way. So that's all new.
Quality data. That's quality data right there. You're the most honest guy that I know. I appreciate that.
He is actually. You don't even know. Like he genuinely is.
You think I'm modest?
Yeah, I do.
Modest mouse.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know that band?
No, I don't.
Come on, man.
I don't.
Come on,
I don't.
All right.
No, you're level-headed and modest.
I wouldn't say that. What I've done today here is I'm not level-headed, that's for sure. But hey, we learn from our lessons and we learn from our mistakes.
VERI.
So, there we go. That's all I got.
All right. Okay. I'm being told VERI is a good looker, so let's pull that bad boy up. That's a repeat offender. We know about VERI. It's been showing up on the scanners quite a bit lately. This is the 5-minute on VERI. Not a bad look on the day. It's a little light on volume, but it's got the requisite volume, so thank you for tagging me. 3.81 million shares. And as you can see, it's been respecting trend. So if you have been wise enough to pick this up off an area low, you've made money. Now, you're not getting much in the way of notional. I mean, the day low is 376 and the day high is 419. Alas, is still up 11.33%, and it is a small cap gapper having a market cap of less than 300 million. So thank you for that. That has earned its way onto the side chart. It's going to replace the hot garbage known as TGE. We'll throw that bad boy on there, and we'll, if it pulls into the 10 or the 20, I'm going to put a resting order for a dip trade on there. I don't expect too much from this trade. I don't think it's going to be parabolic or anything, but we will keep tabs on it. Now, LAZR, the current stock on your screen, is continuing to drop below that 235 area. In fact, the current area low now is 235 exactly. That's below the volume weighted average price. A couple of things I want to bring to your attention. Look at that price spike there. That's 235. So there could be support in and around this area. Former resistance flips to support. In addition, the volume weighted average price is also right here. So I'm not going to punch in quite yet. I need to see proof. I need to see proof that this has the compunction to put in a green candle, because there have been no green candles since 1140. It is 1234. So we're almost going on an hour now of strictly red candles on the 5. Joey, tell them.
All right, guys. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon. And you can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. All right. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Oh, wow. What a
Paul
big
Thomas,
time.
just going to shut him out quickly here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paul Thomas, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Paul.
Wow.
Great show, guys. We might be able to wet the beak on IPO. WBI launches soon. Go ahead, Katina Man.
Yeah, I'm short StubHub.
The Katina Man is now short StubHub at these levels. Katina Man, tell everybody where you're short, brother. 24.30. The Katina Man is well in the money, as we are well below 24 now, into 23.80s and change. Katina Man taking StubHub short at 24.30. Keep your eye on that as it continues to drop here. But let's take a look at WBI for our man there, Paul Thomas, Joey Options. So WBI, a possible new IPO. I just don't. Okay, so here it is. It's on the NYSE, guys, and the TAP, the theoretical auction price, showing $24. Adara, oh, she's not here. I was going to see if she can get us more information on this WBI. Let me see if I'm able to bamboozle some information. Here we go. Here it is, Joey. We got it. We're doing it live. Waterbridge Infrastructure IPO, indicating a $24 per share price on 865,000 shares. It's already oversubscribed. Well, the IPO was priced at $20 a share. I don't know what the IPO range was. I'll need to do some more digging here, but it's already $4 above the IPO price. Very, very small float, Joseph. 865,000 shares. Let's see if we can get some more information. Shares of Waterbridge Infrastructure. Waiver of the Water Infrastructure Company. Upsized initial public offering was priced at the top of the expectations, unlike its friend StubHub there. It's a Houston company. Late Tuesday, they're selling 31.7 million shares at $20 each. What the hell is this 865 thing then that you're talking about there? This is saying something completely different, saying 31.7 million shares at $20 a pop in the IPO, compared with the prior plans to issue 27 million at 17. So not only is this article saying they increase the amount of shares available on the public markets, but the price well ahead, right? 17 to 20, so it's at the higher end of the range. This might not be bad, man. So WBI on the NYSE, let's see if we can identify some information on the, what's it called, the imbalance locator there. And there it is, WBI showing up number 4 there, neutral side, so it's not a buy or sell. That's bizarre. 118,000. You can't decide if it's buy or sell. That's bizarre there. They've paired about 1.5 million. So we'll keep tabs on this one for you. WBI and new IPO tap showing 24.
Nice. So yeah, let's see what else we got going on here. Nvidia taking an additional leg lower. So this is just getting slacked, helping drag the overall market down. Once it broke that 172 peak, off to the races, and you can see the volume continuously stepping in. So keep an eye out on that. And Gorb, I was talking to you earlier, brother. I don't think this is the day that we get the bounce. And with this selling stepping into leading into FOMC, I would not be surprised if you get that tank in the overall market. If you look at what the Qs are up to, slightly toppish, right? Again, anything can happen. I could be totally wrong, and for that fact, I hope that I am. But just going by what PA is telling me on the session, there it is, boom, 588.02, and then you come back down a little bit here, and then eventually it's going to be, oh, okay, I think the market's fairly valued. We're going to start grabbing this stuff hand over fist, and then get involved in that, and then sure enough, you put in a new all-time high. Considering, I think we get a couple of cuts, right? Like, you get a couple of cuts throughout the year. I think 3 is going to be priced into the market, total of 75 bips. So I highly doubt you get the point. Today, you're not getting the... you're not getting 50 basis points. I don't think that's going to be the case. If it is, then that would be absolutely fantastic. But it also could be. I remember the time in the market, Sharif, when bad news was good news and vice versa.
Oh yeah,
good news was bad, right? I don't think we're in that scenario right now. So I think bad news is bad news relative to the labor market.
Yeah, I mean, Joey, the thing is, like, we wanted the rate cuts, right?
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, you get weaker jobs numbers. All of a sudden, that's good because then you're predicting the rate cut. In the exact same way, or the opposite. Remember 22?
Yeah.
When we all wanted the rate increases, so that jobs number comes high. It's like, but then that's bad, right? Because then anyway.
Oh, okay, all right.
What's up?
That's it. No, I got to get out of this. Yeah, it's not going to bounce. This market's super weak. So yeah, it's unfortunate with that. We're going to take the loss on the day there, guys.
You want me to take over?
Yeah, take it.
All right, continuing to watch ATCH over here. Now, this one did pop into 43s. It didn't cross, so we didn't get the print, but it's there. It's continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. I'm keeping my eye now on VERI. Look, it's got support either at the 10 or the 20. Okay, let me update this one. What happened, Ram? What did it say to you?
Hey, StubHub's at IPO price.
The Katina man wants everyone to know that the StubHub is at the IPO price now. It is weaseled its way down. So if it drops down a little bit more, Katina man, I think 23 bucks, we're going to be exactly at that. But look, we're only up 0.17 because, yeah, that is the price, $23. Again, I just want to double check. That is the IPO price. 23.50, Katina man, excuse me. So this is the break-even point right here, literally right there, 23.50. That's break-even, and that's where this one will turn negative if we lose that level. What happened, Remram? What did Gemini say to you? Send it in the chat. Is it sassy? Is it being, yeah, well, what goes around comes around, Ram. Even with the AIs, right? Yeah. What's the matter with you, bro? You're a goofball. All right. We're punching in here, Joey. We're going to punch in on VERIs. It's pulling into the 20 EMA. That's my move. I'm looking for a hold off the 20 EMA and a retesting of that high day 419. What's the matter with it?
I don't know what that was about it there.
What did she put it in the midday?
In the chat.
All right. What did it say?
Read it out loud.
Add these numbers now. That's an interesting way to ask me to do a calculation. I can definitely help with that. The sum of the numbers, you're a joke. You tell that AI, Ram. You show that AI who's
ever
boss.
let it give you any form of attitude like that ever again. You tell it right away. But there it is.
Such a joker,
what else we got
Such
going
a
on.
joker.
Apple heading towards the lower end of the range. This is some ugly PA, considering after yesterday you had really strong price action. So if anything, you want to get in around those lows, and then maybe you would get that bull flag breakup. Let's take a look at it on the daily. After that Google news, you do get that pop, but kind of gave a lot of it away here. But I mean, it's not too bad in the grand scheme of things. I think you break 241 eventually, and you're still 10% off of those previous all-time highs. So you want to talk about a laggard? 7/8 to be exact. But there it is. One more thing, we'll take a look at Nvidia as it's starting to pull back, slightly more choppy, but a good breakout that we experienced before, especially off of those April lows. You essentially double in price right there, a little bit more, and now coming back within the range. I would just be buying this hand over fist, if I'm not already positioned. Then sure enough, that's looking pretty good.
Well,
Derek, what do you got for us?
Here for you is American Bitcoin and a Trump-related catalyst. Eric Trump, specifically, who is involved with American Bitcoin, he's apparently announced that he's, quote, committed to holding American Bitcoin shares, further saying that he's actually not allowed to sell them for over 1 year. So ABTC on watch. Eric Trump apparently not allowed to sell these shares for more than a year. Back to you.
Interesting.
Very
Interesting.
Yeah,
Thank you for that, Derek.
You got anything over there, Sharif?
Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it live here on Very, Joey. Look, this one has been it's been a repeat offender off the 20 EMA on the 5. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about over here. So every time we dip in, we lose the 10. We lose it on a wick basis, and we seem to find support at that yellow line. That yellow line will always be the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute charts on all my black charts. So we took a couple of prints there, long at 11s, showing me 17s now. We're waiting at 18s. Let's go ahead and see if we can get 17s as well. So the high of the day is 19. So I expect, a little resistance up here. There it goes. We got 17s. Now it's showing 18s, Joey. And we're not going to take out too much over here. Now we're going to put it at 22s. Ahead, of course, of that 19, HOD. It's not up big. We haven't had too many big winners lately after having that flood of quadruple digits. Forget about the triple digit winners on the day. We were talking about quadruple. And we almost saw 5-digit winners over. We were closing in, I think, on which one was up like 5,000% or 5,700%, right?
It went crazy. I forget the name of it.
Which was CWD or is it QMMM?
Might have been QMs.
Maybe. It was one of them.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But I remember that was absolutely insane. I don't know who was participating in that one, but it was.
Oh man, people were getting squeezed short. Obviously.
Yeah. It was a massive. Yeah. And remember, I showed you the guy from it who took a hefty loss as well too. I forget what it was. I think it might have been the QMs or whatever it is. Yeah. Let's take a look.
I think so.
Let's take a look at Hood. Yeah.
Octo, OCTO. There was that one.
Was it Octo?
Yeah. There was one possibly.
There's a couple there. Yeah, good look there, Gorev. So not too horrible of one there. 1 minute. It's there, volume kind of isolated. Again, don't expect too deep of these pullbacks, right? Again, obviously manage your own trade, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, just learn from what I personally did. So yeah, there it is. You got something?
Yeah. We're taking out levels. We're at the high of the day right now on VERI. So we've got a bunch of prints to the high side. The next profit taker for me is 22s. So we got in at 11s. It's showing me 19s. 19 is the high of the day. There's really nothing posted here on the gateway that would scare me, but it's always what we can't see that's a little bit nerve-wracking. The hidden orders, the iceberg orders as they're called. That's what I'm referring to, guys, and they are pretty ubiquitous with these small cap gappers. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on. But while we talk about that, let me tell you about this, baby. Ooh. 14 years. Joseph, 0 hacks and 0 excuses. We're talking about BTCC.com. They delivers when they deliver, when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. And with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in both Canada, the US, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders worldwide. Trader TV Live exclusive, baby. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and now so can you. Shout out to the great folks there at BTCC.com. So that's what we're watching right now. Those are the 2 trades or 3 trades that I've got. ATCH is coming back down a little bit into this level. Anything at my 130 entry ends the trade here. But what I'd be looking for is a hold at 133. That's not a random area. That is the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. ATCH has had a lot of support off that level. Let's see if it does it again and whether or not we'll get involved with that one. Last but not least, Joseph, OPAD, a stock we've been into basically all day. Where is it at? Excuse me. There it is.
Where's it at?
We're long at 72. Again, this was been bleeding off of 5 rejection. It is around the top now, off $5. It does not look good. So I think I'm going to either take a break-even trade for the last remaining amount on this, or this will find support at 475, at which point I will add. But right now, it's neither profit-taking time nor adding time for OPAD. Okay. You ready to
I was going to say fire it up, man. Yeah,
fire it up. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it.
Adair, are you ready to go? All right, I got the thumbs up. We're going to start the news. Obviously, guys, we're going to be going back and forth with the market. We know that there is already another IPO we're waiting for. We're waiting for WBI, the top showing 24.50 on that. And there's StubHub as well, Katina Man. The Katina Man is all sorts of short on StubHub. He's short 24.30. This thing is about to lose the low of the day, Katina Man. So you might see that dollar club hitting on your screen awfully soon, as I think he's about 10 pennies, maybe a little bit more away from that. So good look there. The Katina Man taking StubHub short at 24.30, and it's all sorts of weak now at the IPO price. Here's the buying, Joey, 23.50. That is the IPO price. Somebody's buying up a storm at that level, but the prints there are getting decimated at the $0.50 level. Oh, bounced right back up. So it holds the 50 penny level for now. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Again, 2 IPOs, WBI on the NYSE and StubHub also on the NYSE. StubHub open, WBI not quite yet, Joey. So let's start. And let's take care of some business over here. We're going to load it up. All right, let's talk about what's going on right now, obviously in China and Nvidia. This is not a good look for Nvidia. And as I look at Nvidia's stock price, well, it's down 3% and change, and I'm not surprised. So what's going on? If you haven't joined us today, let me tell you about what's going on. Cyberspace Administration, the Chinese Cyberspace Administration, has ordered the country's top tech firms, including Alibaba, ByteDance, Tencent, Baidu, you know the names, to cancel their purchases as well as the testing of Nvidia's new China-specific chip. I'm not talking about the H20. I'm talking about the RTX Pro 6000D. That's a China-specific chip. And the directive escalates the earlier guidance that targeted specifically the H20 chip, expanding the restrictions on Nvidia, to Nvidia's newest and latest China-tailored product. Several firms, Joey, that had begun testing and actually placed large-scale orders with Nvidia were told to immediately stop work with Nvidia's server suppliers. So that is a bit of a concerning development. One must, at least for me, assume that this will be part of the negotiating process between President Xi and President Donald Trump. Successive U.S. administrations, as we know, have restricted China's access to advanced chips. In response, China has pushed domestic companies to reduce their reliance on American chips for their own. We talked about the Huawei Ascend as well as some others. Specifically about this China-specific chip, the 6000D, the RTX 6000D, it had already seen a bit of a lukewarm reception by Chinese tech companies, with some firms hesitant to order despite NVIDIA's tailored design for China. By forcing, Joey, these Chinese tech giants to abandon NVIDIA chips, China is signaling a stronger commitment to their own homegrown AI hardware ecosystem. The order may escalate investment into Chinese chip makers. Joey, does this hurt Chinese tech in the short term, but help them in the long term because it forces their hand to catch up? What do you think?
Yeah, obviously, I think you answered it pretty well there. Is the fact that obviously what's the saying that you always say? Necessity
is the mother of all invention. Yeah.
Right. So when you want to play catch up and you need to, then that's the case, right? You're going to steadily improve. But, Sharif, what I was also reading on some of these H20 chips is that a lot of these Chinese companies have already placed large orders and received the license in order to get these H20
and that's
chips.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm really curious to say, could it be a little bit of geopolitical warfare as well, too? Like the Chinese saying, hey, don't buy these chips from the States when there's ongoing, obviously, negotiations with tariffs and everything, right?
That's the thing.
So it's just like, is it all smoke and mirrors, or is it the Chinese government government's kind of making them sway away from it when, at the end of the day, I don't think it's as bad as it possibly could be, or as they make it seem.
Well, yeah, and we know that they get their hands on some non-China specific chips vis-a-vis Singapore,
it's
Vietnam.
Kind of weird. It's like saying, oh, okay, everything works fine here, but then when you send the lesser version over there, everything doesn't work as well.
Well, I don't think that's really what happens. I just, they don't want these chips there. Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. All right, Adair, let's hear your take on this. China putting their foot down here when it comes to American semiconductors.
Yeah, I mean, I've said the same thing about China always with NVIDIA. This story is kind of getting old. You know what I mean? Like, all Jensen wants to do, with all his heart, is send chips to China. And he even made a comment to that effect today. He was like, I mean, we can't force a country who doesn't want our product to, be a market here. So it feels like Jensen even is kind of waving the white flag a bit, which is pretty disappointing. But yeah, I mean, honestly, nothing new to say here than what I've already said. I think there needs to be some kind of line in the sand. I guess China is trying to draw one, but then also China doing this right before the talks with Xi and Trump is also kind of a weird take. I'm going to probably have clearer thoughts about this on Friday, but you guys know, repeatedly, my take on this has been, I am so tired of the back and forth between the U.S. and China. It's like they're using NVIDIA and TikTok as a plaything. It's like a tug of war. They're a dog with a bone. It's really weird. So I think NVIDIA chips and TikTok have been really the two, I guess, symbolic or totemic points for, I don't even know if that's a word, for points for the China and U.S. back and forth on trade. Clearly, China's taking a stand here. The U.S. doesn't like that stand, but they also didn't want to send chips to China. So, it's a big shrug.
Thanks, Adair. Okay, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Google are committing $42 billion to invest in the United Kingdom. Where are you, Adam? Let's go. So US and the UK unveiled a $42 billion technology pact called the Tech Prosperity Deal during President Donald Trump's state visit to Britain. The investment is split here between Softy, Nvidia, and Google and targets three main areas: AI, quantum computing, and nuclear energy. Let's talk about Softy's $30 billion commitment. That's what they're on. That's what they're saying that they're going to invest. They're going to invest $30 billion over 4 years, with half earmarked for cloud and AI infrastructure. CEO Satya Nadella emphasized, obviously, the strengthening U.S.-UK ties while ensuring the U.S. remains a trusted partner in tech development for the British. NVIDIA, for their part, they announced plans to deploy 120,000 GPUs in the United Kingdom. No information as to which one, whether it's going to be Blackwell or the Hopper, marking its largest cloud rollout to date yet in Europe. CEO Jensen Huang framed it as the big bang of the AI era, positioning obviously the UK as a hub for AI talent. We know that. Google, they're going to invest $5 billion in a new data center in Waltham Cross in Hertfordshire. The move expands its European footprint, which it's already got, ensuring capacity to meet, Joey, the rising AI and cloud compute demand out in Europe. So, we've seen this before. Donald makes a state visit, whether it's to Saudi, Qatar, Dubai, wherever, and he takes business and tech leaders along with him. And then typically, Joey, we get these kind of announcements out.
Yeah, it's good, right? You want to see them start to expand their consumer base. And that's what we've seen in the likes of, as Shreve just mentioned, these Gulf countries as well, too, getting involved with more of these sovereign nations. And the EU, during this whole boom, we didn't hear too much coming out of there. But now you're starting to see those investments start stepping into the European Union. So I think it's a pretty good look, and I think it's going to continue to grow as well. And it's really positive so that some of these larger chip names and mega cap names aren't so heavy reliant on China. And we know with the negotiations going on as well too. So I like the expansion, Shreve. I think it's only best. I think it's best for these American companies, especially the hyperscalers.
Yeah, man. And doing business in Europe, obviously, where there's a bit of a vacuum in AI infrastructure at the moment. Mistral, one of the very few European-centric AI names that we can even mention. I'm sure there's others that I don't know about, but it's nice to see that, American tech getting a foothold there.
Like the Saudis, what if they start to say, hey, we want to play catch-up as well, too. We're going to just start spending ridiculous amounts of cash. We're going to start building data centers. We're going to have all this AI build-out. That's just more fuel to the AI fire that investors think can run and be fueled for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
So I think it's good. good how it's one after the other. It's just not everything in one complete ball. You have the U.S. spending a bunch of money. You had China spending a bunch of money. But then it's like, okay, things aren't going so good. Let's expand it. Now you go over to the Gulf states. Now you're starting to step into Europe. I think it's a fantastic.
I love it, man. I love it. Adira, I'd love to hear your opinion on this $42 billion kind of, let's just call it joint investment by these three tech companies.
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting look. We already kind of knew this was going to happen specifically with Nvidia. What I think is most interesting is the way that Brad Smith of Microsoft framed their announcement. So he said that the administration did not force them or pressure into making this announcement, which implies that they were worried that people would think that was the case. So, I mean, I don't know. That's really the most fascinating takeaway, in my opinion, from just the way that was framed here for MSFT. But we know Jensen is already there in the UK, and I think it's a good timing for this as well, given that they're having these issues with China, especially with regards to chips. Nvidia, specifically of the three, wanting to stake its claim there, put its feet down in the UK, a country or a region where they already did announce that computer or the supercomputer going back to June. So it makes sense for Nvidia. It seems like a continuation of the story. Microsoft, though, with a $30 billion investment that they're clarifying is separate from Stargate. And key point there, again, not precipitated by the Trump administration. Yeah, I just really find the qualification of the Microsoft announcement to be pretty fascinating here. But Nvidia, this seems par for the course to me, and I think a good look.
Yeah, likewise, Adira. I just want to know what kind of GPUs they're using. That's really my only question there. Yeah, thank you for that, Adira. I want to also mention WBI is open, guys. The new IPO. It's not just StubHub today. WB freaking I. It's zigging, it's zagging. Joey, it opened up at $25 on the dot. High of the day, $25.05. But it's got a red candle right now on the 5-minute anyway, dropping down at 24.5. This is a water, well, we looked at it just a second ago. I'll remind you again what it is. Water infrastructure, Water Bridge. So the Houston-based company, what do they do? Yeah, water infrastructure company, Houston-based, 31.7 million shares at $20 a pop. That was the IPO. That's upsized from the 27 million shares to $17.20 to $17.20 a share, which was the range. So it's more shares than originally planned and going IPOing at the higher end of the range and opening up $5 higher. So $20. Keep your eye out on that. Another IPO. Let's go here, Joey. Let's talk about TikTok, baby, because Oracle obviously involved in this. So President Donald Trump extended the TikTok deadline to December 16th for ByteDance to divest TikTok's U.S. operations. This is the fourth such extension by President Donald Trump, delaying a potential ban that would have penalized Apple, Google, and ISPs for supporting TikTok without a deal. So that's what would have been the repercussions. Let's talk about the framework of the deal. The framework deal has been reached where about 80% of TikTok US will be owned by a US investor consortium. The group is set to include Oracle, Silver Lake, and Andreessen Horowitz, along with existing ByteDance investors. Don't forget that a lot of people in the private market invested in ByteDance are actually American. Brad Gershner, one of them. Under the plan, I didn't hear you, Assassino. Say again. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Joey.
We got it. All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NISE-listed Oragenics Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today.
All right, so under the plan, Joey, existing U.S. TikTok users actually, believe it or not, may have to download or required to shift to a new app. Again, no details quite yet. This is all speculative, but this is what's coming out. The deal is expected to close within 30 to 45 days, pending final approval. We do know that President Donald Trump and President Xi are slated to speak on the phone on Friday, after which likely we may get an announcement. Likely we may, who knows? Anyway, going on here, Oracle's role is as follows. Oracle will maintain its cloud computing partnership with TikTok. The agreement also ensures Oracle's long-term investment in TikTok's U.S. operations, and Oracle's participation kind of really highlights its strategy of leveraging kind of national security-driven tech realignments for their expansion. The geopolitical context here includes Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the deal was accelerated by Donald Trump's willingness to kind of let TikTok go dark, pressuring China into negotiations. However, commercial terms were reportedly finalized actually months earlier, but they were delayed due to the tariff disputes and the trade tensions between the two countries. So it looks like they had a deal possibly in place, but didn't announce it as, trade negotiations were going on. Last but not least, Joey, Trump and President Xi are expected, as I mentioned, to discuss TikTok's the terms of the deal on Friday.
Listen, I think this is a step in the right direction. We have all these talks, obviously, trade talks and everything along those lines. If they can come to a deal on this, which I think, in my opinion, is pretty big, I think they'll be able to come to a conclusion on some of the other ones where I don't know if all parties are going to be happy walking away, but I'm sure they'll be declaring victory on both sides. But this TikTok deal is big. We obviously want to get more involved in some of the chips. And then obviously minerals is going to be a really important thing as well, too. But this is a big time step in the right direction. What's going on with Oracle, fantastic. The guidance was insane. Adara can agree to that, which is...
Go ahead.
Yeah, the guidance is absolutely insane.
Guidance, literally, and I've done a whole deep dive on this, seems motivated purely to, poo-poo the fact that their actual earnings were a miss. It's completely out of the orbit. I've done the research on this.
It's extremely optimistic. But again, if they have that backlog and all that overflow, and they have the likes of Google paying them and all these big-time hyperscaler customers, I think it's good. But the TikTok deal, I think, is a step in the right direction for trade talks.
All right, guys, we're doing it live on ATCH here. It's taking out levels 149. We just got the print at 149. This thing's up 72% and change now. Here comes that $1.50. Where are we long, man? We're long at 31, so I'm going to let this one go. Let's see how high we can get here on ATCH, but I'm going to flatten out my VERI trade for a little bit of a winner because it's just hanging out at the 10. And I need to concentrate a little bit on the news. So we're going to let that one go. Let's talk about StubHub. Obviously, we already have the IPO priced. Here's what the IPO is doing. Where is my StubHub one at? We got to move this one over, Joey. We're going to move it over here, and we'll have a look at StubHub. So, yeah, we are now negative on StubHub. $23.50 was the IPO price. It was a midpoint, so it wasn't oversubscribed either for shares or for price. It was at the midpoint of the IPO price range, and it's now negative, dropping down into $22.70 some odd something, okay? So here's the deal. Let's talk about it. You guys already know they raised about $800 million. It's trading on the NYSE under STUB. But here's some information on the company if you didn't know. It was founded in 2000 by a dude named Eric Baker. It was acquired by eBay in 2007 for about $310 million. But then that same guy, Eric Baker, later reacquired StubHub in 2020 under a new company, Viagogo, paying about $4 billion. So, yeah. Clearly, you should have held on to it. The IPO had been delayed twice, most recently in April as a result of the tariffs of Liberation Day. StubHub restarted its listing process in August. And just to give you an idea about what kind of finances this company has, in Q1 of this year, they reported a little bit less than $400 million in revenue, which is up 10% year over year. Their operating income a little bit shy of $27 million, showing, operational efficiency. But when you're talking about profitability, that's still ways away. Their net loss actually widened to about $36 million higher than it was at the same time last year, about $30 million, Joey. So they're still losing money. Last but not least, at the top of its earlier price range, StubHub would have been valued at about $9.2 billion. However, they initially targeted a much higher valuation of $16.5 before scaling back, Joey, the expectations during the IPO prep. So it really wasn't met with exuberance at the IPO level. And as we saw on the chart not that long ago,
exactly.
It's not being met with exuberance on trading day.
Listen, I think it would be a different case, obviously a different scenario that we would experience if the consumer was a little bit stronger and wasn't dwindling and we weren't at the kind of, I'm not going to call it the peak of consumption or anything along those lines, but I think it has a lot to do with it, right? If you have an increase in unemployment, the consumer's slowly starting to weaken. This is consumer heavy, and the space is also crowded. You heard the guys talking about the likes of Ticketmaster, Game Day, and whatever other site you can get these obviously game tickets off of. It's slightly crowded, and again, I'm just going to go back to the point where it's heavily dependent on what the consumer is up to, and it's starting to weaken. Maybe coming this 25 basis point cut, and later on in the year, obviously we're getting into the NFL season, so you might see an uptick in that. And then once you have the likes of the NHL and the NBA starting again, that can add a little bit of a boost. But I think it's crowded. You have Ticketmaster, you have Game Day, you have StubHub, and all these other third parties where you can grab these tickets, all dependent on the consumer, and if it starts to weaken, these names can be in a little bit of trouble.
You ever use Game Time? Or,
I thought it was Game Day. Or
yeah.
Whatever
So you mean Game Time. Yeah. So we're thinking the same thing.
Exactly. For me, I think I would just usually get mine off of Ticketmaster or something along those lines. And the fees here, right? Like, it's like, what are these guys going to do? Considering that there's a bunch of names in them, are they going to take a route kind of like China and just try to undermine everyone and just have the least amount of fees? Grab as much of the consumer and total addressable market that is possible, and then start raising your prices after you've weaved out a couple of the smaller names.
Well said.
So,
Adara, did you take the IPO, or what's the situation on your side?
Yeah, I did, just for practice. Basically, like, slightly up on it, nothing crazy to write home about. So yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, I think like it was just one of those ones we waited for a long time. It happened, and once again with these IPOs, I think the period between like when we get that excitement at the open and when it starts dropping, I think it's gotten shorter and shorter for each IPO that we've had. Right, like we had, you know, a couple days of CoreWeave, weeks to days of CoreWeave and Circle. We had 1 day of Figma. We had an hour, maybe even less than that for bullish. And then we get to the likes of Klarna and this most recent one there, StubHub, where you get like the pop and the fade almost instantly. So I think, you know, unless and until we start getting these really highly anticipated ones like Anduril, which we know Palmer Luckey has said he wants to do an IPO for, and also Discord, maybe even the Kim Kardashian thing, Skims, any of those might get more exciting. For now, I think we're probably in a wait and see time for IPOs, though always good practice, I guess I would say, ahead of these big ones. I do want to actually quickly talk about TikTok as well, because I didn't get a chance to do that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I just have
How did we not involve you on that? That's my mistake, Adara.
I want to say with regards to TikTok, I'm not a TikTok user. I don't think I really know or am close to anyone who is an active TikTok user right now. But Sharif, I hear you talk about TikTok, and I hear Ramin talk about TikTok algorithms, right? Those are the things you want, and you're used to your app basically going through the algorithm. And so what happens when you have to download a new app? All of your preferences are gone.
Yeah, I'm going to fight someone.
If I was a TikTok user, I'd be like...
Well, we don't know, Adara. Maybe they move over the preferences with the username. That could be an idea, but you're absolutely right. I mean, I don't want to have to download a new app. It's probably going to be a barrier to entry. A lot of people are not going to want to do that. I agree with you.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, you know, it probably sucks if you spend all this time accumulating your preferences and what you like or don't like. Good point. And then all of a sudden, like, my thinking is if it's a new app, I suspect there's probably going to be some new kind of mechanism, especially if they're worried about security, right? Which they've really framed as the biggest issue for the move. So if you're worried about security, why wouldn't you also say, hey guys, you also have to make an entirely new account? That's my thesis.
So my understanding has been the security thing has been around the algorithm and the possible manipulation, around elections or Adara or big social issues that they could whoever is behind it could start pushing a certain narrative to cause sort of friction. I don't know, but it seems to always, Adara, come down to that algorithm, whether that's overblown or not. That seems to be the reoccurring theme that I hear when I hear about national security.
Yeah. I think also, too, really quickly, I don't think Oracle's stock really cares about this much anymore. Like, I remember when Meta and Snapchat and Oracle used to move wildly on these TikTok stories. Now Oracle is like chilling below 300, so it's kind of an iffy look, I think, for the stock as well.
Great point.
I want to go back onto this StubHub topic, and this came to mind.
Okay.
What if some of these game day tickets, like all the tickets, go onto the blockchain and smart contracts, right? See you later to these guys, because why am I going to pay all those fees when I can just go straight, like peer-to-peer, tokenize my ticket, and then that's it. It's done.
Well said,
See you later.
Brilliant. Say that again, Fabian. They own the stadium and the venue StubHub, you're saying, Fabian? Ticket companies, yeah. Well, they sponsor them, certainly.
I don't know if they own them.
I don't think they
own them.
They sponsor them, but
I don't think that's the case. But I would be keeping my eye on that, because if you're phasing out that middleman and you can just go directly to the source and not have to pay all those fees, what do you need StubHub for, essentially?
Yeah, well, that's a great point. We got to go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
People are talking about UNH moving. It is moving, but I'm not seeing any news on that right now. I just want to address that. DNUT, though, Krispy Kreme, is moving. I'm seeing it. I'm not seeing any confirmation for this as of yet, but it looks like Kash Patel, who is the director of the FBI, reportedly said that he has purchased some shares of DNUT. So FBI Director Kash Patel reportedly involved in DNUT. I'm not sure if this is breaking news either. The way I was seeing is it was a post about a quote that he made about DNUT. Again, unclear when it was purchased, unclear if there's any veracity to this, but either way, DNUT to the upside, Kash Patel allegedly purchasing the stock. Back to you.
I want to touch on.
Thanks, Briggs. So Fabian was bringing up a good point about Live Nation. I don't think he meant StubHub.
Yeah.
He was talking about Live Nation. Ichiro saying the same thing as well in the chat. Live Nation really controls a lot of that, Joey.
Yeah.
And they'll blacklist artists who don't go along with what they want. And they've done that before in the past. I don't have examples, but Fabian was just telling me about that right now.
Live Nation, as soon as they see the money that they can save on that, they're going to be putting things on the blockchain. Before we go to the next story, Sharif, I want to touch on something because Dave Chittum had a very valid point. He's like, what's going on with the chain on, so let's turn this off, on NVDA, and let's kind of just break it down. So what's our pre-market high? 175.62. Right, and we went over this yesterday, and if you've seen on the market this morning when we do the rundown, I did a little option segment and high open interest on in the likes of NVDA. Now, we talked about the congestion a while ago as well. Look at these call walls. So you have 105,000 contracts traded alone. So those have been closed, open and closed on that 182.5 strike price. 130,000 still currently open. And you go up here. So what this is essentially telling me from previous earnings reports is that, hey, when you have this congestion of call walls, watch out for the downside, and that's what's leading me more towards during this FOMC meeting. I mean, the volatility is going to step in. If Jerome Powell's dovish, watch out. You can squeeze through those, and if you're going to punch through that amount of liquidity, then you're most definitely going to get a gamma squeeze. I just don't see that happening this time around.
All right. So Pharrell, once this TikTok deal goes through, I'm back to YouTube Shorts. All right, man. Look, whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, whatever makes you happy.
We don't have a problem with YouTube Shorts. We put out a lot of our content, obviously, on that.
I told you, I love YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, you do. Well, okay. I tease you about Instagram because you don't give a crap about that.
Instagram.
I know you don't. That's what I'm talking about.
So you know
all right, let's talk about Baba, Joey. That's the next major story today. A lot of Chinese ADRs were strong in the pre. So Alibaba shares rose after the Chinese state media reported that China's Unicom will deploy its AI accelerators from subsidiary Ping Tog, T-Head as they call it in China. While Alibaba doesn't actually sell chips directly, customers can access that via computing power through Alibaba Cloud Services. Alibaba has not yet issued a formal comment on this such, but here are some of the project details. So China Unicom, which is the second largest telecom company in China, is going to use Alibaba's computing power in its new data center in Qinghai province. The project will also include chips from MetaX, not Meta. MetaX is a different company, and Byron Technology, showing, that diversified domestic sourcing strategy for latest chips. We'll have to see how well they do in real life. The move, though, underscores, Joseph, Beijing's broader effort to do what we talked about in the first story about Nvidia, to reduce the Chinese reliance on U.S. semiconductors, whether it's AMD, Broadcom, Nvidia. Obviously, Joseph, they want that domestic production and they want to rely on it a little bit more. So Baba today kind of showing a little bit of that.
Yeah. I mean, as for the name, right? Like you see it go on this monstrous run, and it's just like, okay, you get the stimulus from the government. They're striking deals. What was this news here? Do you remember this, Sharif? What was this big gap update?
Well, dude, like they're always gapping up. That's
no, I mean, but there's a specific something came out like on this volume day. I forget what it was. But yeah, I mean, I like what they're doing here. They're obviously clearly extremely still far off of that previous all-time high. But again, they're just trying to go neck and neck, I think, with some of the big names here in the Western world. So I like what they're doing. Data centers. They're getting into robotics as well too. We've seen that not too long ago. Yeah. And obviously all these AI chips. So I like what Alibaba's doing. It's just hard from an investment standpoint to get involved. considering the gap ups and gap.
Yeah, they're super volatile.
Yeah,
in other
you're
words,
at risk of the overall at their market, right? Unless you're trading blue ocean now, you can trade blue ocean and watch what's going on with it, and you're maybe not as rich. But who's going to be staying up until? I'm not going to be staying up till 3, 4, 5 in the morning to
that's crazy.
See what Alibaba is up to.
Adira, is it kind of a coincidence that reports emerged today that the Chinese Cyber Space Administration wants their firms to halt, purchases of these Nvidia chips, and then all of a sudden, Baba's out with a story about using domestic chips?
No, it seems incredibly correlated. In my brain, they were immediately kind of linked. I was like, okay, that makes sense. I think, like I've said this before, and I'll say it again about Baba, I think that the more it kind of branches out and does other things beyond e-commerce, I think it's an interesting look for the company. I think especially given the size of China Unicom, which I didn't realize the second largest telecom company in China. I mean, again, Alibaba has yet to confirm, but with Alibaba now, you've got the AI side of things, you've got now this chip side of things. Obviously, they're probably going to advance further with Nvidia chips, but if they need to branch out of their own for the time being, I say, power to them. I do want to mention as well, MSOS on watch and it's coming through. Marijuana moment, guys. The source that we often get for these cannabis-related moves, saying that the U.S. administration is keeping, quote, all options on the table. It continues to consider a pending marijuana rescheduling proposal. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira.
Go ahead,
Joey.
One more thing as well, too. Yep. We know what was going on with the Huawei chips, to add to Adira's point. They're not great for training. They're using more or less for inference. So, I mean,
well said.
Right? So, at the end of the day, they're going to try to
for now, underline that,
exactly,
Joey. Yeah.
For now, for now. I mean, I think as time goes on, they'll obviously get better. They're not going to recede and take steps backwards. But for now, if they want to play catch up, I'm not going to say catch up because I think the race is significantly closer than what it is, then maybe it's best that they start to use their own domestic chips so that they can potentially start taking greater leaps forward.
And one thing that really always holds me back, Joey, from thinking that there's going to be a big breakthrough is the lack of ultraviolet lithography machines. ASML is banned from selling to Chinese customers, at least for the low nanometers. So unless they can come up with an ASML alternative, I don't know how they do it. That's just my personal opinion.
Think about how China's been dominating from like a manufacturing standpoint.
I'm not going to say that they're not going to catch up. I will not say that.
But what if they're like, hey, okay, well, why are we so reliant on everything else, and why don't we become more independent, build those machines that they're needing, the ASML machines, and go on their own merry way? And
that's
I think
what it is.
Most definitely in the works, right? As they want to obviously kind of remove their dependence on the States and other countries via AI, whatever it may be, and start to obviously take leadership of their own.
That's what we're expecting. All right, just want to bring it back to the market here for a second, guys. 2 IPOs. StubHub really kind of been sell the news. This one opened up at around 12:15. We did pop up initially, but it has been lower highs and lower lows since that time. StubHub, STUB on the New York Stock Exchange, IPOing today for the first time. There's also this IPO, WBI. It's a water management company or a water infrastructure company out of Houston, also selling off, opening up at 25, kind of losing the bid. All 4 major averages, guys, are in negative territory, but barely. Let's take a look. The ES down 0.2, the NQ, also down 0.5 with the Dow green, and the Russell 2000 green. So not all 4 major averages, just the ES and the NQ. The Dow and the Russell are green. We are waiting for Jerome Powell and the FOMC rate decision expected at 2 o'clock. Jerome Powell will take the mic at 2:30. So right now, the market is expecting a 25 basis point cut. There are, camps out there that think we could be as high as 50, but the market, for the most part, is pricing in 25. If we get 50, it will be a surprise. Then, at 2:30 is kind of when the wild card comes in, because that's when Jerome Powell takes the mic and he's asked questions by reporters, and then the variables come in. I also want to let you know that with this FOMC rate decision, we are going to be getting the quarterly dot plot of economic projections. That means each Fed member will kind of put in their look as to where rates will be in some distant future, whether it's by the end of the year or next year, as well as their projections for economic conditions. Those are often digested by the market, whether positively or negatively, but it is another variable to include. So we're getting all of that this afternoon starting at 2 and then going all the way up to 2:30. So make sure you're with us for that because it's going to be quite big. It's the first time in a while that we're not 100% sure what the decision is going to be. But again, like as I said, widely speculated and believed online that it will be a quarter point basis cut. Joey, let's go on to another Chinese ADR name here. Baidu up bigly, at least it was. 7.5%, still up nicely here. It was up more in Hong Kong on the Hang Seng, 16%, 8% here in the pre-market on strong AI-related momentum. What is that? Well, the rally follows RX Research Services upgrading Baidu from a buy to sell, citing growth prospects in AI chips as well as cloud computing. Year to date, Baidu's Hong Kong shares are up nearly 59%. Before the actual 16% move. So here's what they're doing. Baidu is shifting heavily into AI chips and cloud computing. The company has begun using internally designed chips, reducing reliance on Nvidia. How many times are we going to hear that story from these Chinese ADRs? The analysts believe that the AI chip venture can offset some of the declines that Baidu has been experiencing in its ad business. So as one falters, the other one lifts it up. We'll have to see how they do. On Monday, Baidu struck an AI partnership with China Merchants Group, which is a large state-owned enterprise. The focus here is going to include large language models, AI agents, and digital employees, things that we've been talking a lot about. And Joey, they've been raising money to be able to do this. They announced a 4.4 billion yuan, about $56.2 million offshore bond sale. That was following the $2 billion issuance in March to fund these AI projects. Analysts know, Joey, that Baidu's funding moves shows an all-in AI pivot, kind of away from digital ads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, earlier in the week, they received an upgrade as well, too. So that's been looking pretty good. And you could just go back to this chart. When you have this I'm not going to call it a multi-year, but it's relatively close. When you're consolidating like this for an extended period of time, look at the strength within this breakout. And if you get a pullback, I'm still looking for a continuation in this price action just due to the length of that consolidation phase. As for the fundamentals of the company, not too well versed on that, but it sounds like a lot of AI, and that's been the narrative for some time. Everything is shifting. And with that being said, if you're shifting to all these AI, this AI movement, what's going to happen to the productivity within the companies? It's going to increase. And with that, you're going to get the margin expansion. So I love the look of the margin expansion because why? That's more money in the company's pocket at the end of the day.
And we have to say, though, at the other side of the coin, less people are high.
Less people employed. Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, guys. Sharif, you can't fight? What did I say I was going to fight?
What does that mean?
I have no idea. All right, Adara, what do you think about this Baidu? Again, another Chinese company reducing, their reliance on Nvidia.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? There's not too much to say here. I think beyond what we saw with Alibaba, we're seeing, once again, these Chinese companies understandably trying to be reactive as we have the government really cracking down on these chip sales. One thing I do think is interesting, too, it's kind of more of as an aside than anything else. Their LLM is called Ernie, and apparently Open Doors AI, or their voice AI, is also called Ernie, which I think is kind of a hilarious little aside. But either way here, Baidu making this AI partnership as well. Again, signs that they're realizing you either have to go in-house if you're a Chinese company trying to do AI, or you have to partner with somebody who is in the region. I think in a way, though, this maybe we'll see some more Chinese tech growth, which I actually think is the opposite of what the U.S. wants with these crackdowns. But I wonder if that's actually what you end up seeing, right? Because you're seeing,
well said,
I guess, more of this. I don't want to use the word incestuous, but kind of incestuous, cannibalistic. Like, they're working together. I can't think of good words for this, but feeding on each other, right, within China. So it'll lead to, I think, more growth in China and less growth in the U.S., which seems to be the opposite or antithetical to what the U.S. would want.
Yeah, well said, Adara. Forcing them to develop their technology may be good in the short term, not good in the long term. Let's talk about Workday. Booming here, at least it was in the pre. Where's it at right now? Selling off a little bit, still up 6 3/4, but well off the highs. On this headline, Elliott Management taking a stake And they're also acquiring a whole bunch of companies, Workday is, for their AI expansion. So activist investor Elliott Management disclosed a $2+ billion stake in Workday. Elliott, though, who's known as, sort of an activist investor, they voiced full support for the current management, at least the CEO and the CFO, calling them proven leaders who have driven strong progress. The investor emphasized confidence in Workday's multi-year growth strategy, which they presented recently at the Financial Analyst Day. Here's the company's response to Elliott taking a stake. Well, Workday welcomed Elliott's support in a separate statement, though it did not comment on any specific strategic initiatives that they're going to be taking now that Elliott's an investor. The alignment with Elliott suggests reduced activist pressure as both sides appear cooperative and sort of on the same page. On Tuesday, this is the AI expansion part of the story now. That was the Elliott Management. Now, these are the acquisitions Workday's been making to expand their AI offerings. On Tuesday, Workday announced a $1.1 billion acquisition of an AI firm called Sana, marking its third AI-related deal in the last couple of months. The Sana purchase follows the August acquisitions of two companies, Paradox and Flowise, which was reflecting here a clear push to embed AI across all their human resource platforms. The combination of Elliott's backing and the AI expansion signals, Joey, management's commitment to long-term growth and innovation, at least down that AI path, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. As for Workday, oh man, this isn't a good look here on the daily. We'll zoom out to a weekly. I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things, this is where I guess it opened up in 2017, and then you head over to where we've been at. For me, when I see something like this on a chart, it's like, okay, what's going on fundamentally within the company, as Sharif was just touching on. But from a technical standpoint, it's so tough for me personally to sit through all of this stuff and wait for your appreciation when I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities. Once again, I don't know overly too much about what Workday does, but from a technical standpoint, I'd be moving on to the next one.
You'd be moving on?
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Okay.
No, I mean, no, not like the next one. Like, as in like this, as in from the stock.
It's super consolidated. Yeah.
I'd be moving on to the next stock, not the next story.
Yeah. I was about to move on there, Joe.
No.
All right, Adara. Elliott Management, you follow them a lot. AI acquisitions. Is this a good recipe here for Workday?
Honestly, I was kind of shocked when I read Elliott's explanation for this because usually, and I'm going to use the example of Nelson Peltz and Disney, we get activist investors involved when either A, they have some kind of vendetta, which was arguably the case with Nelson Peltz and one of his chief backers, Ike Perlmutter, or you believe also in the case of Nelson Peltz here that you want to change the company. You think they're doing something wrong and you want to change them. But for Elliott to get involved with such a large position when they actually think, hey, you guys are making a turnaround on your own, you're doing well, it's a... excuse me, it's not anything I've ever seen, right? So in that case, it seems like their strategy is, they want to get on a stock that they think is going to improve. And it's interesting. I wonder if it pays off. I think already Workday is showing there with that acquisition that they're trying to make some strides. Maybe that's what Elliott's responding to. But either way, this seems like one of the least hostile activist investor situations I've ever seen.
Yeah, same.
It seems unprecedented. I am very curious to see how it's going to turn out because I did a double take when I read like the actual description there because I saw that they took a stake and I was like, oh, whatever.
Usually they're taking a stake and they're pounding the table about some changes. That really wasn't the case this time,
right?
Though, right?
Shout out to Carl Icahn and JetBlue. Shout out to the amazing Nelson Peltz, Kerfuffle and Drama. Hi, Bob. But this is just so different. Like, I've never seen anything like this before, so I'm really curious to see how this turns out when you have a situation with an activist investor and a company that actually seems more or less open to it.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Joey.
Adara, did I hear sarcasm in your voice there with the Nelson Peltz comment, or?
I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on the Nelson Peltz Disney thing that I'm not going to put people through. Yeah, that was a bit of sarcasm. Long story short, Elon Musk attended the premiere of Nelson Peltz's daughter's movie, which I don't think a lot of people watched during that period.
Shout out,
like when they had the activist investment and plus the high Bob, I don't know. I'm going to shush, but.
Adara, apparently everything Nelson touches, Shadow Bob, turns to gold. Isn't that the case?
I don't know.
That's the sarcasm. Absolutely not.
I tried it one time. I'm not that good at sarcasm.
I heard the other thing. Obviously, you were referring to the proxy war between Bob and Nelson there. So, yeah, good stuff.
All right, guys, let's go on to the next story over here. What do we got? Meta. Oh, baby, to unveil advanced smart glasses amid shifting metaverse strategy. Let's talk about what this story is. So Meta Connect starting today. I think it's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. So it's not going to be market moving unless you're trading on Blue Ocean. So Meta is shifting billions in spending from VR headsets to smart glasses, seeking a more mass market opportunity. The new device, codenamed Hypernova, will debut today at the Connect event, and it's speculated to be priced around $800. The glasses are going to include a small display and neural wristband controls built on Meta's partnership with Elixir Luxottica, which make Ray-Ban and Oakley. Reality Labs, which is the division of Meta responsible for this product, reported a $4.53 billion loss in the last earnings report. And since 2020, that division, Reality Labs, has reported $70 billion of losses. Of course, it's more of an R&D lab than, a branch that actually makes money. Who knows when they turn profitable? Smart glasses, though, are seen as way lower risk and more scalable than the VR headsets, which were the product that Reality Labs was focusing on the most. So a bit of a pivot there. Hypernova, which is the name of these new $800 glasses, represent Meta's first consumer smart glasses with a display. Internal expectations for sales, Joey, though, are modest given the $800 price tag. I don't know what modest means.
Yeah.
Are we going to 10 million? 2 million, 500,000
for sales?
Yeah, I mean, globally, I have no idea what to expect here, Joey.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we know what it was like with the start of Reality Labs, obviously getting into the metaverse and how the street perceived that. They hated how much capital expenditure Mark Zuckerberg was putting in the metaverse, and that seems relatively like a flop. As you mentioned, they're starting to sway away from that, and they're getting into these glasses. But this is the next point. What you brought up yesterday, Sharif, I wanted to ask you this.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be like a Bluetooth feature you mentioned, right?
So that's my vision of what they should be doing. That's not what these ones are going to be.
No, that's
Joey.
your vision of it, and I like it, to be honest with you. But with that being said, from a Bluetooth standpoint, would it be in Meta's best interest to team up with a company like, say, Apple, to have the feature where they can project whatever it is, so your iPhone onto these Meta glasses, which I think would be a pretty cool
it looks like, when you look at it at face value, it makes pure sense. But then you hear the way Zuck talks about Apple.
Yeah.
And he dislikes them for one specific reason. They, and according to him, have been keeping him down.
Yeah.
So whenever he comes up with a feature that he wants to include in the Meta app or in Facebook or whatever, Instagram, Apple's like, no, can't do that. And the way they control that, obviously, is vis-a-vis the App Store. Yeah. So he's had it up to here with Apple, according to him. So he wants to control his own, what is it called? Hardware.
Yeah, I know. And he's looking to, you said he was looking to do a phone as well, too, or something.
I don't know about the phone, but I wouldn't be surprised, Joey.
I don't know if that's in his best. I don't know. An Instagram or Meta phone, I don't know how the consumer.
I think he's looking past the phone, is into that new wearable,
into the new wearable, and I think that's the ideal what it is.
Leave that here,
take it, Remy. Get it out of here.
From me, bro.
Yeah. There you go. Why'd you take it back?
I thought you was going to hit me for sure with that, but it was going to be straight lawsuit.
In all seriousness, we know that Reality Labs, as Sharif mentioned, has been operating at a loss for quite some time, but I think that, and I mentioned this yesterday, every single one of these hyperscalers kind of have that quiet sector within the business that has potential to grow. We don't talk about Nvidia's autonomy department very much. We don't talk about Amazon's Zoox as often, obviously gaining a little bit more popularity. And then we have the likes of Meta and Reality Labs. When you're spending all this money, they're eventually going to look for a return on investment, and I think you'll get it there eventually.
All right, before we go to Adara, Open Door is breaking out. It's at the day high, 1080. The high of the day, it's showing 77s. It's up another almost 21%. So we'll continue to report on this one, and we'll see how high this one gets. Again, I want to remind you that the new CEO, he gets $30 million as a make whole from leaving his job at Shopify. Otherwise, the contract, his new contract with Open Door, he gets $1 a year. All of it is stock-based. He has to unlock these, what they're calling restricted stock units. And the only way he unlocks them if the price of the stock trades a certain certain price for a certain amount of days. So be on the lookout for more volatility with Open Door, another almost 22% today. Adara, let's bring Adara in if we can to talk about these Meta glasses. Adara, what are you expecting? Give me your take on this whole Connect event.
I mean, I'm shocked that it's actually not happening during market hours.
Likewise.
He's taking a play from his sometimes nemesis Elon Musk and having events weirdly late at night, Eastern time. Cough, cough, the robotaxi event. But yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, I honestly think like Meta and the glasses, it's not, at least for me, it's not super compelling. But I know, Sharif, you said you have a friend who's like walking around with the Meta, was it the Meta Quest or the Meta Ray-Bans? At, like,
the Ray-Bans, Adara. Embarrassing.
So either way, like people are clearly using these. I think it'll be more, like I don't want to opine too much because I am not, like people jokingly call me a Luddite. It's not that far from the truth. I am going to be a late adopter of this if I adopt them at all. So I'm probably going to leave the critique and the excitement for people who are likely to wear these, which I suspect there will be people. But let's wait and see. I think, you know, I'm ready to see more memes of Zuck wearing the glasses. So yeah, good Zuck to all who are holding Meta overnight with this event. I think the keynote usually with Meta Connect and with a lot of these investor or events by these Meg 7 names, including IO, et cetera, the keynote's always going to be the belle of the ball. Everything else is kind of window dressing. So this keynote will be key, actually, no pun intended. And I want to see how many different glasses Zuck can make himself wear. I wish I had constructive feedback here, but I really, this is not my type of product. I do wish success, and I hope everybody enjoys it, those who will wear it.
Cool. I'm definitely interested in this product. I don't know, how do you feel about your, would you buy these at the $800 US, so probably $1,600 Canadian? I'm exaggerating for effect, of course.
No, but yeah.
Are you interested in the product first and foremost, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah,
am I interested in the first generation? No.
What if they're good, though?
What if they're good? Sure, I bet they're
first generation.
I'm sure they're going to be pretty good, but the second gen is going to be better.
Well, yeah,
right.
Well, yeah,
right?
For sure.
So
for sure.
You know, it's kind of like the iPhone 3. That thing was cool, but then when you got the 4 come out, it was a
lot better.
big time different within the phone, right? I like the whole concept. I told you, I'm totally about swaying away, right? Like, you want to be constantly innovating. Like, get away from the handheld and, like, give me a watch that projects a screen or glasses that I can do something off, function with this touch screen and moving around here, do whatever it is. Bring me something new for the consumer is what I want.
All right, Joey, got to let them know something here real quick. Okay. All right, Assassino, we're ready to go. E-Signal, baby. New traders, listen up. The first month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll be able to analyze, strategize, and hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. It's got infinite data. It's got instant trading and lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with their back testing tool. It's got reliable real-time data, global markets literally at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, and you should be, scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at E-Signal. All right, guys, I took out my last beak wetter here on ATCH. This is breaking out. It's all sorts of strong. We're up 92% on this name. It's looking like it's going to squeeze in, possibly to that $2 level, or maybe 100%. ATCH, big boy breakout and a hold of either the 10 or the 20. Basically all afternoon. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. I also want to let you know we're still holding OPAD. That made another new high of the day, 509. Sadly, we're waiting at 510 like a schmuck, so we didn't get filled. We'll pack our patience, see if we can get in a little bit above that. Open Door as well, breaking out again, as we talked about, still hanging out near the highs. It's a 1085 high, Joey, but we're basically a couple of cents off that 1079. So we're hanging out near the highs, about 21% in Greensville. Open Door. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I wish it is what it is, right? Like, again, I knew it was going to rip. It's just the timing was off, and then you're starting to bounce, and I just wasn't positioned well. But I want to bring something in that, Vici, sorry, we're probably butchering your name. I like how you mentioned that you're getting a little bit more flows on inflows on the put side for this week's expiration on the SPY, that is. Let's take a look at the volume. I mean, here at 660, you obviously have 24,000 contracts there, 36,000 still currently open. And then here you're starting to see a little bit more of an inflow, so that's not too bad. 10,200 on volume, and then open interest, you have 52,100. Don't forget, those are totally different things. Open interest doesn't reset on a daily basis, volume does. All right, volume is completely closed contracts, while open interest are contracts that are still alive. And there goes the crypto space. We're getting closer to FOMC, and you're starting to see a little bit of a rally, but I am noticing a little bit more inflows coming in on the put side. Thanks for pointing that out, Vinci.
All right, I also want to point out a couple of other ones. Abhishek, my man Abhishek's back in the chat.
Oh, what's up?
Don't say it. BFNR, he's saying, breaking out. Well, yeah, look, Abhishek, it's still not at the high of the day, but definitely, certainly well off the lows. BMNR, shout out to Bitmine and our very good friend Tom Lee. I'm also hearing from others another very similar name, QMMM, right? Crypto hoarding on the treasuries, also moving. Wow, QMMM. This is up nice, 12.5%. Above that $100 area again. It looks like, well, it was momentarily. It looks like it's at 99.
Oh, wow, go
right
Ether.
Go, Joey. All right, so that's, let me just load this up here 1 second. QMMM, let's just see what this one's doing. Yeah, no, sorry, we're at $105, $108 high. We're up 20% now, 19.33% on QMMM. It's breaking out, but it has low volume. 224,000 shares only traded so far, guys. So the liquidity a little bit light. Keep your eye out on these names. We're talking about QMMM, BMNR, obviously Open Door as well. Very strong, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next story. Open Door, perfect. Perfect segue there. Announced plans to broaden its real estate service offerings across the entire continental United States in the coming weeks. Sorry, Alaska and Hawaii. Expansion will include direct cash offers, cash plus options, as well as collaborations with partner agents to provide what they're calling more flexible listing services. They're aiming here to capture more sellers and buyers seeking the convenience and the speed that Open Door provides. Here's a broader market context, though. Open Door, has leaned on technology to disrupt the traditional real estate transactions by simplifying the home buying and selling process. The company's model could actually gain momentum if the market, the housing market, I should say, volatility continues, as consumers may prefer certainty of cash offers in an uncertain environment. Joey, we've been talking about Open Door only really benefiting if the real estate market picked up with rates coming down, mortgage demand going up, et cetera. Could they influence that even with a weaker housing market just through their different product offerings? You know what I mean?
You think that cash they can influence the housing market sales?
No, but able to capture a larger portion of customers in a weaker housing market because of the products they offer.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think the diversification is obviously really key and important. The product of what they're selling, Sharif was saying that they renovate homes and then they sell them again, which is something positive. But you also want to look at it from a standpoint, this is almost working as an additional middleman in my. Yep, this is reminding me kind of like an additional middleman, and for me personally, getting back into the housing market, being in it, I want to phase as much of that as I possibly can out and go directly to the source, if that's a possibility. So I don't know if it's really going to benefit Open Door, considering if more people decide to take that route, and with smart contracts as well too. Do they need someone like Open Door?
That'd be great. I love how you keep bringing smart contracts in because it's fantastic. I'm not even arguing with you, bro. But here's what I remember. I remember Zillow pulling out of this. Remember when they were buying houses and they were trying to flip them? And that was kind of a similar business model. And they're like, yo, this is so CapEx heavy. We have to spend up a storm to make a couple of bucks. This doesn't make any sense. And they got the hell out of it.
Like, think about it. If you're doing renovation, because you mentioned that they do renovations and then something. Well, think about how long renos take. If you're redoing a whole property, the turnover rate, it's fairly lengthy. So not only the time from when you start the renovations, but then finding a potential buyer can get lengthy. And as you mentioned,
and you've got to carry that bad boy.
You're paying interest on everything,
mortgage,
right?
real estate tax,
absolutely
everything. No, you're right, brother.
Property
You're
tax,
right.
whatever it may be. I think it's a tough space, to be honest.
Before we get into Dara, guys, I want to mention ATCH over 100%. It's breaking out. Here we go, 178-day high. It's at the day high as we speak. ATCH, big boy breakout in small cap gapper world. Wanted to mention that to you guys. Dara, what do you think of this open door thing? Is there even a point about talking in the fundamentals of this company, or is this one trading as, you know, the market pleases, so to speak?
See, honestly, I don't want to call it a meme stock, and that's not just because our good friend Eric Jackson told us not to call it a meme stock. I'm saying that because I actually think this is a case where, much like what we had with Roaring Kitty, where he did believe there was some kind of technical and fundamental basis for the stock, Eric Jackson and his Open Army, which is what they call themselves, really seem to believe in the thesis of Open Door as a company. And, you know, they're really bullish on the fact that Kaz Nejati and the new CEO and a lot of other members of the executive team have been incredibly active on social media. They're not concerned that the social media aspect is distracting them from the work. Rather, they view it as extra accountability and they actually like it. So it's a really interesting case where I think it's a stock that's behaving like a meme stock, but no one involved seems to think that it is one. But maybe that's always the case. I'm not quite sure. I haven't lived through many memes. Yeah. But I will say one thing as well is that Kaz Nejati announced today that his account and the Open Door account, apparently they filed a Form 8K that they're going to be making company announcements and interacting with investors directly through the X accounts. They fired their accounts. The way they're trying to do this is, I think, pretty fascinating. We'll have to see if it works. I think, you know, Martin Shkreli is short now, which I think is really amping pressure as well on the buy side. And again, check out this X at TTV Research if you want a very, very in-depth analysis of way too many accounts and posts about Open Door. And now we have Fed time, though, guys.
Yeah, we do. It is quarter two, Joey.
Yeah.
So it's time for the small time players like us to throw it over to the big boys, the big time players who are sitting to our right. They're going to be taking you guys through the FOMC. Adair's going to be giving you the coverage. We're going to have it all. Stay tuned with Trader TV, baby. We got the FOMC covered for you. Big boys are that way.
We're long contracts, baby.
Boom.
Welcome, everybody. Yeah, it is Fed Day and 25 basis point cut. That's what we're going to get in 12 minutes, 13 minutes, 12 and a half minutes, whatever it works out to. That's the overall, that's the overwhelming expectation, everyone sort of comes back on in here. So we do get a few extra things at least. This time through, we'll get the dot plot, of course, at 2:30. We're going to have Fed Chair Powell hit the podium as well. There'll obviously be some prepared remarks, then you get that Q&A, right? This is going to be dovish, it's going to be hawkish. So when you get that quarter point cut, what are the indications for the rest of the year? Because the market is tuning in and wants to know if they're going to get those expected further cuts. Another couple quarter points are expected throughout the end of the year, and that's the indication I think we're looking for. The market couldn't have been any different today, more different, because you had the NASDAQ essentially trending down all morning, and then you had the Russell IWM actually trending up on rate cut day. So if we were to get some kind of a surprise, I think IWM moves the most, but I don't think we're getting a surprise, everybody. The same.
We have the wrong position board up, so they'll get that fixed in a second.
Yeah, we're on early, that's all.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we just had the wrong position board. We'll get that fixed up. I just wanted to say StubHub. Yeah, it's down. What a surprise there. So you're now down underneath some of those levels that we all thought were very important, and 23.50 is where the prices, if you guys got filled, that's probably where you are. It does open up at 25.35, and it's a story of two trades for me as we went upside and downside right there with StubHub. So yeah, we busted it through, made some money there early. We didn't go up that much. My best fill was actually about 80 cents, 26.25 or so is the high end there. And then we fell back through. Once we broke through 25 bucks, we got punched out, of course, of what we had left, and that left us at 24.75, so about 25 cents excuse me, worth of slippage. And then once we broke 24.35, I mean, it doesn't matter. Once it was going down, I paid for shorts by the time that registered and everything. Then I just shorted the move back down in right now. So now we're sitting in $1.40 short. So there you go, right? It's we talk about many different ways to trade IPOs. So there's the long and there's the short right here. So yeah, I mean, this is actually going to turn out to be maybe even a better trade than the first one. So yeah, happy overall. Could always be better. I think that's true of like most trading. You could always have, you know, made different or better decisions, but I think we did good here with StubHub. So there it is. We only have one little small piece left. Fed rate decision coming up in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the thing you got to consider is you should keep an eye on the overall market. Obviously, we'll have a quick look at the 10-year, see how that's doing. Maybe it affects the dollar. Just know where you want to play. Know what you're going to be looking at. Like if you're trading like an individual name, right? Like make sure maybe you have some small capper that you don't think, or like a micro cap that doesn't care about the market. But you know, if you're trading anything that has any kind of correlation with the Nasdaq or the S&P, just understand what happens at 2 o'clock because you're going to get a bit of a whipsaw action. So not much move in the 10 years, still around just over like that 4% mark. But we have been, as I said, trending to the downside. Now I've got eyes on open. I was joking in the chat, like maybe Martin Shkreli is actually out of this thing. Maybe he just took the.
We don't know his position size. We don't know.
No,
anything.
I don't know. I just know that he said he had 936. So I'll be curious to see. He said he was going to do some updates. I'm just curious. It's not going to be large enough that it matters. But remember, Open Door, there is a fundamental business here that is rate sensitive. So it actually falls into the category of names that you could look for a move here. If there was a surprise, I can see this thing spiking. If the market decides to take this as expected, and maybe we don't like the tone of Chairman Powell, then this is a stock that you could easily see fall. So I'm going to add this one up as something I'm interested in trading in addition to, you know, maybe looking at the IWM as well. But the first initial spike in either direction, right, which we usually get at 2 o'clock, I generally think the rubber band action. Like if we spike down, catching bids off the lows. If you spike up, find a good resistance level that you like. If you happen to be looking to play that action, and then come 2:30, start thinking more about the directional play that Chairman Powell sends us in. So that's sort of the plan of action. Usually want to be flat going into these things, but at the end of the day, just remember at 2 o'clock, it's not as if you're expecting all you know what to break loose. If you hear quarter point cut, because it will come, it'll be 4 or 4 quarter now. That's the expectation. I think we get that expectation. I'll be hands on the keys ready in case it's 50, but I'm not expecting that to happen.
Look, like most traders online, Shkreli will probably tell you he's out right around here, 850, 860, 880. No, you don't think he's going to say that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, let's see what he's doing. People are saying he's live streaming even right now, so then he's winning already because all you guys are watching him and he's probably making money right there, kind of like some of these other.
That's exactly why I don't think he's out, because he said he was going to get periodic updates, and then so there's a whole
did he post it on Twitter? Like, how do we know that what he was?
I saw it yesterday on X.
So he should be posting again on X.
The timing of the post was hilarious. I mean, well, whatever. I guess like if you were in the stock, maybe you don't find it funny because Open Door was actually breaking out of the bottom, and then it was right around here that he said this is the position. You know, like it was, if you were technically timing when you were going to do it, this is when I would have done it. Right as it's trying to break out in the afternoon, like at 1:30 or so, that's when it took the shot to the downside. I think timing was, if you're going to do it, like whatever, it is what it is. Like no one has a law against it, so you know he's allowed to do that. But this is a stock to watch, I do think, for sure. This is a good one in the chat. Team PJCT. First of all, if you're in our chat, if you're not in our chat, then make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's a subs-only chat, so we can answer questions, and then you can be part of the community here. Powell says, good afternoon, and the markets tank. Well, we'll find out. There are prepared comments. At the end of the day, we'll already have a bunch of price action before leading into when Powell hits the podium. So we'll have a lot more before we even think about getting to Jerome Powell. So about 5 or 6 minutes to go. We'll expect to get that no change and go from there.
Okay,
quarter point cut.
Yeah. Gold still relatively flat today as the Nasdaq goes down 0.37, as does the ES. So, you know, some things to trade here off the jump. I mean, you can look at gold. We can see if that starts to move, if it's a surprise one way or the other. This is a relatively uneventful event today, and we talked about the reason why is you do get this number. I'm going to get over here, man. I don't know what's going on with my PC here, but there it is. Let's just refresh like this and see what this shows. So still 90, now 96%. So now that 4%, it used to be 6, now just a little bit lower. So that's what we're going to be expecting right now from this, and it should be a good one. You know, you're in the right spot. We're going to have it for you, Adara. We'll have the numbers immediately, and then if and when Adara goes through the thing is, it's always marked. They cross out the old words, and they redact statements, and then so we'll see what's going on. But yeah, we're excited for this. Interesting to see what winds up happening here with only 5 minutes to go. So Nvidia's made its way all the way back as well. So good trade there. It's obviously my number one trade there is going to be Nvidia for us on the day. But StubHub actually wound up making more money on Nvidia than on StubHub. So, yeah, we're just waiting. I'm going to hold on to StubHub. I don't think you need to be long anything heading into this. Flat is probably the right decision right now heading into this number. So that's what will be. The TQQs, very interesting levels as well. There's not really a specific name that I think is going to go off right now. I mean, I think there's names we want to go long on. I think we want to be long the NASDAQ. I think we want to be long strong names, Google, things like that, that could wind up.
Google's bad today.
Google's bad today. That's what I mean. Like, I don't really expect anything. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. 4 minutes away.
Yeah, I feel like if we get like a ramp to the upside, it'd be fun if we get some small cappers going. I know I was like morbidly hoping that BBAI would hold that breakout and maybe you'd see some of the small cappers go, but that hasn't happened. It's on my radar the same way Open is. I always want to type New York, like NASDAQ for BBAI. Like, doesn't BBAI seem like it just should be a NASDAQ stock, not in New York? I always feel that way. But I was long this all day, and looking for the breakout at 6. So this is on my radar. Like, if this breaks trend and we slam to the upside, I'll probably look to play the old VWAP long and maybe the retake of the 6 level here on BBAI for sure. Grunfeld asking, why is SoFi weak? I mean, the market trended down all day today, and SoFi trended down all morning yesterday. So like for individual stocks, there's a lot of things that were at highs and breaking highs that pulled back. And we can ask the why if we want. There was no particular news here. It's not as if, like, I mean, look what happened to Google. Like, Google's down 1.5%, but it was just making fresh all-time highs today. Made a bit of a top and a turn, and it's Fed day, so maybe some people taking some risk off and taking some money off of the table. But I think those are the types of names that might give you the most juice. Like things like a Google, things like a SoFi, if we do end up ramping here. But we have to see. As you said, the first thing you're going to hear, with about a minute or 30 seconds to go, we'll throw back to Adara to make sure the first thing that you guys see or everybody sees is what did the Fed do, and then we'll be able to get a reaction. We'll be live the entire time with live trades, and of course, like I said, Powell will be on the podium at 2:30. But let's go to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, I think before we get this rate announcement, which I will be bringing to you guys, I want to remind you what we're expecting. We are expecting a 25 basis point cut here. Now, it's also going to be interesting are these economic projections, what they're expecting the interest rate to be in 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, the current, and then the longer term, right? So this could be pretty interesting. Right now, I guess longer term is 3%, current 3.9%, 1 year 3.6%. Let's see what ends up coming to fruition. I also think it's worth noting what were the FOMC, the CME FedWatch tool is expecting for the October meeting. As of right now, the implication is if we get a 25 basis point cut today, we'll get another one in October. That's about 73% chance here of that rate being around 400 by October. Let's see if that is the case, and we'll send you back to the guys quickly.
All right. Yeah, I think that was the most important thing there, was to try to find out where the next couple cuts are coming, right? I mean, I think they have enough ability to be able to spread them out now. As the market, you're not really getting too many negative headwinds or anything like that with jobs or with the inflation prints have all come in pretty much as expected. The jobs numbers, jobless claims was a little bit hotter than expected, which is what spiked that thing for a quarter rate point cut, right? And you also have to understand, we do have President Trump that's going to be commenting on this as well, right? And so we will just figure it out. We're looking for that quarter point. It's going to be coming out with 1 minute left. That's going to be, a big day, but monumental, because I think it's the start of the next rate cut cycle. Exactly. And I think that's the big thing. And it's something like the stock market has been up in the next, I think it was like 10 to 12 months 18 of the last 18 times that they started to cut or something like that. There's some ridiculous stats out there that if you look down the line, this is a positive. No matter what winds up happening today, this is a positive. Why don't we just stay here for the Fed rate, then we can show it. All right, whatever you guys want. If you want to go have Adara read it, you can do that. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, I'll just be here so that you guys can actually see the numbers live as I get them. Again, forecast here, 4.25%, so that 25% basis point rate cut. Then again, we're going to be looking to see the dot plot or the expectations heading forward. We're going to look at these numbers. I'm going to quickly read out the numbers specifically for the cut, and then or the number, and then we'll go back to the guys at the desk. Right now, interest rate decision here for the September meeting is, I'm just waiting for this to populate on my computer. Okay, we'll go back to the guys.
25 points, we got it, so it's right there already. There goes 25 points. There goes the NASDAQ. Nice little move to the upside right there for the NQs. So here we go. Again, kind of a nothing burger. The market just went up 0.2%. We'll see what's going on. So there is the quarter point basis point cut right there. So we are now in. The Apple bumping up 40, 50 cents. We've seen bigger moves than this before. Tesla right now as well, trying to do something.
Looks like IWM.
Up to 423. Yeah, IWM, NASDAQ pulling back a little bit, IWM going a little bit there, but yeah, no trades over here. I'm just into StubHub, that's it.
Yeah, what IWM did a bit of a push here, but it was as expected. Even if it was a surprise, obviously that would be a different story. I looked over, Open Door tried to squeeze through the high of the day as well, but you're already starting to get back a little bit. So the old rubber band action is very much in play here as we're starting to come right back in. IWM pretty much back to the highs. Adara, update?
Yeah, I want to talk here a little bit about the expectations. Right now, the Fed median projection is showing 50 basis point more rate cuts in 2025. So they're expecting an additional 50 basis points of rate cuts for the rest of the year. There was one dissenting vote, and it was new Fed Stephen Miron. Stephen Miron was the single dissenting vote. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he did elect for a 50 basis point cut, but the previous two dissenting votes, Bowman and Waller, looks like they did not dissent as far as I can tell at this meeting. We now do have, compared to the previous forecast, a lower median rate forecast and in line, I guess, here for the median rate forecast in the next 2 years. Current rate forecast, though, also, again, lower. Back to you.
Yeah, so the market rate, thanks, Adara. Yeah, so
that's good.
We were just thinking that's probably pretty good. You don't want to have too much dissent there in the Fed. It shows that they're all on the same page right there. Gold does make a move down pretty good right now. So now gold's trying to break through those lows. But as you can see, the market just where we were when we started, we're slightly up a little bit. We did get a little bit of a bump pre-number, and then when the number came out, then there's that extension up there. There's like everybody pushing the buy button, and here it comes right back in a little bit. I was thinking about going long on the futures maybe with the TQQs, but it's not really giving me too much right there. 97.80 might be a play. I don't know. Like we'd said, it's kind of a nothing thing here.
Yeah,
so
Nvidia is barely moving.
I feel like the market just climbs a little bit from here. I'm going to get in just a little bit now on the futures. Let's try. I mean, it was as expected. That's where it came out at. We'll just see. Well, let's just see if it wants to hold, man. There's 98. Where we came from, 97.70. Let's see. This has been a bouncing around situation for the last couple times. So we'll just wait to see if it takes out the top. That's the TQs. We're long right now. We'll get some out if it breaks. Oh, here it goes. It's breaking just a little bit here. So here we go, man. First position on right now. We're short StubHub, but we're not getting out of that one. And now we're into the TQQs. And there's a little piece out. So far, so good. Hey, man, 20 cents. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. We're making money again here on Fed Day. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe if it's your first time through. And if you have any questions that you want to ask us or engage with the chat, then make sure you hit that sub specifically. All right, Nvidia's starting to break its range. I did take that break on BBAI at $6. Again, I had this one earlier.
Go.
But Nvidia's starting to break out. If we take 171.5, I want to take the break of the local high here on NVDA. But I am into BBAI. Wanted to play a small capper with this day, because I think obviously rate-sensitive stocks are small cappers, and this one trying to go. But the next trade is going to be a shot here in NVIDIA. High of the day on BBAI, I'm holding through. It's only a few pennies away. It broke 6 earlier. But NVIDIA, I think, is the next opportunity here. If that one can go through 171.5, I'm taking her.
Yeah, all right, good. So hopefully that BBAI can go nothing burger for now in the market. But here we go, man. We're in the queues. Let's hope BBAI can get going as well. But here goes the queues right now. Nice trade so far. It's not that much of a face slapper, but we took a small position right here. So we go bang. We'll go, oh my God, I can't believe they did a quarter point. But there it is. They do a quarter point. Let's get some more out at 75. And there it is, man. 40 cents again. We're still working it. Nice upside play. I'm out of about 40%. So let's just wait to see where it goes at the high of the day. I was going to break through 99. Let's put an offer up there just in case we get going. We're going to hear, again, a prepared speech here from Powell coming through. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, guys. We're doing this live every single day. And more important on days like today, we can go over a couple names here in the market as we see fit. But right now, there goes Bitcoin sort of as we had thought. Let's see what Ethereum's doing quickly. 34 and change for ETHA. So I don't think it's doing that. Ethereum actually down right now on this. So not a great look there for crypto traders, but let's wait to see what winds up happening coming soon for ETHA. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, we're just waiting here. Again, 25 minutes until we get Fed Chair Powell talking. I do want to talk again about this dot plot. We don't get it at every meeting, but at today's meeting, it shows that the median projection here is that we'll get another 50 basis points worth of rate cuts over the rest of the year. There's only 2 more Fed meetings left, October and December. So the implication would likely be that we get 125 basis point rate cut at each meeting. But again, this is just kind of showing the estimates. I'm going to look here at the rate statement, see what changes have been made. But either way here, this dot plot, again, as I mentioned earlier, implying an extra 50 basis points worth of rate cuts for the end of 2025. 2 meetings left. Back to you.
Yeah, they haven't updated the website yet. Usually it takes a few minutes for them to get it. It's still 73% for October and 68% for December. It'll at least be a few minutes before you get any kind of an update there. So we actually BBA got to the high of the day, but I wanted to hold through. It rejected pretty much exactly, but I want to be a buyer of this. As long as the market isn't falling apart, then we want to be involved in it. Nvidia, first look on the break, doesn't really go. I'll wait for VWAP. I always think that 230 is when you get more of a trend. So if we're not getting a quick scalp trade on the break, then I'm going to wait for a chance at the lows or a chance at the bounce off the volume weighted average price, something along those lines. And then when Powell comes through, then we can work something, hopefully for a more trend trade. Open Door, wow, Open Door. The candle on Open Door was $1.25, $1.25, when nothing. It was a nothing burger. We got as expected, and it was to the downside. This might be a short underneath $10 in here. Do we have free locates on this? I'm just going to make sure. Yeah, we can short this one for free. But that was a big drop. $1.20, and then right back up, and now back downside here in Open Door. If it can't hold $10, yeah, I'm not liking the looks of this one. I wanted this to break out the high, but you can't squeeze if you don't break out the top. Adara, again?
I think the most interesting thing here with this rate statement, here is a look. This is from CNBC comparing the last statement to this current statement. So anything that wasn't in this new statement that was in the last statement, it's been crossed out there in red, and they've added underlined in red the new comments. Regardless here, what is really interesting is that there is a lot of concern about employment. That's the main theme I noticed in the statement. They're saying that job gains have slowed. That wasn't in the prior statement. And they're also saying that downside risks to employment have risen. So they're more concerned here about employment. We've seen that reflected in Fed speeches, but this is the first time that we've seen it reflected in the FOMC statement to this extent. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, I mean, okay, so we still have something left here on the TQs, but once it started to break down a little bit, we wound up getting out. I'm not planning on getting out of this. Like, I'm going to wait to see us break the low of the day. Honestly, I mean, the Nasdaq's been moving downside there. I didn't really hear anything too bad. What I want to do is I want to get a little bit more. I just put some bids at 97.60 right into here. I think we don't have to wait for the absolute bottom to break, but if we break, below into 97.40, something like that, then I think that's when I'll get out of the rest. Where I'm not putting that much money to work here right now. I mean, the market is literally right back to where we started. So here's the break right there at 1 o'clock. Here's it falling right back in on expected rate cut day. So, welcome to the rate cuts. I mean, it's here. Everybody was like loving IWM on rate cut day. So if you liked it, hopefully you were long. I mean, like I said, nothing is rocket science, but you're only as smart as your trade. So if you thought IWM was going to go there, you could have just made $5. because IWM was down here at 240. All you had to do was get long and hope that there was a rate cut, and there it goes right there to the upside. So I hope any of you guys touting IWM out there were able to be long before, because you weren't definitely not getting no movement. So I don't think you were scared of the downside. There goes IWM. We'll just wait to see. And again, that's the Russell. Should benefit more from lower rates. I mean, that was the basic idea.
A surprise would have been a different story.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no surprise. That's what I'm saying. Like, anybody that was touting IWM, you should just made $4 there. Look at this. Here goes JP Morgan. Nice upside moving all the way back in. I just wanted to see how far we got there. 313. Nice little top there for JPM. Let's see if it wants to settle down. And Open Door's at a good spot, man. It's at $10. So, yeah, I mean, another key area here for Open. And right now, the door is closing.
Here's breaking the low of the day. Here's what I want to do. If you're new to the channel, then we got something called a stock visualizer. So I'm going to restart it right now and explain. When you're typing in a symbol in the chat, make sure you include the $ in front. Go $, Palantir, go $ Open. That way we get an idea. Hey, what's moving the most? What is everyone interested in? Like, what should we be looking at? What can we talk about that you guys want? We want to make sure that we're covering the right things for you. So I see, look, if Open Door is moving, it seems to always be at the top of the list. That's just how it goes. But Tesla, Palantir, we'll always check back in on this as many times as we can throughout the afternoon. We do it all day long on the show, but obviously with the Fed here, there's going to be a lot of things that are moving. I don't think we talked about the move that, well, I'll put move in air quotes. For Bitcoin just now. And why I say move in air quotes, because it didn't move that much. No, no, I mean, we held 116, like we're right back at 116. Basically the entire inside range for Bitcoin. Didn't break the low. You could make an argument that maybe we broke out some of the highs from this morning, but not a heck of a lot. The biggest name to the downside to me was just Palantir. Like, if Palantir is the one that seems to be taking the brunt of this the most, down 5 points, as the market is certainly starting to reverse. All right, I got to go over my BBI, which is back at my VWAP. Well, my VWAP. VWAP is VWAP. Doesn't really matter, mine or the other. We're either holding our prior price from respect of where the buyers were all afternoon, or done. We break out and make a fresh low in the afternoon on BBI. I'm getting out. We bounce VWAP. I add to the position. We still have 20 minutes till this man hits the podium.
Damn, Powell.
That's the thing. We have 20 minutes till Powell hits the podium. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time, and I usually expect rubber band action until Big Papa. I mean, sometimes he pumps. We'll see what he does here today. Remember, he already, like, the big, Jackson Hole was the big speech. Like, that was the one that changed the tide. What I want to hear now is, like, confirmation that he's open to further cuts, and that, you know, they're still concerned about the labor market. Like, I want to hear more about the labor market than I do about inflation.
Yeah. We're just going to hear these questions and answers, right? I mean, that's what it is. So, yeah, a couple rough takes here early as the market just continues to sort of do whatever it wants to do. I want to thank all 10,000 of you for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're going to go over a couple more names for you in just a second. Adara's got an update.
I just want to let you guys know here. Let's take a look at, this is just the market, but I want to talk about, I guess, how many Feds are projecting which outcome. So according to the dot plot, 9 out of 19 Fed officials are seeing 2 additional rate cuts in 2025. 2 of them are seeing 1 cut, and then 6 are seeing no more reductions. So 6 out of the 19 Fed members, just under a third of the Fed, are seeing that there will be no more cuts this year. For what it's worth, as mentioned earlier, the median that will get an additional 50 basis points worth of cuts in 2025. Back to you.
Okay, so we got stopped out there on, we'll flush down that trade, and a small trade right there.
1/3 of the Fed sees no cuts, no further cuts.
I wasn't even really listening. Is that what she said? Okay. I don't know how. Well, I mean, I guess that's maybe why the market's turning around right now. I don't know why the Fed would say that, but we'll have to check out what's going on, because they're supposed to be data dependent. So how the hell do they know that there's going to be no more rate cuts? I don't understand.
Exactly. For anyone asking why we're going down, like the market has priced in quarter point.
That was just the median projection, yeah, because like they're all going to have their own opinions.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just reading out the individual opinions, but then, yeah, the median projection is we'll get 50 basis points worth of cuts, likely, again, quarter point.
Yeah, so exactly.
So there are more cuts.
There are more cuts, but it's the descent that I think is the key. That's why the makeup actually matters so much here. And we're probably going to hear more about that. Remember, the other thing that's happening is we are expecting the president to speak at 3 o'clock. So Not only will Powell be there, but he's usually not off the podium by 3 o'clock. So I don't know how that's going to work out. You might actually have the president and the chairman of the Fed speaking at the same time. We'll see. We'll usually try to have Powell up, and then we'll put the subtitles so you guys can follow along, make sure that you know what's going on there. But I do have a funny feeling sometimes we care a little bit more about what the prez says than Powell.
$2.25 now. I mean, StubHub, see you later. Ciao. I mean, this is what you get for charging me all those fees all those years, StubHub. Right down there to the downside. Yeah, you're only valued at $8 billion. But yeah, there it goes. Nice move down in for StubHub. We're as happy as you know what. We'll props it all up for everybody that's trading some stubby hubby today as that gets going down into the downside. And there's $22 right now, looking like it wants to break right now. So we'll see what's going on there with that downside. And here goes an NASDAQ, and there it is again. So here we go, man. Nice little move. What's going on with gold? Crypto, sorry about it, Sharif and Joseph there. They were both telling us how they're extremely long crypto heading into this. It's been bad, horrible actually. 341 down to 339 for GLD. This is what IBIT looks like right now. I mean, the whole market, this is not a crypto related thing. I mean, the whole market's getting cracked. There goes IBIT to the downside as well. Here goes Ethereum to the downside as well. So yeah, there's gonna have to be some pickup here somewhere right now in the market. It doesn't look like it's in either one of these. So Ethereum downside, IBIT downside.
Oh, the treasury plays are getting hit hard. Like Ethereum, like BMNR just went 3 times the move that ETH did, which makes sense.
Yeah,
if you're, that's the thing, when they're going down, if you're stuck in one of the treasury names, they're gonna move a little bit more. Look, the market's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here, but overall, this was an everything, seemed like an everything dip, at least as far as I could tell. Pretty much nothing catching too much of a bid. Jump back over. IWM is trying to hold. Somebody said in the chat, IWM flying up, flying down. It just gave up the entirety of the move here. So all we have is like rubber band action in both ways. I want to double check on Alphabet. Now, that Alphabet broke down way too much there. No strength. But Filippo, you're right. Stocks that were strong earlier, Caterpillar, Walmart, those are kind of things like defensive names catching a little bit of a bid off of these lows. I don't know if Walmart's much of a trade, though, on a Fed day for me. It's not the kind of stock that's going to move too much.
We have a new position. It is Apple. So I'm just going to try this Apple log. But right now, there's been 14 years and there's been 0 hacks at btcc.com there. So go check it out. You can trade Bitcoin up to 500 times, Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you just don't watch the pros. You trade like them. Regulated in US, Canada, and Europe. So most likely where someone is located that's watching this. Trader TV Live has an exclusive event with them. You can scan that QR code right now. Click that link in description as well to grab 15% off or 15% bonus on your deposit. That's btcc.com where the pros trade, and now you can as well. Okay, so now the market's trying to bounce back a little bit. Apple is not really, which makes me like this even more. So let's wait to see if Apple's starting to go now. We're long right here at 238.75. So we'll see if it wants to go. Hopefully the answer to that is yes. The futures are finally starting to get back to the upside a little bit right there. So there that goes. Let's see if Apple can also try to get back up to the upside. All right, we'll go over to Adair and then we'll get back to the markets.
Yeah, the Times reporting here that Palantir PLTR is going to be signing a £750 million pound deal with the UK during Trump's visit. It's worded in kind of an unclear way. If I get any more details, I'll let you know. But it looks like Palantir investing just under £1 billion London pounds here with UK during Trump's visit. Back to you.
That seems like a really good lever that they'd be able to pull. Palantir, like, man, if Trump's going to be able to get Palantir deals with other countries, like that seems pretty cool. Look, I took, and this is going to be rubber band until 2:30, but the break back through the low of the day on Nvidia into 170, bit of a refresher at the 170 level, just right into this like prior high here. So I just want to take these quick scalps. The breakout doesn't work, fine. The playback through the low of the day will work through. So far, the first move was down, so until Powell hits the podium, I'm kind of thinking we're short until he does something else, which will be in about 12 minutes. So quick little scalp trade on Nvidia. But Palantir, seemingly to me would be a good story for Palantir. It's just a weird day to try to react to news when it's a Fed day.
Yeah.
So I think, I'm going to reserve my thoughts on Palantir going forward till maybe tomorrow after things have settled down. But in a general sense, like Palantir, what I love, Palantir literally just bounced off the 50 period on the daily that it was holding before, which is a really big level. There's a good part of me that thinks that we can have like a quick little, maybe more of an end of the day kind of thing. Look for a potential swing here. Because someone was buying this thing at the 50 period moving average on Palantir for a while. And then that's where the bottom is today. And then news gets dropped. And if the market makes a fresh high, Palantir should work. I like this level on Palantir. It's about one, I don't know if we retrace back to it, that low, 161 now that we're bouncing. But yeah, positive news story can't hurt, but it's a Fed day. Hard to put too much weight into that news story for now.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, I love hearing that name, Palantir. You guys know that's a stock that we are hella long, but we've been getting some out. Actually, my last out was actually lower than here. I was at 160 flat, so we didn't have anything out higher. Apple not really doing anything right here. Neil just talked about Nvidia a little bit. Let's check out to see if what Google's doing something now or not.
Amazon.
So yeah, once it settles down, which it's trying to do right now, then we'll be able to regroup and think about which names we want to take. Generally, the question and answer period will start. Adara we'll have some of that for us, and then we'll hear what they say. Someone's going to ask about some sort of a dot plot. What does it look like moving forward? So on and so forth. And that should be the answer to the question that we're looking for if this market wants to get a little higher or not. I want to buy Apple until we break 238. So it's not a greatest level down there at 238, but that's a level that I'm going to wait for. We're not using a whole bunch of shares. I want to see some kind of a movement here, and we're not really getting it. So that's what we're going to wait for now to hopefully come through is either a test again down here, and we can think about maybe buying that or go the other way and hit the short if we break some of the lows. But for right now, we're stuck on Apple and just wanted to take it. It was up on the day. The market was, relatively flat heading into this. We did have a nice downside push pretty much since the open, but there's the recovery. We got all the way back up to day's high or back to flat or so on the day, and then boom, fell back down in there as it looks like we may at most get those 2 quarter-point rate cuts in the next 2 meetings before we head into the new year. So in what was supposed to be a monster cut year, it looks like we're just starting now, and we'll see if the market appreciates that or not. There comes Apple.
10-year dropped under 4.
Yeah, I mean, now we're going to have to look at some of these yields.
Yeah, the 10-year dropped underneath 4.
There goes Apple.
Kind of a big deal. We'll see.
There it is. Yeah, a little bit of a big deal. We're going to wait for that 10-year to move around again. But there goes Apple. We'll take out some mid-80s right now. Good level. Here we go. Nice little long there for AAPL. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, so we're happy. We'll go happy, joy. If the market retraces back to the upside, we can let this one go. I'm sitting at 238.92. There it is. We get that. Now we're sitting at 239. We almost get that right there, and there we go. We get that now, and there it comes right back up to the upside. Hey man, it's a 50-cent winner on some decent shares, so let's go Apple right now to the upside. Congratulations to all who believed in that trade, and I hope you followed it with me. There goes Apple upside.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. A couple of longs both work, and at the end of the day, this market wants more upside. I think that would be good. I mean, the 10-year coming down, certainly good. I'm going to keep eyes on that one. If we actually hold that trend to the downside, this can easily work. And the more important thing is, while we got a little bit of dissent, like some notion that maybe it's not unanimous, overall we're still on track for that 75 for the rest of the year. Just in case you're tuning in right now, it was quarter point like expected, but we're still on track. Market priced in another quarter, another 2 quarter point cuts to the end of the year. There's been no change in that. So when Powell hits the podium, the way that he would throw any cold water on that would be to start talking up inflation or concerns about inflation and overshadowing what we've seen in the labor market. That we just want to make sure that we stay on track with these 2 quarter points. That's the thing that could be a shock in about 7 minutes or so. Victor, if you just woke up, why the crash? The rubber band action. A lot of times...
Crash?
Well, it's not a crash. It's just a reversal in the market. A lot of times what will happen is if it's as expected, you get like a run one way, run some stops one way, run some stops the other direction, and then look for some kind of a distinct direction. All you had was a fail at the high, a fail at the low, and now we're sort of diddling in the middle. So play a little momentum, but until 230, that's when I think things usually get more distinct, where you tend to hold one way until Powell's done talking.
Yeah, this is we've seen more moves on a random Tuesday afternoon when somebody sneezed and hit their keyboard. So I'm going to hold off on this. Let's see if Apple can continue to go higher, man. I mean, for me, this is a great trade. We're almost $1 in. We're 75 cents in on that one. Thank you for all the talk there on the chat. Let's go over to another name here about this. What's going on with Uber right now? Yeah, Uber had a rough go today because I wrote it down at $90 maybe to buy some of this. But yeah, we're right down into the 50-period moving average. We talk about buying good companies, and I mean, there was the 50, there was the 50, yeah, that broke. And now we're back at the 50 again. So we can watch out for sure to see what Uber wants to do in and around these levels. Go Apple right now. We still have 60% of that trade. So if you guys are in this with me, congratulations. It looks like it's working out so far here with AAPL. Yeah, coming up in 5 minutes, we will get the Q&A there, so we'll hear that from Powell. That should be interesting for sure as we go. So we'll have to wait to see if the market wants to move off of that anyways. There's more outs. Like this is what we've been doing. Buy there, brrr, upside. So that's, again, pretty good looking trade there for me as we wait and see what happens now with Apple and Fed Chair Powell. The SOX L, Nvidia, all those kind of things starting to move around again a bit, $30.50. I don't know, we could check out, maybe we'll have to check out Open Door, but
it's still like everyone.
It's still $10, yeah.
It's actually, no, at 10, they're right underneath $10.
Okay, so yeah,
it hasn't been able to regain 10.
Much.
And just keep in mind, look, I know it's the top name on the list. Tesla's going to be number 2 in here. SoFi we can look at, but most of everything is the same rubber. Like it's just break down, hold the low, and get back to the upside. The difference is Open Door could squeeze some people, obviously, because it's heavily short floated. So if this were to ever take out the top, it could potentially be built different. That's all. Tesla, no different from anything else. I see that one on the list. Maybe a little stronger move, bounce. But we were sitting at 420 when the print hit, went up $5. We can't get back to that 420 level or get above it. I want to see something that's able to press through where we were. Like if you can press through where we were at 2 o'clock and then show some oomph, that's a little bit more fair, and we can get resuming the uptrend. So Tesla not really doing it. I saw SoFi was on the list here, under VWAP. SoFi is a weak name. To me, if you're weak going into it, prove to me that you're strong. Weak today, SoFi. I don't want to get it twisted. SoFi made an all-time high yesterday, or 52-week high yesterday. So it's not a weak stock in general, but it's a weak stock today, unless it can press out and make some highs. I almost think this is a fade. My eyeballs are going to be on 3 things: Palantir, Open Door, and Nvidia. Want to see if we can get Nvidia off the low one more time before Powell hits the podium. Ideally, Open Door can get back above the $10 level. I'd love to see it start to squeeze. I'd prefer to be long this stock. It's just not looking like much of a long yet here on Open Door.
Let me check out what people want to do here. I mean, we just took out $1 there pretty much on Apple. So it only got to 45s. We took it out at 45. We're long at 52. Okay, so Open. I thought you said you reset this.
I did. Every time you reset it, Open always comes back.
Yeah, but 172, we don't have that many people in there.
Oh, you know what? When you reset, it only updates for me. Like, it's weird.
What?
The same thing happens when you reset it. I still have the whole day.
394 subs. I just did it again. Okay. All right. So we'll see. Yeah, they'll get it figured out on all of that. But yeah, this is what you got to do. Oh yeah, Webull. We can have a quick look at Webull. That's getting killed right now. $12, $13 right now for Webull. Oklo today downside as well, as we just saw that one. They're down 4% for Oklo. There's gold trying to move finally right now. We can have a quick look to see what gold's doing. I mean, that's always interesting. So let's have a quick look over there. But there it is. Now we are officially. Look, man, I mean, traders, we talked about it. Traders going to trade. We tried the TQs. We tried Apple. We're holding Apple. We've got exactly half left right now. So big time movement right here. Paying for dinner tonight, as we had some of those talks earlier. Yeah, Baxter is coming down. So my kid from university is coming down. So that's going to be a little more expensive. So we're paying for it right here. So thank you, Apple, for that. And there it goes. Nice move right here up to the upside as we plant those red roses. And it's a good one. So nice upside moon. There it is. What's up, Rivian Millionaire, and everybody else that's in the chat. What's up to Dan? Thank you for the birthday wishes there as well. Yeah, we're just doing what we do best here, man. And that is trade. So there goes Apple. We already hit StubHub's already $2 in the money. We hit StubHub long, then we hit it short. So I mean, that's what we're talking about right there. The trade that we have, our trade of the day for me anyways, P&L wise, is this Nvidia trade. We had it real early at the beginning of the day. When we broke down, we took that short the whole way, gave us multiple dollars. It reloaded back at VWAP, gave us multiple dollars again. And then just before Fed, well, it was 140, it broke VWAP and I got out there and wish we would have kept it as we went back in to the lows of the day. But yeah, that's Nvidia. That's the trade that's holding for me right now. I'm going to get out of some more Apple here, see if I can offer 50s, see if we get that. Hopefully we do. We did not. We missed it there. So I'm going to offer, maybe we'll get, there it is, we got it. So there it is, nice one there. That's another one. We'll props it up to everybody as well. Hopefully some of you have, like I said, some of these plays. But there it is. So far, so good. Tesla, they're all not moving. Like I wish there was more.
Tesla's trying to move. Tesla's trying to go. It's trying to break that 420 level for sure. Let me know, Fabian. Or Andre, if we're good to go. But Tesla's trying to break that 420. I did still try. I want this to break that that $10 level. But open door, I punched long when it broke 10, and immediately 100,000 on the offer at 2. Like it breaks 10, 100,000. I got long 01, and there's 100,000 shares on the 02 level. So there's still some sellers that you got to blow through here, unfortunately. But I want this one over the volume weighted average price. If it closed above, I don't mind taking shots at it, but I'm not going to start fighting this thing. But I do want to shout out to Orogenics here, as each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. Yet there's no FDA-approved treatment. NYC-listed Orogenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With a concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. And let's go to Adara, you know who.
Chair Powell is now, in fact, on the podium speaking here for the Fed. I will keep you guys posted with any updates. I'll either say them out loud and also check the position board because I will have headlines popping through there as well if need be. Just prepared remarks right now. Back to you.
I got a 10% more here at 239.54 $1. So we'll just wait to see what we do from here. But Apple right now 239.50, trying to think about what it wants to do from here. So yeah, so far so good on all of these plays. We could check out. Oh, I did want to see what gold was doing because we did have GLD or GDX was one of the posts there. Yeah, unfortunately nothing. Right now, I think Bitcoin probably bounces. Why don't we go long IBIT? Let's have a quick little look. So down to that 65.30 area again. Nice little hold there into the low of the day. Okay, now we're all right. Powell said there's downside risk to employment right now. So downside risks have risen right now in employment, is what I just heard. So I think we already knew that. We saw jobless claims higher.
That's a positive
there. So moderation expected in GDP growth. That's not great, but I feel like that's fine. He says there is potentially consumer spending slowdown. Good enough for me. I'm going to punch out some more there at 50. Look, I'm just kind of sitting on my hands now. We've already planted our flag, and oh boy, was it a good one. Nice long there on Apple, and that's it. We got out of our... So just to show you guys, what I lost on the TQs is like 10% or a little bit more than what we'll make here on Apple. So it's like have your outs and boom right there, make money, lose money, and then make money back on Apple and just regroup and try to figure something else out. So yeah, we are going to hear Powell as soon as we get that figured out. Unfortunately, we can't broadcast Powell right now, but you could see it there at least.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like he's talking about labor demand softening here. It's causing a little bit of a move to the downside with when he's talking about the jobs market. But overall, as long as we hold the low, that can kind of confirm that he's not cratering us here. Let's go back to Derek, get another update.
A lot of these comments here from Powell are reflecting what we saw happening in the statement as well, concerns about jobs, saying that apparently, the unemployment rate remains low, but it has edged up. He also addressed some concerns about GDP growth in the summer, saying that I guess it reflects weaker consumer spending. That's why it slowed down a bit. They also said that inflation has risen recently, and it does remain somewhat elevated with that unemployment rate edging. We know that they want lower inflation there and better employment, so that's still going to be a concern here for Powell and the Fed. Back to you.
Okay, and it looks like the quantum names are still doing absolutely fine. There was a growth sector, obviously. No one's actually made it. Better be growth because none of these guys make any money, real money yet. QBTS, I see it. People mentioning it. still at the highs. There was a story on IonQ in particular, not necessarily these guys, but it was on sympathy that they're going to the upside. IonQ making an acquisition, Rigetti and QBTS still working. So even with the market pulling back, this looks like it's relatively strong. I'm going to dip back over to Nvidia, see if it can't come right back into that same low as before. 169.5 is where it looks like it's trying to turn this time. So it's making a bounce in a different spot. Like last time it broke down through 169. This time it's trying to hold on to the $0.50. That prior low was like 169.25. I think that's kind of like the out spot. If the market's going to go, then you want to make higher lows. And overall, that's kind of an obvious thing to state. If we start making some trend down in, you don't want to fight it. If we make a fresh bottom through 169.25 where we got in last time, I'll get out and plays to the volume weighted average price and see if it can't press back up to where it was before at the end of the day. So I'm not really getting anything crazy from Powell here yet. No, you never know. Like Jackson Hole was so different because it was like instantaneous, like nonsense. It's a little bit different here. Sometimes it'll literally be when he leaves the podium that you get a big move.
Yeah, good luck with that Nvidia trade. We've been getting out of more of our Apple. So here's basically what you need to figure out here. Fed Chair Powell says inflation has risen recently, so check, we know that. Remains somewhat elevated, check. Moderation in GDP growth largely reflects consumer spending slowdown. I mean, we saw that. We just talked about lower than expected retail sales as well. Market pushing lower right now. Payroll job gains have slowed significantly. Again, this is all data that we already know, reflecting lower immigration. Okay, well, that's part of the president's mandate. So lower participation labor demand has softened, job gains running below break-even rate, so that's not great. Inflation has eased. Inflation has eased from mid-2022 highs, somewhat elevated. Total PCs likely to rise 2.7 in August from core 2.9. So, yeah, this is not great there. I guess your Nvidia's falling down because Apple's falling down right now, and we've got more news with Adara.
Yeah, and again, guys, keep an eye on the position board before I speak, because I will be putting the big headlines there to get a little bit of a jolt here in the market. Powell saying once again that the overall impact of tariffs on inflation remains to be seen. Like I said earlier, the biggest theme of Powell's comments today is that the Fed is still concerned about this, I guess, slight uptick or holding of inflation. It's not going down the way they'd hope, and employment is a concern. So concerns with both aspects of their mandate. And I guess worries that the tariff effect on inflation has not yet been seen. Market on watch here. Again, check that position board, the bottom third of the screen, for more headlines before I can say it out loud. Back to you.
All right,
thank you.
We're just going to do audio for Powell. Yeah. So why don't we just do that, and we'll be muted. You can see our positions flying through. We'll put some more on. I'm long Apple. Neil's long. Oh, you averaged into Nvidia?
No, it ran the bottom, but then it wicked out, so I jumped back in. Nice, if it wicks me out, I'm always going to jump back in. But before we do that, just quickly, thank you, David, for the super chat. Your dumb trade market fades to close. Point and pick, Gatorade shower, Powell at the podium would be epic. Good luck, David. You like the market fade, so we'll see. Let's put Powell up.
Is he up? I don't know. I can't.
The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
Chris.
Great. Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, Fed Governor Stephen Myron has kept his position at the White House, even as he's joined the Fed board. This is the first time, I believe, the Fed's board has had someone with executive branch ties in decades. Does this compromise the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics? And relatedly, how can you maintain the public's perception the Fed is politically independent with this dynamic? Thank you.
So we did welcome a new committee member today, as we always do, and the committee remains united in pursuing our dual mandate goals. We're strongly committed to maintaining our independence, and beyond that, I really don't have anything to share.
Well, great. And then just as a quick follow-up, I'm sorry, can you and other Fed officials have spoken extensively about the impact of tariffs on inflation, although perhaps with many companies appearing to eat the tariffs, tariffs may be impacting the labor market and other parts of the economy instead. Do you see that as a possible outcome here, that tariffs are the reason we're seeing some slowing, particularly in the labor market, rather than in inflation?
It's certainly possible. We're beginning to see, we have begun to see goods prices showing through into higher inflation, and actually the increase in goods prices accounts for most of the increase in inflation, or perhaps all of the increase in inflation over the course of this year. Those are not very large effects at this point, and we do expect them to continue to build over the course of the rest of the year and into next year. And it's also possible that there may be effects on employment, but that I would say if you're looking at why employment is doing what it's doing, that's much more about the change in immigration. So the supply of workers has obviously come way down. There's very little growth, if any, in the supply of workers. And at the same time, demand for workers has also come down quite sharply, and to the point where we see what I've called a curious balance. It's, typically when we say things are in balance, that sounds good, but in this case, the balance is because both supply and demand have come down quite sharply. Now demand coming down a little more sharply because we now see the unemployment rate edging up.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, do economic conditions and the balance of risks no longer warrant a restrictive policy setting?
So I don't think we can say that. What we can say is this, that over the course of this year, we've kept our policy at a restrictive level, and people have different views, but a clearly restrictive level, I would say. So, and we were able to do that over the course of this year because the labor market was in very solid condition with strong job creation and all those things. I think if you go back to April and now look at the revised job creation numbers for May, June, July, and August, I can no longer say that. So what that means is that the risks were clearly tilted toward inflation. I would say they're moving toward equality. Maybe they're not quite out of equality. We don't need to know that. But we do know that they've moved meaningfully toward greater equality, the risks between the two goals, and that suggests that we should be moving in the direction of neutral, and that's what we did today.
Under what circumstances would a larger than 25 basis points rate cut be warranted, and how seriously was that option entertained at your meeting this week?
There wasn't widespread support at all for a 50 basis point cut today. I think we've done very large rate hikes and very large rate cuts in the last 5 years, and you tend to do those at a time when you feel that policy is out of place and needs to move quickly to a new place. That's not at all what I feel certainly now. I feel like our policy has been doing the right thing so far this year. I think we were right to wait and see how tariffs and inflation and the labor market evolved. I think we're now reacting to the much lower level of job creation and other evidence of softening in the labor market, and saying, well, those risks are maybe not fully balanced, but moving in the direction of balance now, and so that warrants a change in policy.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. Should we be viewing today's cut as the committee taking out some insurance against the possibility that the labor market is at risk of weakening? Or is it the committee's view that the dynamics of a downturn are already in place? I guess I'm just trying to square the shift in the rate forecast in the SEP towards more cuts than just 3 months ago, with the fact that the forecast for unemployment didn't change.
Yeah, I think you could think of this in a way as a risk management cut, because if you look at the SEP, actually, the projections for growth this year and next actually ticked up just a little bit, and inflation and unemployment didn't really move much. So what's different now? What's different now is that you see a very different picture of the risks to the labor market. You've seen, we were looking at 150,000 jobs a month at the time of the last meeting, and now we see the revisions and we see the new numbers. And I don't want to put too much emphasis on payroll job creation, but it's just one of the things that suggests that the labor market is really cooling off, and that tells you that it's time to take that into account in our policy.
So just looking at the SEP once again, the median participant has inflation higher than previously expected by the end of next year, and
I wanted to say, obviously, the more he talks, the more he's scaring the market. So I was just going to say, like, with this labor talk being a problem, I think that's the big warning for us. Like, the fact that the labor market's cooling off, that's going to be something that's going to change policy. And you're going to see right there that could be what's bringing, and not could be, but that seems like what is driving down right now. I know I noticed you're out of that position. I'm still into Apple here. Apple is still fine, but I mean, the market is making new lows right now. So there's risks of higher inflation are less now than in April is what he's saying, but he's looking at the job market. And I think that that's the one that's concerning us here the most. We talked about in Canada how it's a little out of control. I guess they're just trying to make sure that in the United States with immigration going down, that hopefully this job market can stay stable. And that's the falling card, right? Because earnings are strong in this market. There's been, it's been a great earnings season.
That's the rub. Like, at the end of the day, like, the market has been doing fine with any weakness that you have in the labor market. But at the same time, we're at all-time highs here. It's a kind of a precarious spot for the NASDAQ. Really, or the ES, it doesn't really matter. Like, we're already kind of tipping here, because none of this is necessarily bad news in terms of our expectations of what we're going to get for the rest of the year. However, it's how we interpret it. My gut feeling is there might be like a wait and see by the dip period that we're looking forward to here. But like, again, I like what I'm hearing with regard to inflation. Because that's the other side of the coin. This is what you kind of want to hear from him out of inflation, that it's not, the risks aren't what they were. So that's a good sign, but this might be a wait till he gets off the podium kind of moment here, because there's buyers that try to emerge, but right now they're just continuing to sell it off at the end of the day here. So like, we'll see what else he has to say, but for now, the market doesn't seem to care that the shift on labor is good for our cuts. But it also could potentially mean some weakness in the overall economy. Which bad news isn't always good.
I mean, we can go back to Powell and see if he's saying anything else importante. But right now, it looks like Apple is going to make that move back in here. So, you know, we're not going to turn red. I know there's been a couple chases here so far, but it looks like right now the chase is to the downside as the market is breaking. The Nasdaq's now down 1% right now and looking to go lower. Let's go find out what Powell's saying.
You know, that's literally how you put the projections together. You're writing down a rate path, which is designed to create, over the course of the SEP, time frame, 2% inflation and maximum employment too. So that's all that is. No one really knows where the economy will be in 3 years, but the nature of the exercise is to write down policy that you believe would return to the 2% goal over at least by the end of the exercise.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. The latest inflation report shows that prices are still going up across key categories for many households, including groceries. What will the Fed do if prices pick up more?
So our expectation, and you can see this consistently through the year, has been that inflation will move up this year, but that basically because of the effects on goods prices from tariffs, but that those will turn out to be a one-time price increase as opposed to creating an inflationary process. That's been our forecast. Pretty much all the individual forecasts say that. We can't just assume that, though, right? We have to. Our job is literally to make sure that is what happens, and we will do that job. Right now, the situation we're in is that we see inflation. We continue to expect it to move up, maybe not as high as we would have expected it to move up a few months ago. The pass-through of the tariffs into inflation has been slower and smaller. The labor market has softened. So the case for there being a persistent inflation outbreak is less. And so that's why we think it's time for us really to acknowledge that the risks to the other mandate have grown and that we should move in the direction of neutral. So what will we do? We'll do what we need to do, but we have two mandates and we try to balance them. For a long time, our framework says that when our two goals are in tension, this is quite an unusual situation. How do we decide what to do? Because our tools can't do two things at once. What we do is we ask which is farther from, how far is each from the goal and how long is it expected to get to the goal? So, and then we think about those things and we see, as I mentioned, our policy had been really skewed toward inflation for a long time, really. Now we see that there's downside risk clearly in the labor market, and so we're moving in the direction of more neutral policy.
How concerned are you about the slowdown in the jobs market for households at home, especially younger Americans struggling to land a job?
So it's an interesting labor market, and obviously we think it's appropriate that we reduce our rates so that we become more neutral, which presumably will be better for the labor market. You see people who are sort of more.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for tuning in here, and just give a shout out. If you're looking at the Qs and trading the Qs right now, Beta Pro's got something for you. They're bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF competition, now with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including a $20,000 grand prize, and it's all risk-free. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. You trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform, and whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test your strategies, build skills, and climb the leaderboard. So you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? Sign up today, and maybe the post-Fed moves will take you on your way. Just one note, as Powell's been talking, he single-handedly got the 10-year back above 4 and rallying back into the high. If that starts dipping back in here again, I think that's going to be the sign that we're catching a little bit of a bottom here. But we can get back to the chairman. Since he's been talking, yields going up, market went down.
It's been CNBC. Mr. Chair, in the past, during rate cuts, you used the word recalibration. And I wonder if you pointedly did not use it this time. And in fact, when you said policy is not on a preset course, did you mean that as sort of the opposite of recalibration? Are we meeting to meeting, data point by data point? Are we in the process here of getting back to neutral? Thank you.
So I think we're in a meeting by meeting situation. We're going to be looking at the data. Let me say a word about the SEP really here. So we often point this out. What the SEP is it's an accumulation of the individual projections of 19 people, showing what they believe at a particular moment in time to be the most likely path for the economy and thus the appropriate path for monetary policy as well. And as you know, we don't debate or try to agree on what that is. We just write them down and accumulate them. We do sometimes discuss them. And so we always say we're not on a preset path, and we really mean that. The actual decisions we make are going to be based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks at the time the decisions are actually made. So you will have seen that we have 10 participants out of 19 who wrote down 2 or more cuts for the remainder of the year, and 9 who wrote down fewer than, in fact, in a good number of cases, no more cuts. So rather than looking at this as certainty, I would encourage people, as always, to look at the SEP as through the lens of probability. And so there are different possible outcomes and likelihoods rather than this one is certain and this one isn't happening. So that's what I would say.
Thank you for getting to my follow-up question, which was, is the dispersion in the outlook a sign of uncertainty of policy in the meetings to come? Thank you.
You know, it is such an unusual situation. Ordinarily, when the labor market is weak, inflation is low. And when the labor market is really strong, that's when you got to be careful about inflation. So we have a situation where we have two-sided risk. And that means there's no risk-free path. And so it's quite a difficult situation for policymakers. And it's not at all surprising to me that you have a range of views. It's not so much about having different views for the path of the economy, but it's partly that. But it's also partly about what's the right thing to do in light of this, of the tension between the two goals. How do you weight them? How worried are you about one versus the other? And so it's natural. I think it would actually be surprising if you didn't have a pretty wide range of views based, in this kind of highly unusual situation, and we do. So, but we get together, we discuss, we have a great discussion, and then we decide what to do and we act. But you're right that it's a wide dispersion of views, and I think that's understandable and natural in the current situation.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. You've talked a lot about Fed independence and the importance of it over the years, but as markets have questions about what exactly President Trump's intentions are with the Fed, what would you point to as the things they should be watching to determine that the Fed is still making decisions based on the economic outlook rather than political considerations?
Look, it's deeply in our culture to do our work based on the incoming data and never consider anything else. That's just everybody who's at the Fed really feels strongly about that way. So, you'll know it by the way we talk about
gold tanking here, guys, down 1.1%. Let's check in on some of the Chinese names here quickly.
Volatility is at the highs right now too.
Yeah.
The VIX is literally tipping at the top and looking to break out because of Powell.
Yeah, UVXY here. You can check them out. This is, again, a volatility index, and you can see starting to tick up to the highs right now and starting to go a little bit. But the market's just pushing down. The tone to me is just too negative. It's fine. I feel like when he gets off the podium, maybe we'll retrace a little bit back to the upside here. But remember, what started this day was downside. Like, we were downside pretty much the whole day. Then the Fed rate cut, bounced back off of around noon o'clock, 1 o'clock, as we had anticipation for this cut. And then whoosh, right there to the downside. I think the traders that are getting hit the most, and Fabian and Sharif aren't here. Joe and Sharif aren't here. I don't know where they are during a rate cut, but we'll wait to see now. I mean, Bitcoin getting hit down to 14.8. I still think there's opportunity to buy some IBIT down here. So that would be kind of cool to get that opportunity to do that. So, a reload potential here for IBIT and then ETHA as well. If you liked it, that's what I was talking about. If they were just here, I'd like to hear their opinion.
Just on a weird note, when we got that Palantir positive news, I know it's a Fed day, but it stopped making lows. The market is continuously making lows. The Palantir news that came through that Adara mentioned is somehow, it's actually holding this stock up right now. So it's a little bit different from the overall NASDAQ. Palantir seems like it might just be built a little bit differently here. But I want to go back to the UVXY for a quick second. Because when we were talking about it breaking, it's not breaking out the range, but it's teetering at the top. It's hard to imagine we go really cratering down in anything big continuation without this possibly taking out that top. If it resists it, I think you can find some bottom picks. But I'm noting the actual strength here in Palantir relatively. And I think it's just seems like a safer play on any dips here with Powell. I mean, he'll be done at some point. We don't know when. And remember, 4 minutes. I don't know if it'll be on time, but the president is supposed to be speaking this afternoon. That's typically tends to move the markets. We know.
All right, so I'm going to try Apple again. We're flat on Apple throughout this whole time. I mean, we had some good moves up. We had some good moves up again, and then it just broke the bottom right now. So I'm going to go long here on Apple. We're long at $10.11 right now on Apple. Let's see if it can get there back up to the upside. He's getting a little long in the tooth. It's almost 3 o'clock right now. So here goes crypto. Crypto now bouncing back to the upside again. So just a quick look on some of the crypto names. I know not all of us are in crypto, so I'll make this real quick. A little bit delayed, but there's 114.9 there for Ethereum. Bitcoin down as well. You look in the last 1 hour or so of trade. Ripple down 2%. Ethereum down 2%. Binance Coin holding out okay. Solana down 1.3%. Dogecoin getting hit the most, down 3%. But yeah, that's just a quick little look here on crypto and what's going on there. So yeah, exciting times, needless to say, in today's market. But still lots to go, right? I mean, Apple, here's the move back higher, so we like that one. Let's ring some kind of a register here. Let's ring another register here. There it is, man. This is why we're here live with you, man. We're doing it the best we can. There's a couple nice little longs for you. Put back in there on Apple. Hey, it's a good thing we started talking, right? I told you we're going long Apple. Here it is, Neil. It's 50 cents. It's in the money. It's a hot dog kind of a cannon, although we want a little bit more than that. So let's wait to see if we can get it. I'll top out again there at 43s. And now we'll wait to see what's going on with Apple. The scalping continues, man. That's what I do best.
Yeah, the scalping continues. Palantir broke that local high right into the volume weighted average price. Going to scalp that trade, at least until Powell gets off the podium, the podium and he's done. And then in the back of my mind, I'm kind of thinking if the president speaks, maybe he even says something about this Palantir deal, which could be a little bit spicy as well. So overall, I don't think we've heard anything too crazy, but the shock to the downside might be abating here. I just want to remind everybody, look, there's a couple of points to watch. Watch out for the 10-year at that 4 level even, and I wanted to go to the UVXY, show the NASDAQ here, but 24.45 was that local high that we couldn't break. That's one spot to watch. And UVXY at the low. So I'm going to keep my eyes on volatility. Like if we stay inside of the range everywhere, then maybe still look for those bounce plays. But I want to look for Palantir, just relative strength. If that can blow out the top, great. Next step would be holding VWAP. I think we're getting some of this strength back into the market. Remember, we basically just gone down 200 points and back 200 points on the NASDAQ. And if you're trading the futures or looking at the futures, remember December contract. We rolled over everybody. You got to be on the December.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we did that there. So now here's the bounce back, man, and we're starting to get a little bit excited here back into the upside. So hallelujah. Nice move higher right here for us on Apple. Good trading there. Let's check out what's going on in Nvidia. Neil's been trying to chase this as well. Good trade on Palantir. Nvidia, good bottom there, 169 and change. Let's see if it wants to work. But right now, all hail the king. We don't have Powell on the line. Come on, Jerome. Now you're ruining it. Like everyone knows that you're supposed to be on the line there live, and these guys must have been a pocket dial. Okay, Jerome. Oh, there's purple tie, by the way. Is that purple? Yeah, that looks purple to me. Not that that means anything, but it is a purple tie. So we'll have to watch it. We can ask Adara. But Apple right now, nice move up. We're just covering a little bit more up here. And we're getting a bit extended. So let me put an offer there, get some 55s. There we go. We get it. We're also waiting at 60s. So a nice little back up move there for Apple. Climbing the P&L chain just a little bit there. AAPL. So we like that. We like that a lot. Is Uber continuing its downside play as well? We do want to look at some other plays.
I was showing news there.
I was showing, yeah, there was news with Uber earlier today. That was that.
It was Lyft and
Waymo.
Lyft and Waymo, Nashville.
Well, here's the dollar index. We don't have this on our platform. I'll get this off pretty quick, but there it is. The dollar making moves higher right there, the DXY, as we wait for more information from Fed Chair.
The Powell Hour?
The Powell Hour. Power right there.
I did the same thing. I said Powell. Owl. Anyway,
it's a tongue twist right there as we go.
But I'm not a rapper.
Where can you listen to Trump after this? I don't know. I don't think we'll have the rights or whatever to broadcast Trump, but we have Adara. Yeah, we have Adara, so that's all you need to know. By the way, Neil, there goes Apple again. Now 65 cents in the money. Let's take out a little bit more. Why don't we? Nice move back up there for Apple. So I am glad that we kind of were able to. That hurts. Ouch. I'm glad that we were able to go back on air there, and I was talking to you guys about taking this trade. So there it goes. Let's now wait. We still have about half of this position, so if Powell wants to keep it going, then that is good. So we'll wait there. This is Powell's Hour of Power. I can't even say that one time fast, let alone 2 or 3 times fast.
I'm not even going to bother.
Right there, but...
I know I'll bungle it, so I won't...
I'm just a trader. I apologize for my pronunciation right there. Pronunciation.
All of it.
Everything that you do with.
Make sure everybody, first hit the like and subscribe if you're here the first time, and make sure if you're typing a symbol in, you're looking at Palantir, you're looking at Tesla, hit the $ or type the $sign. Don't hit it. Type $ in front of the symbol. It just makes it a lot easier. It's still somehow open door at #1. It just always is, but even after we refresh. And I get it, the open army and yada yada, all that good stuff. I took a trend break in open door here. Since the number came, well, I mean, is it really a number when it's as expected? It's still a number. Since the rate number came, it actually held a low and then a bit of a trend break. So from 2 o'clock, or actually from the high of the day, trend down, break the trend and see if we can't get VWAP here on open door. That might have moved more than anything else, but possibly because it's just a frothy stock and it's got some squeeze play potential. I see QBTS is still going to the upside, but yeah, Palantir at the 50-period moving average, that might have just been your chance to buy the dip at the 50 on Fed day. The 50 period is undefeated. QBTS, fresh highs, 18% now, just broke the top, so congratulations. I know a lot of people were in this one all day long. It just goes to show, anybody has news in the quantum space, maybe you want to look at the one that hasn't gone yet, because the sympathy play was even bigger than IonQ that had news. Rising tide lifting all ships here, it does seem. As maybe he's not off the podium just yet, but he certainly stalled the market to move to the downside. We're right back at that Q's top, everybody.
Yeah, if you don't like dollar winners, you're in the wrong spaces, guys. But here it comes, nice little move higher right now for Apple. So just touching out in and around that area of 239. We'll see where it goes from here and there. But there it is. A couple outs there around 239. Now trying to finally pull back in just a little bit, and there goes crypto back to the upside. So I'm glad we talked about that. We had mentioned Boeing maybe a little bit earlier. We could see everything that Powell's saying right here. So if there is any sort of a movement that we need to talk about, we both have it in our ear. Actually, I do not, because I logged out and I have to log back in. So if there's anything happening right now with that space, we'll get it to you right now. But Boeing, huge move down into 213 today. Now a nice little move backside right there for Boeing. So that seems to be working. Meta, on their Meta Connect event, which is happening tonight, that's blasted there for a little bit. So nice little $10 move higher right there on Meta. So I guess, taking $1 on Apple, although Apple's only a $200 name, that's a huge move back upside for Meta as well. I'm just going to sit in Apple, man. We have, oh yeah, by the way, we have this one as well. Let's go right now for StubHub as that goes back into the downside. So right now, man, I'm sitting in $3 worth of winners. Pretty happy with it so far. People want to look at Rigetti. Of course, Rigetti. Let's have a quick look over there and see that. $22, man. All these quantum names blast off right there to the upside. They may not be making money themselves, but they're definitely making money for you if you own these ones. Huge move up there for Rigetti. Tick, 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 boom. Right now, taking out its all-time highs right there today. And there it goes, right on this move, right here, right now, taking out 2150. Bye-bye, Rigetti, and you're welcome there, Elite Streams, and everybody else looking to look at some Rigetti. IonQ, QBTS, they're all the same today.
It's like they had the news and they're up the least.
It's blast.
IonQ is only up 4%. Rigetti's up 9%. QBTS is up a boat. There's no good ETF. It would be interesting. I guess they're not at the point yet. How can you have a quantum ETF when none of them make any money? That's the problem. But there should be something speculative that I think would encompass it. You could always just trade them with some kind of a basket. Open is still trying to go here. Palantir, here, I'll show you the black chart. When we're doing two things at once, I like black charts better, but we show you guys the white charts because allegedly it's more clean. But Palantir is now, it's not green yet, but effectively, in my opinion, it's green since the print at 2 o'clock. So since the Fed came on, Palantir is continuing to break out. Buying the next dip into VWAP. Palantir had their own news, potential deal with the potential deal with the UK government. That came on right as we were still, as we were getting the opening remarks from Powell. Adair was able to give us that news on Palantir. So it's not just kind of running randomly with the market. It does have its own news. Let's go back to the desk. Adair has more for us.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, guys, I'm not seeing anything here from the Trump interview yet. I'm not seeing a link for it. I'm not seeing a stream for it. I'm not seeing comments for it. But I do want to talk here about one thing Powell said with regards to tariffs. He said that tariffs are contributing roughly 0.3 to 0.4 points to the core PCE reading. So that's 0.3 to 0.4 percentage points of contribution to core PCE reading from tariffs, as per Powell. Back to you.
There it is. We've already talked about the dollar club here, but this is thanks to Dara for all that. I mean, as tariffs get finally sorted out right here. Here we go. Fed Chair Powell says labor market is softening. Don't need it to soften more. Don't want it to. We start with a quarter-point cut, so they're starting. So I think that's pretty important right there. They're starting, so that's a nice word to hear from Jerome Powell. So we know that there's a start of a rate cut cycle. That's enough for me. Markets are pricing in the rate path, so we can check out what that path looks like again, and then just keep on going. So spending, unemployment is low. We just went through the successful framework, I guess. Fed will probably do more than the planned 10% headcount reduction. So at the Fed, it looks like they're chopping heads over there. The heads are rolling, I guess, at the Fed, I should say. So that's not necessarily a good thing, but we'll wait to see what happens now over there in Fed land. It doesn't look like a positive thing if you're employed over there, as they're looking to chop heads.
Cut by 10%.
Yeah, not great.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're building that big building, you got to cut costs somewhere.
Yes.
Well, that's also what we're doing here, everybody. Studio 8.
Yeah, so you're no longer see Joe or Sharif, unfortunately.
It's going to be a few $1 billion worth of renovations here at Trader TV Live, and the cost overruns have been a little bit crazy, so unfortunately.
I mean, that's why Sharif and Joe aren't here right now. Yeah, we had to, unfortunately. They're too expensive.
This black wall right behind you, that itself just cost about $785,000. And we're just messing around with you, obviously. But no, it's, at the end of the day, the things that you wanted to hear from Powell, I feel as if it's been like mixed. Like, okay, focus on the labor market, good. Maybe the view on the economy I'm not liking too much, but overall we're still going back and forth. We went to the low, to the highs. I covered open at VWAP retrace. I'm going to stick with the rule. Break downward trend, play it into VWAP. +2 on open door. When I had the 10 break, there was a big seller at $10. So, you know, until it play long into 10 from 960 to 10, but if it doesn't break that seller, which is probably still there at 10 even, then work on to something else. If we break out, we can always take more trades. We have about 50 minutes to go. I don't know how long we're going to keep in. We're going to have Powell answering questions. I believe last time it was like 3:15, 3:20 or so, something along those lines. But we hear anything from the president. I have heard nothing as well. Like Adara. I mean, maybe he's waiting until Powell is done.
Mooning.
Who knows?
Right now, we are mooning in the market, man. The market is coming back to life right there. And there goes Apple, man. We're putting damage on the board again. So far, so good, man. And there goes Apple. Nice little $1.40 now in the money on AAPL. I salute you, everybody. Over to Adara.
It could be because there's actually news on Apple. Apple CEO Tim Cook, Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, and CEO of OpenAI Sam Altman, they're all set to attend a UK dinner. We already knew that Jensen Huang and Sam Altman would be accompanying Donald Trump, president of the U.S., to the UK. Looks like Apple's Tim Cook will be coming as well. Again, Tim Cook, Nvidia's Jensen Huang, and Sam Altman all to attend this dinner here in the UK. Back to you.
I knew I should have bought some of that dip in the NASDAQ there. I mean, I'm already, my boat is full on Apple, not in this trade, but in my personal account, but was looking to buy some dips there. We'll see what continues on tomorrow. If this market turns green and stays green, tomorrow could be like an up 2% day in the market. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here into the close. I just hope you guys have enjoyed so far everything we've brought to you from 2 p.m. and on. We went live today at 1:45. And we brought you everything. We showed you Fed Chair Powell speaking. We did everything, hopefully, that you guys want. Up 8,000 viewers. We want to thank all of you for watching. Let's see if we can get this over 1,000. If you haven't yet, hit the like button right there. And if you do hit the like button, there is a greater than 49% chance that you will make your next trade a successful one. So I hope that everyone is green today. I know it was a little bit of a tough day out there, but you know, if you caught any of that, you're probably back to Greensville, or you're close enough to it. If you caught some StubHub, you're probably doing well there. I mean, StubHub opened up actually pretty, I'm not going to say part of my French, but part of my French, like pretty, I'm not going to say it, pretty poorly. Anyways, 25.35. We had a bunch of outs right there. Maybe if I zoom in a little bit more, you'll be able to see just a bunch of chaotic outs, man, because it wasn't going, and I kept on waiting. We have a bunch of outs at $26 here as well, but it wasn't going. I kept on waiting, held probably 10% or less in for that move there. It breaks lower, then I paid for shorts, and then that's where, honestly, this is where you props it up and you put your trader hat on and you go short. And there it goes breaking. I mean, how many times do I got to see Klarna, Gemmy, all these things fail, and I just sit here and, you know, talk about this long. So we finally go into the short. We pay for those shorts, and there it goes. Huge move to the downside. We are now $2 plus in the money on this StubHub trade. And I just waiting to see what happens here at the end of the day, man. If it breaks 22, who knows how low this thing can go. I mean, traders are caught right now long this name at 23.50.
Well, they can't sell.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. So I don't know what's going to happen right now. I mean, it's not option eligible, I don't believe. That's going to take a couple days. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with StubHub. Nothing but pain right now for those trades. So we're going to go short on that and really ring the register. I mean, it's another top name here today. Just a short alone is a top P&L play. So there it is, man. Apple trying to go right here. I don't know what positions you're looking for, but I'm just going to sit in Apple right now.
I'm going to shout out to Andrew, and congrats to anyone that took Palantir. But Andrew, thank you for the kind words there. We're always trying to make a good show for you. I know QBTS, on Rigetti, you're all going. Lady Luck is taking a stab at StubHub. What would be interesting is you can always, once you've broken the IPO price, if you can find any, maybe they haven't done any raises, I don't know if they're hype enough for that, but usually at times you can find when they've done raising rounds when they were private, and then try to track back and look for those market caps and what the theoretical or the implied valuation was at those times. And then you can come up with some potential levels, because the bleed is real on the IPOs. No question. The bleed is real on the IPOs. Gemini got smoked today. I was going to say destroyed, but 13% isn't necessarily destroyed. This is what these IPOs look like recently. StubHub did not give you any of that craziness to the upside before it absolutely rugged you. And we're getting a couple more this week, but StubHub was a big one. Hopefully Discord at some point can be a good one. I have no idea when
it will be.
Well, no. When I say at some point, I don't know. I don't know when it's coming to market anymore. It was supposed to be this year. We've heard peep from Discord, and that's one we're certainly excited about. So I think that could do. We always talk about Reddit being good. Ooh, Reddit. Remember that all time? If you were here the last probably few days, we've been kind of looking at this Reddit breakout. How many times is it going to test 268 in this top without actually breaking it out on Reddit? Consolidation into higher lows? Ooh, that's a juicy one. But another fail today here. Even right now on Fed, we just got to the top of the market. Reddit gets to that same high and continues to reject. That's fine. Reddit's going to make this break, and when it does, it should be fun. Hopefully sometime soon. And Cutco, this is right. If you're just tuning in now, we should have a lot of new viewers. It's Sean's birthday today, everybody.
And I'm here.
Hope the next one is the best year of life yet. Those are best words. Make every single year, every single day better than the day before, every week better than the week before. Live every day and every moment to the fullest, and make sure you have a delicious burger tonight.
Yeah, we're having a couple delicious burgers, and I just found out that my son's coming from his university as well, so 3 of us going. So Joe's prediction there on, the total, it'll be, $250.
You're not spending $250 on burgers. Joe was out to lunch on that.
It'll be north of $100.
I know, yeah, but so if you're just tuning in now, Joe on the midday show, he's like, oh man, you can spend up like $250 on burgers for a family.
Maybe Joe can. I don't know how big his family is over there. That's what I was trying to tell the guy. Like, what are you even doing, Joseph?
It's a lot of alcohol you got to buy.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I haven't. Honestly, the last time I had a drink of anything, probably, sometimes when we get together with the hockey family, we'll have like a beer or something like that, but I can't remember. Yeah, we don't really drink too much. I got to have some wine. My wife was the other day, was like, she said, I can't believe how much I like red wine more than white wine. And we didn't even crack a bottle off that comment, so we should have done that. So maybe tonight we'll open a Barolo or something like that. But so thank you so much, Alex. I do look pretty good for 32. Now, could you imagine that I'm almost double that? No, but we'll continue to support the show if you guys continue to support us. So continue to support the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's only been like 7 years of us doing this, so so far so good on that one. And we're getting bigger and better as we go. So thank you so much to everybody. We have a lot of fun around here. So there we go to everybody. I'm 46 years old right now, and I'm born similar years to many people around here, but definitely look the youngest of everybody. So
it's Mike's birthday too. Sean's younger brother's birthday as well. So I don't know. Mike probably not watching, but
no, he's not. He has work tonight. He's actually
at least the power stayed on the trading floor during Fed Day.
Yes, we did not lose power today. My brother used to trade with us, and he plugged in a kettle one time that was just very, very close to our server or whatever, and it's not really his fault. I mean, we put the kettle there, and he was making a tea or something like that, and then pop goes the weasel. We were down for a minute, and that's when, because again, we are the trainers, we actually had traders that were making a little bit of money.
Yes.
We had big floors, and right now, no floors there, and as we
it was actually quite bad because it was right at the European close.
Thank you, Ronak.
Let's just say the floor was exposed to some Europe trades, and it is what it is. But we learned from that lesson. At the end of the day, as long as you're enjoying the show, I just want to remind everybody: hit that like. Hit that subscribe. Powell is still on the podium. There has been nothing distinct or anything crazy yet. So if we go back to him, if he starts changing tone, market's still trending higher, and nothing yet from the president. Yes, we're expecting President Trump was supposed to be speaking on Fox or with Fox at 3 o'clock. There has not been a peep out of that just yet. I was just speculating and guessing that maybe he's waiting till Powell is done. But this is usually around the time that he wraps up. We've seen it before. Powell wraps up, and the market does a little bit of a reversion. So let's see if we get a little bit of a dip when he does eventually stop taking questions.
I was going to say right here, sorry about that, Ronan right here. Where are you, my guy? Here it is. I wanted to highlight it so I can say it. What's up, Ronak? What's up, Ronak Kumar there? I watch your channel every day. Sometimes my parents call me Junior Sean. I apologize for that. But there you go. Thank you so much for those nice words. And we're just glad you watch every single day. I mean, this is so you know what's real and what's not. And Neil and I putting on trades right in front of you guys every single day. And that does take a little bit of something to do that. So we want to say thank thank you to everybody for continuously supporting the channel and what we're doing here. All right, so there goes Apple. We have covered a little bit of Apple as it makes its move back upside right now. I did want to take a quick check on gold. Look, I thought it would be a relatively slower period here for the Fed, but we did talk about how it was going to be a good boon for Bitcoin. It was going to be a good one for Ethereum. It was going to be a great one for the market, and so far, so good. I mean, the market was down almost 1% today near its lows, right? And then now we battled all the way back, and you know, just right there, that's where we were down. So that's basically like pre-Fed kind of stuff. Then we rallied into the Fed, then we tanked it off the Fed, and now we're just slightly flat again, right? So it's been a relatively muted day. I still think you want to buy the best companies in the market, and we did get a great opportunity to do that today with Nvidia. Nvidia down at 169. Now I don't think it's like a savior or anything like that we bounced off 168.50, but 169, you're getting into some buy zones maybe for Nvidia as well if you do want to support the market. I think Nvidia would be a good spot there, that if the market rallies from here, you're going to see Nvidia at all-time highs next week, so that's an interesting play. And then you had Micron reporting next week. That could be exciting. So, but yeah, nice little battle back there for IBIT. It's funny because I feel like if you just rewind, now we went long Apple, and trust on me, man, we are very, very, we are very happy that we went long on Apple, but you know, we are also talking about Bitcoin potentially bouncing there as well, and that happened. I mean, the whole market bounced. You had Palantir there, which was a great one.
Remember, Palantir had its own news. I think that really helped Palantir because foreign deals has got to be big for them.
Yeah,
I mean, getting away from U.S. government contracts, I mean, it's something they do.
They do have a lot of foreign deals.
They do have other foreign deals, but it's like, it's just another one here that maybe gave it some cover to just go before the market went. That's all that happened. The market went up anyways, but it just happened to go a little bit before. We didn't look at any of the Chinese names this afternoon. I see some people mentioning Alibaba and Baidu. Remember, this morning, we came in this morning and the trade was Nvidia down, Chinese stocks up. So Alibaba, Alibaba's only up 2.5%. It was Baidu that had the big move. Baidu was up like 16. I think overnight, 16. The high was 16% overnight. It's up 10% now and continue to go. That's looking incredibly strong. Is Baidu? I prefer Alibaba myself personally, but that's just, you know, that's the one I hold. And we got what I love about Alibaba was just their cloud numbers are so good. So you're getting a little bit of everything. You get the IA play. They've got the cloud, they've got the retail, and I know a lot of these conglomerates are the same way, but they compare very favorably to something like an Amazon when you make that side-by-side comparison. So yeah, Chinese names super strong today. Doesn't really seem like they did too much different from the overall market. Okay, they dipped when the market dipped here, and they're right back to the highs when the market's at the highs. Let's go back to Dara here. The recovery continues.
Was just asked here. It's a two-part question. Keep an eye on the market again. Final question asked. Two-part question at this Fed chair meeting. I'm still not seeing any word here on Trump. I know some people were saying he might be speaking tomorrow instead of today, but I've seen no confirmation either way. The only thing I've seen from sources is that it will be today. If I get any information, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
What?
About Trump. I saw the same thing this morning, that it was supposed to be today that he was speaking.
Leave the man alone. Maybe he's golfing. I mean, come on, man. I mean, if I didn't have the passion to be here in front of everybody, I'd be golfing as well. And it's a gorgeous day out.
It is a nice day out
right now. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Can't speak for everyone.
No. I mean, I have no idea where it is, for example, in Tulum, but I'm sure it's gorgeous there as well. All right, so I don't know why we chose Tulum there. It's obviously great in Mexico all the time. All right, so. Yeah, I want to see right here in the chat who is from the most exotic place right now. Like, is there anybody that's watching from Thailand or anything like that here right now? London was great. I loved being in London. I can't wait, Anil, for you to go there. I think it's an absolute.
Possibly next year we'll see.
Yeah, it's an amazing place.
I've been. My daughter's
Jordan. Okay, someone's from Jordan. Oh, shout out to Nimrud. He was on the chat earlier. We know that he's in Israel or somewhere from the moon. Okay,
I saw Dublin.
The moon wins here. Oh, Peru. Okay, North Korea. You're not from North Korea.
Get out
my
of
guy.
here.
Come on, my guy. You're
Jamaica, I saw you. I saw you.
Yeah. What up, Jamaica? Yeah.
Argentina, Costa Rica.
Yeah. The Bajans are in the building. The Bajans are in the building. What's up?
A lot of mercy.
Lot of mercy. Yeah, right there. What's up to, Italy. Yo, Italy.
Stockholm.
Wagwan. Stockholm is there. Yeah, don't get those syndromes. Okay, Nepal is here. Germany's here. Indonesia. Australia. Like that. What time is it up in there right now? Oregon. Hey, what's up, Oregon? Send me some Pinot Noir. Definitely like that. Ooh, Morocco. Love that Morocco.
Oh, speaking of Italy, congratulations to Furlani, 21 years old and the world champion in the long jump.
Yeah.
That dude is going to be absolutely special. I'm a track and field fan, so shout out to Italy's been doing it for real. The North Pole I just saw. No, you're not. There's no way you got signal up in the North Pole. But
I know Starlink.
Starlink is legit.
Starlink
is legit. In the deep north where my sister-in-law lives, they live by Starlink because they don't get good connection out there. They got Starlink and it's unbelievable, at least for them. So we speak highly of it. Let's go to Adair. She's got some news for us.
Yeah, big spike here in PYPL. This one on watch here. Google and PayPal announcing a multi-year partnership to transform commerce. If I get more details on said partnership and how it will transform commerce, I'll let you know. But either way, PYPL, nice push to the upside on this. Again, Chair Powell and Casey missed it is certainly off the podium, guys. Back to you.
He gone, and Jamal is here. Thank you for the super chat, Jamal. You've been watching since the start, obviously, from Kuwait. So that one definitely sticks out. Thank you, everybody. We definitely have viewers from all over the place, and that's the best part about it. So make sure you hit the like, subscribe, share with your friends, share with fellow traders. That's what it's all about here. That's exactly what it's about. And believe me, like we're not done. There's 30 minutes to go, and we'll still have the market recap after. We'll take some of your questions. We'll recap what Powell said or didn't say, and the market reaction, and anything that we missed, we'll try to go over. And on top of that, prepare ourselves for the rest of the week. It's just Wednesday. We still have some earnings to get to next week. We still have the reaction of some of these quantum stocks that have been going ham. There's a lot for us to talk about in the aftermarket show as well. But the market is absolutely flying. It looks like Big Papa Pump came through again. If the market goes up, we call him Big Papa Pump. And if it goes down, I don't know what we call him. Maybe we just ignore him when the market goes down when he speaks.
Yeah, there's not much to do, honestly. Right now, it's 324. Look at that. I mean, we just got a great fill right there on Apple. We just had an order sitting there at the 200 period moving average. All right, maybe it's time to start covering. I mean, in today's trade, what a good trade today was for many reasons, right? I mean, Alibaba is the one trade that actually we lost on earlier on today. This is one of the first trades that I had in my blotter, and that's just in my account. And it was early, and it wasn't often enough because we could have potentially reloaded it down there at 163 or maybe averaged in because it didn't break 163. But on this move down for Alibaba, I really like these Chinese names, man. With PEs around 20, with a market multiple right now of about 22 in the S&P 500, I want to buy names, and you guys tell me. Maybe I'll look to the chat. Let's try to find some names that really have, reasonable PEs because, like, if I'm going to buy like a Broadcom, Nvidia's at 40 right now. I looked at that and I was like, no moss on that one maybe. But here's Broadcom. Like, what is a good PE these days that we can invest in? There's Broadcom right now, 39 coming into play on a forward, 92 on current. Too much for me right now. The good one is Meta. I believe Meta was still in and around 27 maybe, something like that for Meta. Yeah, there it is right there. Good memory. 27 for Meta. So that's a play right there that we can maybe get involved with. The reason why Google I still think has more room to run is their market multiple is still in line at $23. Look, I was pounding the table when this thing was at 17, 18, 19. Now it's at 23 off of an epic run for Google as of late. But Adobe, let's check out what Adobe's is. Good call there in the chat. I'm looking for the chat there right now. Adobe 15, yeah. So right there, if you believe in the business for Adobe, that might be reasonable there for ODB. And we don't really want to, not yet, ODB. Oh man, shout out to Old Dirty right there. But let's just check out ADB again right there. All right, so yeah, with only a 15 multiple on it, yeah, there it goes, up 3%. So yeah, that's probably why it's just hovering around here right now. I mean, Adobe got hit. We saw Figma has not been a great IPO, I mean, obviously. And there we go to the downside right now. What is going on in the bottom right? Oh, I like that. Scan me. I've never seen that. That's probably been there forever, but there it is.
I
man.
saw it this today.
That's a cool.
At least
who
since
did
today.
that?
At least
who made that?
today.
Ramin? I like that. How it scans like that. Cool. Neil's going to scan it right now to make sure it goes to the watch list. Of course, good due diligence there, Neil, for sure.
We believe in quality control.
Yes.
Yeah, that worked.
Good. So go there, sign up, get it. But yeah, Adobe could be a good play for sure. So. Yeah, PayPal with news. Yeah, Adara brought that news to us here. So let's go find out what exactly is going on with PayPal.
I really don't like PayPal.
This is, again, probably another real low PE here for PayPal.
This stock does not want it. Where's the do something?
11 PE.
11? Okay, that's pretty low.
PayPal needs to be bought up, man.
11? I'm
still using PayPal, man. I'm still using PayPal.
I just don't.
Apple's still moving around. All right, let's put a stop on StubHub. Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason to use PayPal. I just got money in there, you know what I'm saying? So we'll use that. But what about 2250? Let's just punch out if this breaks 2250. I don't have much else into this name right now. So it's a small position. We'll get out. You got to have some kind of discipline. We only have 30 minutes left. Let's go 2261, okay? Some of these top wicks right into there. Those are 60 wicks right here.
That was a current PE. That's not even forward.
Right-er. Would you love that PE right there? All right, 2261. Enter. So there it is, man. That is now triggered out, and we'll get that going. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. This is that do something thing right here. Do something.
I don't have it on my board.
It may look. It's apparently that's a meme. Like I understand what it looks like, and I'm not loving it for that.
Poke it with a stick.
But right there, that's what happens if you want the stock to. So like if you want StubHub to actually do something, you just gotta. That's what you gotta do. You gotta do this, and then it goes right into the daily chart. See, do something, StubHub. And then it kicks it off right there. So shout out to StubHub and everybody else out there enjoying the show today. I hope you guys all are. We're having a great time putting it on for you as we usually do. So again, thanks for all of that. Today's another big time day, man. I keep on saying that, but it is a good day. We've done really well on Nvidia, StubHub, and here on Apple. So you can check it out. We all have our notes out. The sticky note is mine. And today we had Nvidia short, which is my #1 P&L name. That hit at 931 today. Open door, we have 840 bottom. We can go check out what that was doing. I don't know if that hit that or not. And then we had Uber 91 long.
Pre-market it did, but.
Pre-market, that's why I wrote it down. So if it didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was using that number. And then we just wrote down StubHub IPO because we wanted to look there. But the StubHub IPO.
Oh my goodness.
Did not make me rich, did not really do anything. It was really, Ramin was right here when we were doing the StubHub IPO, and I just told her, like, this was much more risk than needed to be.
The opening print was silly. To take that print. First of all, it opened at a time we weren't really expecting it.
And opened at a random price.
It was exactly. It opened at a random price at a moment when it just did not feel like it had been settled down. So it was one of those. Usually we're ready and we're locked in. I will admit it was like I got the shares and was like, what? That just happened, and just immediately was like, I'm getting out. There was nobody buying the damn buying the stock. The damn thing. I can say that it's entirely true. And these stupid wicks are ridiculous. I did try to load. I didn't really load up. I had some 25, but all the sizes at the open for me every single time. I think we got away with one, and I'll call it like it is. And we said this with, it wasn't Figma, it was Klarna. I think that was one. Sometimes you get away with one where just you being quick on the keys is really the only reason you make any money on it and willing to get out and then not hold. But let me just go with open. There's another seller now at the quarters on open door. Like the market just got to the top. So look, market to the top, maybe look for pullback. It finally broke away from the 10 level, broke trend at 950, broke away from 10, but is holding at 10.25. Like every 25 cents, the stock has a seller in it, which makes sense. Remember, Open Door has done 650 million shares. Like it's turning over like crazy. Like the market makers are making a ton of money on this for sure. But just remember, it's a scalp traders kind of market for Open Door. Palantir is still heading higher. I mean, we talked about crypto, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The market just went, the NASDAQ, I should say, ES too, kind of. NASDAQ a little stronger than the ES, but they both went back to the top.
Look at Palantir.
Bitcoin does not get back to the 2 a.m. high. And that's another thing to consider. When you make levels on a Fed day, those are liquidity points, and they tend to matter a little bit here. So you note something like this. Hey, guess what? When the NASDAQ got back to the tops in the afternoon, IBIT couldn't get back to 66. And Bitcoin faded a little bit there. Palantir blew through the top and tried to go green, so it's relatively strong. Little tidbits like that. I like to throw relative strength and relative weakness buckets. Like, look at this thing. Palantir could go green today.
Yeah, it's the greatest stock ever.
And remember, Palantir was, there was a point at 2 o'clock or after 2 o'clock when Palantir looked like it was the weakest stock that we were watching. And then all of a sudden, the relative strength came in, and Palantir bounces off of what? Stop me if you've heard this before. The 50-period moving average on the daily chart for Palantir was actually the low on this Fed day. It's
wild.
It's absolutely wild. Sometimes it's in real time, like you actually looking at your daily chart in that moment. If you are, then congratulations on Palantir. Catching it off that 50 period, because someone was buying on this line before for a while, kind of up and down. Every single day it seemed to try to hug the 50 period. Today it bounces clean.
I feel like there needs to be a little bit more made of this. So here's PayPal right here. I think it might break long. I mean, Google and PayPal announced multi-year partnership to advance frictionless digital commerce solutions. So I don't know exactly what this means. Strategic partnership focused on advancing several commerce solutions. I mean, I don't know if PayPal is somehow going to get a piece of any sort of online business or whatever here that Google is sort of selling, then I think that's a great opportunity there. Combining their expertise and scale, the companies aim to deliver frictionless digital commerce experiences. So I don't know, man. It sounds, honestly, man, this sounds pretty hot fire to me. So I'm excited for that, and think that there's some opportunities there for sure now in that space. So let's just continue.
How many fintech names trade underneath, 20p?
I didn't check Upstart. I didn't check Affirm and all that.
No, I'm saying that. I'm just basically saying like you're getting one that's relatively cheap. And I know I've crapped on them a lot. I speak for myself. Like I used to, like PayPal. You go back, I used to use PayPal all the time.
Yeah, I know.
And I had money, and then eventually it's just like, well, I've used all the money I had on PayPal. So what's the point? So now I think I might still have something that I use it for. But this could be
Block is 16 and 20s as well. So Block is still better. Similar. Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's still
versus 11 and 14.
Google is the right one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right partnership.
11. So, anyways, you heard it here first. Please don't at me when PayPal tanks, but please at me when it goes up. Okay, that's how it works. So, so we'll watch out to see if PayPal can break through. What about some options here? Breaking above 70, get some $70 calls. Maybe they expire in December. I mean, they're going to be expensive. Or if you're going to go that far out, what about an 80 take or so there for PayPal? Just a quick update, man. Our net is climbing, but we're just getting out. So we're just getting out of the same positions. So there it is. This is my Apple. We got stopped out there and we got stopped out there. So a couple stop outs there. One right at the very bottom. So we have a bottom stop out and top profit takes. So the profit's not the hugest or anything on this name, but it'll be enough to hold the day. My number one trade today is going to be Nvidia short. Again, off the sticky note. My number two trading today is going to be with StubHub, which is going long and then going short. So believe it or not, we still wind up making more money there on this than we did on all of our other plays. And then Apple, and then on Nvidia, we wind up making more than on StubHub, is what I was trying to say. And then Apple, just right now, that's it, right? We don't have anything else. We had TQs, which we were flat on. It's a cup of coffee, but we did wind up losing there as it did break lower during Fed, and I'm glad we were able to get out. And then Alibaba, my first trade of the day, right into there. But we're big time red and pretty happy with it. So let's just keep that flow going. And you got to have some kind of diamond hands at some point. I don't know if I like that saying. If you're going to have diamond hands,
I don't like the diamond hands.
I would just say have it on like 25% or 30% of your position, because no trade is a winner until it's in your pocket. So you can have your hands and fists as diamonds as possible, and that's great, especially if you have a loved one. Please share the diamonds, but make sure they're not blood diamonds, or maybe even get fake diamonds. But at the end of the day, you want to capture profit because
it's like there's traders in open door that like this thing is going to 50. This happened with GameStop. Like people just get a little bit too crazy, like, open door, it has to do what Carvana did and go from like a couple of dollars to $300. It doesn't have to do that. But if you want to be able to hold something for a move like that, what you really want is pay yourself, and then all of a sudden you're holding it. for sure. And I just want to shout out, we got another super chat in there from Scott Angel. And where was it? You retracted the message. So if you had a message with it, unfortunately, I can't see the message. We appreciate the super chat. I don't know, maybe you wanted to let us know what that was again, because hey, you gave us a super chat. Maybe it was something different. Pro Day Trader, I had open this morning. I had Baba this morning. I liked Open Door, and it had nothing. Okay, I gotta say it had nothing to do with Martin Shkreli. Like the way I looked at it, I don't think Martin Shkreli is he's not Andrew Leff putting on a short. Like if Andrew Leff puts on a short, or like Michael Burry, if they get out, like that matters. It's gonna matter as they're unwinding a position, in my opinion. I don't really know anything. I'm just making some assumptions here. And I don't necessarily think that when he announced he was short at $9.36, it amounted to anything crazy. However, psychologically, it has been a decent place to buy the stock or for it to bounce. Like when he made the announcement, it was right in here, and it's not been a bad place for the bounce. And as long as it's above, I think psychologically people are going to like it for the squeeze and continuation. So I like Open Door in here. We talked Alibaba, and I think we'll still like Baba tomorrow. Like dip into the prior high. Market was fading. I got to that one way too early, and Alibaba ultimately doesn't do a lot with it, but when it caught that prior bar low, there was no chance to get back in off of that 163. So it was pretty solid. I actually liked the short on AMD early, and right into the price, a reversion off the high, like right in here to the prior day close. That ended up continuing out of nowhere. So it's scalp trades for me, which were all great this morning, and obviously Open Door was a big deal. But not Open Door. StubHub. But the risk to reward on StubHub kind of stunk. You know, like it was just for the amount.
To say the least.
Oh yeah, like I'll be the first person to tell you, like StubHub overall, like when you take a trade like this, I call it like a gimmick trade is the word I like to use, because I know that there's a decent chance that if it really goes, 26 turns into 27, 28, 29, like all that kind of stuff. So you're trying to hold for that monster move, like on a circle or like on a core weave or whatnot off the open. But when it doesn't happen, this kind of like, it's like, when it's not happening, like I am just, every time I see it pop up a little bit, I'm like, is there a seller? There is, get more out. Pop up again, is there a seller? Get more out. Like I'm just like, get out, get out, get out, get out. And then I got pretty fortunate because there was this crazy bottoming tail candle that came in. And when I saw it happen, as there were other sellers jumping in there, I kind of thought that it had run the bottom and my stop didn't trigger. So I ended up punching out of the stock, even though it didn't break. And then it was like, then it ended up being a really good punch out. So it ended up being a good punch out because it just meant I didn't have anything on when it eventually took 25. But this stock was not good. Market's starting to come back in here. I just want to bring it back with about 10 minutes to the imbalances. Slight pullback, but overall, I'd say it was the word that you want to use here when you kind of stay inside, we don't break out the highs, inside move on the top end. Like we broke the bottom pretty decently in the market here, but we actually couldn't break through the top. We did get through the 2 o'clock highs, but we didn't get through yesterday's highs or the morning highs with any vigor. So a little bit of a stall out here at the top. Like we don't get that big push. There's still about 20 minutes to go. So we have time to close at the highs. But I'd rather see us close green, busting through the highs on a Fed day, than still resisting the same top, because that means we have work to do tomorrow to break through that high. I want to give you guys an early look on the imbalances like we always do here. Not much. The big day for these imbalances, like tune in on Friday and then have your mind blown by how big Robinhood's imbalance is going to be, and AAPL as well. Like those should be pretty big.
That's Friday.
Remember, it's September. It's like the third Friday in September. So you've got some index rebalancing coming at the end of the week. But today, APH 1.6 sell. You got Met 1.1. Nothing crazy. Joby might be the interesting one for now because Joby doing 1 million shares at the close to the buy side. It's actually done more volume than I thought. It's done 50 mil today, Joby.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty good volume on Joby. That might end up a nothing burger. I mean, 1 million imbalance on a $14 stock doesn't mean as much. When Nvidia has a 5 million imbalance, that's a huge deal. Joby here for a mil. I'll keep it up. We'll see.
All right, so Bullish is reporting tonight. We're not sure if it's going to be on the show or not.
No, it's at like 7 at night.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, it could surprise you. It's their first report, so we'll see when they report this. But I would think that Bob in there in the chat was asking about it, and I was just going to say, if anything here, you know, you have some nice 5, 6, 10-day consolidation rate here at that bottom between 48 to 56. I think it's kind of crazy to make a call on a stock on its first report, especially with it's been, you know, really plunging there off of its IPO. Remember, they have a trailing 12-month EPS of minus $3.27 with negative income. So they are going to put up a negative EPS number. And that's fine. I mean, it's a growth stock. It's not like you're too worried about it, but I don't expect anything other than a bearish report for bullish, but that doesn't mean the stock's going down. I mean, I'm not even sure what the short float is right now on BLSH. I can look it up. I don't think it's going to be accurate. Yeah, it might not be updated too accurately. It only shows 3.5%. So I don't know if that's true or not, if they're using the right amount of share size. How many shares have even been unlocked in this company or anything like that? But remember, they're not making money. There's a lot of regulatory risks associated with this as we continue to wonder about these treasuries going through. We do know that there are companies like the NASDAQ and whatnot that are using Gemini for their Bitcoin adoption. So I don't know exactly what the situation is going to be here today with bullish, but it was not a great IPO, man, and it never got going. Like, you maybe had 3 or 4 days of some upside right there. So, you know, traders that are, or I guess insiders that are a little smarter than us on, you know, the crypto space or whatever, no one's come in to buy bullish. So I would say if you're going to try it, yeah, throw some play money at it. There, you know, nothing wrong with that. But right now, crypto space is pretty saturated. Like, you have Coinbase, you got that Gemini, you have Hut 8. There's a lot, and they all have different purposes. I get it. But like, Coinbase is kind of doing this. This is an established business with a lot of sort of revenue angles. And I'm just looking at it and being like, I don't know how much I really love this. This is also consolidating over the past month and a half. So yeah, we're not breaking out of anywhere yet. We talked about trading Tesla once Tesla broke through 365, I think it was, and that started creating some upside momentum there. So look at how this looks right now, and then I'm saying that I don't want to get interested until it breaks 350, which is right here. We only have 5 minutes till the imbalances as well. And then here's what Tesla looks like, and we've really crushed Tesla over the last little while. But look at what this looks like here. To me, this is more extended than the Coinbase, but it was still that same sort of like nonsense area right into here, that once we finally broke above it, then it was giddy up. So I think Coinbase, I think the rest of the names in the space can learn a little bit from that breakout, and we'll see what winds up happening there as it goes. But thank you for the question. Thank you again. And bullish tonight, Neil and Adara will be on the podium there with the show. So get ready for your market recap show tonight. Obviously talking about the Fed and what's good out there, and you can ask some Q&A and whatnot during that as well. So
and this, as you were talking about bullish, we're talking about being saturated. Like, look at. I'm going to show you guys what the Qs look like today for a good-looking potential close. Circle, on the other hand, again, you know, blockchain play. This is an example of what doesn't look good in this little market bounce that we're having. This daily candle stinks on Circle. There's no other way to put it. Circle was on a trend. You want there to be buyers up at the top. We basically failed a high and are coming back in. Doesn't get back to prior lows. It's just this little rally that we're having, or bounce that we're having this afternoon, is that there's no participation in some of these names. I'm not feeling that bullish on bullish at all. I think allow these things to do price discovery, because you'd rather be late to an IPO. I'm gonna put up Hood. Like, I would rather be like waiting around for an IPO coming to market, settling down and breaking out. You don't need to catch the bottom. Did you need to catch the bottom on Robinhood? I mean, it would be nice if you did. Mm-hmm. But when this got back to where it was in those first couple of months and then started breaking out, you had all the time to get in here. And granted, I'll admit, I didn't get into Robinhood. I'm in SoFi. So, you know, don't at me. Robinhood was better than SoFi. We've been over this before. And I'm mad at myself, because I think I could have bought both of them. But the point being, you don't need to be early when these stocks come to market and their birthday or their first month or two is the best that it gets. And all of a sudden you downward trend, everyone forgets about it, or trying to catch a falling knife, they give up on it. And then when it starts breaking away, it's so much easier. So Robinhood's a great example of that. I think that's going to be true of all these names that are coming through, Bullish and Circle and CoreWave. They're still trying to figure out where the bottom is on all of them. Not every single one like StubHub actually breaks down on the first day. Most of them have the common decency to break down a couple of weeks later, not 30 minutes in. Yeah. I'm being harsh. Common decency is probably a harsh way to say it, but it's true. No. Most times you actually will rally a little bit, and then you'll break down after, not at 20 minutes after you open.
I mean, that was an easy trade there. We wind up going short on stuff. I mean, we're still short right now. We actually just wind up covering. So there it is, man. We covered. Irons up. There it is, man. There's the cover on Apple as it broke the 50-period moving average of 239. Now we're starting to head low side on Apple, so good for us to cover that, I guess. And we're almost out of StubHub as it's going to break 22.61. That's my out right there. $2 in the money right now, but if it does break, we're going to get out. We do have some good takes on it, so it's all good. Our best take is basically right here. We don't have anything down at 22 because I was waiting for 22 to break, and it did not. The Chinese names probably still continue to rock. I mean, this 166.50, I really liked that break, and I actually had an order to break that earlier on in the day, but when it fell back in, that's when I started to buy the dips. I'm learning more and more every day, guys, about how to trade, and you know, just waiting for levels to break is what I should do, and especially when I do the work and put out these notes, just follow them. We do have the imbalance, not you follow my notes, but just follow your own notes, or you can follow mine, whatever. It's been
QBTS just popped up here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, coming into these imbalances, we only have 2 minutes now, a minute and a half. So QBTS is on there. Neil mentioned Wolf. These are all, you only want to look at the NYSE ones right now, but I'm just sorting them by size. So we'll wait to see. You can sort them by market time as well, but we'll sort it by size and just wait. So right now, Wolf Speed giving us a little bit there. We'll just, we're going to right-click it here, and we're going to disable all these and only get the ones for when we go live. So now we'll wait there. We'll have the broker fills right here. Sun is here, XO and QBTS still there right now. These are the broker looks. So as Neil just said, there's QBTS. Looking up, those ones from before were from 9:30. So these are the more accurate ones. Check out the market time. I had it sorted incorrectly. This is what's going to pop here near the end of the day. Okay, there goes StubHub. So we just got filled at 60. I guess 61 is pretty good fill. Maybe it was 62s. I'll give it to you. 62 change, a bunch of dark pool prints there. So yeah, good outs right here. And this is what it looks like. Buys and sells. Maybe more to the sell side here with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds. It does seem like it. Snapchat actually with an early look sell, 1.3 million. Snapchat's been having a decent time of it recently, bouncing off $7. Interesting to see a sell and bounce there. Yeah. It wasn't just QBTS, but also IMQ with a small buy there, 700,000 to buy. So some of the quantum names, which are all of them are pretty strong today, getting buy and bounces. Do keep in mind, just because it's a buy and bounce now does not mean it's going to be a gigantic imbalance in 1 second here, or that the stock automatically goes up. So top of the board, TLT, 1.4 million to the buy side on TLT, BZID, nothing too crazy here, unfortunately. And now you're looking at the NYSE ones. Yeah, nothing big. Nothing big. It looks like for TLT to be the biggest number when we come out here, I'd say that's a bit of a disappointment. I don't even see Nvidia or any of the big cap names in here. There's AMD for 700,000 shares. Like, when was the last time AMD was leading some of the bigger cap tech names to the imbalance side? Overall market is a buy, 800 million shares to buy, but under a billion means insignificant. And the Dow's 17 million to sell. The Mag 7, 169 million. So everyone's waiting for Friday. Friday is the big day for the imbalance locator. Third Friday, it's September, we're in a new quarter, and you've got a massive addition to the S&P 500. That would be Robinhood. Robinhood's finally going in along with AAPL. I believe the projected number is 140 million odd shares or something that we were expecting to transact on Hood on Friday. So that'll be a biggie. Like we talked about, certain ones stand out. Palantir stood out in its day. Nothing will ever compare to when Tesla was added to the S&P 500. Trust me, in 20 years, there was nothing like it. Robinhood won't be that, but it should be good.
Yeah, Robinhood and SoFi, and then eventually some
I hope
of these
SoFi.
quantum names will get added to like the NASDAQ 100 and stuff like that. But of course, you got to have, you got to have 4 or 5 EPS.
You know who's one of the favorites for the next time? It's Carvana.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Carvana's in the top 4. On Kalshi, really, you can literally bet on who's going to get added to the S&P 500 this year. And one of the top 4 right now is Carvana.
Okay, so good question here from Hangry Wife. I just saw it right now. My throat is getting worse and worse, man. I hope I'm able to come in tomorrow. If not, you'll see Obi here most likely. All right, any reason you don't use 2 times ETFs? No, I would say, I mean, obviously you nailed it right there with the TQQs. No, I mean, thing is, my buying power is quite large. I don't need to use, like, I can trade Nvidia at these price levels. I can trade Meta with enough shares to not worry about it. And for me, it's just, I've always been, I mean, if you want me, I could, not if you want me to, but I could switch over and trade ETFs for sure, like PLTU or something like that. I don't know what the Palantir one is. But at the end of the day, I'm so used to price levels that we've talked about numerous times here on the show that it's just, it makes more sense for me to trade Palantir. Like, if I think this is going to run up $1 and it's a good trade, then you put on 500 shares. It's kind of like the price of this doesn't really affect my ability to trade it. More expensive names that maybe have bigger spreads. Like, I think that there might be some value right now. And the 2 times levered ones are always lesser price. So that's why I talk like this. Like, there might be some value in trading a Meta ETF right now because the spread is 40 cents, so for me, that could be a little too big maybe based on the amount of shares that one trades. But yeah, I don't really have a reason, to be honest with you. And I know that's not a great answer by any stretch, but I just trade what I trade. And the reason why I trade the TQs is because QQQ, I just did find that it is a little bit expensive right there. So this one I kind of stayed away from. I do like the TQs. And then this is what, if you just look at what the futures look like over here for us, let's go to the E-mini, not the micro. It's a completely different experience for us here when we're trading this as opposed to actual pennies, right? This trades in quarters, as you can see. I'd have to adjust my level 2s. It doesn't even fit properly in here. So yeah, that's sort of part of the reason why I sit here and just trade on the TQs, because the Qs and the NASDAQ, because it looks exactly the same as the rest. So that's why when I'm talking about futures, it'll just be the TQQs over and over and over again. And then Apple, like I said, most of the time I don't even know what the extensions are for the levered
And not all of them have quality intraday volume.
And exactly, that's even a better answer.
I can't tell you the number of times, like, you'll pull one up, which is fine. I know Joe uses TSLA, but Tesla is a good example where there is volume. But there are some of those ETFs, when you pull it up, there isn't the same level of liquidity that you might be expecting. And at the end of the day, when you're day trading, it's just a little bit different on a prop floor. But because at the end of the day, trading...
TSLA is only $20 too, as opposed to Tesla's $400.
It makes a difference.
Yeah.
But remember, if it doesn't have the liquidity, it's not the same thing. Speaking of trading in someone else's money, good segue, because instead of risking your own money, you can trade with someone else's capital. Where? Trade the pool. No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon. You can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is a revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. So here's how it works. You join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. And someone asked me a question in the chat about Robinhood. We were talking about on Friday. It's supposed to be added to the index. The implied move is only 4.4% to Friday for Robinhood. So when you're talking about an index action like this, a lot of it's really, like, people have bought the news on the anticipation that Robinhood is going to go into the index for a long time now. The actual nuts and bolts will be like the last, sometimes 15 minutes of trading, mostly the last 5 to 10 minutes of trading. You get exceptions like Tesla. Like, Tesla went bat-ish crazy for like an hour when it was getting added to this. They didn't even care about the imbalances coming out. It was moving like crazy when it got added. I don't expect that with
Cracker
Robinhood.
Barrel.
Oh, Cracker Barrel as well.
After the earnings.
Well, they did. Cracker Barrel, they were tonight after the bell. I think later as well.
Why are they so late?
They reversed course and caught a bit of a bid with I guess the controversy over their logo, which I didn't really get. I don't know. I didn't really understand that one. I just thought, like, okay, well, like, granted, I didn't think the logo was any good either. I just didn't think it was that big of a deal. But apparently it was, and apparently we're going to Adara.
Oracle on watch. Moody's Ratings weighing in on the company's $300 billion contract reportedly with OpenAI, saying that it shows the, quote, extraordinary potential of the AI business, but that risks are substantial. So Moody's saying that there is potential here for AI with Oracle, but that there are still notable risks involved. Back to you.
Oh, it's going to close above 300 at least.
What is Oracle?
Oracle.
Yeah, it got down to 292, didn't it, or something?
Yeah, 90.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
95,
Not
whatever,
so
95.
nice.
This had one good day since earnings. One good, I mean, I don't count this as good because the only wick you got was the open, and then spent the rest of the day fading. One good day, fading and fading. So Oracle has held the bottom. It hasn't done anything with it yet. That's a good sign. But with only 3 minutes to go, I just kind of want to, this might get lost in the sauce. But remember Palantir, right as it was looking the one really bad on Palantir in the overall market, bounced that 50 period, and somebody or something was holding it at the 50 period before. Just back and forth, it was glued to that price right around the 155 level. I think it's Cathie Wood. I feel like Cathie Wood buys on the big nasty dips. Maybe it was Cathie Wood. Who knows?
Cathie Wood is one of the worst money managers.
Somebody liked it.
Yeah.
And somebody bought that at the 50 period again. So I think if we get a chance to snag that 50 period tomorrow, we should try to go grab it. And ideally, you don't revisit it because that would be like $7 down from here. So you don't want to see it get down there. But if it does, we shouldn't ignore it. 2 minutes to go. I should probably prepare for the aftermarket show. Good one. And happy birthday to Sean. He's having burgers tonight. I just kind of want burgers as well.
Thing is, I like making my own burgers, but we love to go.
Oh, obviously, the barbecue.
Yeah, the barbecue.
But Baxter's coming. You can barbecue.
Yeah, we can still barbecue. Yeah, but we're gonna go out. The kids want to
say hi to Baxter for
me. Yeah, I will. All right, thanks. Yeah. All right, with only a minute and a half left. We talked about sort of the market today and what that brought us, and we're going to close out almost where we opened. I mean, here's the market right here today. So it's going to be a little bit of a downside push in the NQs on the day. Let's still double check it. What's going out on the SPY right now as well. So down here, the NASDAQ and the ES both relatively flat, 0.26, 0.16 there in the ES. Let's have a quick check on gold, see what that's doing. I mean, we were highlighting all of this during the conference, right? Gold made that move down as, maybe the economy's not in as much trouble as we thought. I mean, Fed Chair Powell continued to exercise his demons by saying that, yeah, we are on pace to, make further rate cuts into the end of the year. So we are looking for those 2 more rate cuts coming in, and it looks like that'll be what happens. So GLD right now, downside a little bit maybe on that. We talked about the dollar. I just want to show that quickly. We don't have it on our charts, but I'll show it right here as it just continues to climb here. Strong U.S. dollar right there into the closing, near its highs of the day there on the DXY. So, yeah, it's been a good one. I don't want to forget to hit we used to have this automated, so I got to get ready for the countdown coming to you, brought to you by, I'm not sure, we'll figure out who it's brought to you by in just a couple seconds. Right there, brought to you by VinFast. So there it is, the ticker. I'm going to hit the countdown right now as we are now on with only 10 seconds left. VFS, go check them out. We've had some nice moves in Lucid and all that recently as well. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, bingo. We are now closed. Happy Fed Day to everybody. Yeah, I'm not feeling the greatest, but we made it through, man. We want to put up some numbers today, and that was pretty good. So StubHub, let me just quickly check before I throw it over to Neil. I just want to see what's going on with StubHub right there. Oh boy, we got stopped out right there on that break of StubHub, and now it's at the end of the day, $22. There's my stop, and there it goes. It finally thinks about breaking 22 right there as the market closes. StubHub, not a great day, man. You came out at 25.50 or so, 25.35. You're going out at $22. Downside for StubHub. And don't let everybody fool you. You're going to hear how, actually, this one you won't. StubHub's pricing yesterday afternoon was $23.50. Okay, man, that's it for me. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks, Brendo, Ramin, everybody, Andre, Fabian, everybody involved in the show today. You're about to go see Adair and Neil. So I'm Sean. That's them. This is Trader TV Live. We're coming back tomorrow live at 8:30. We'll chat then.
Thank you very much, Sean. The birthday boy is done, and he's going to celebrate with a burger with the family. Definitely well earned. And we got the market recap show right now, brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. And I'm going to start. It was Fed Day today, so there was one quote that Chairman Powell had, and again, I'm cherry picking, but when you have a line like, from a policy standpoint, it's challenging to know what to do.
Yeah, that's sad.
That's, to me,
that's a choice.
I'm not saying I know what to do, but I'm not the Fed chair, Adara. I'm not at all. That being said, I don't think that we got anything too out of pocket. We got what we expected. We got a 1/4 point cut. They reaffirmed, at least when you look at the dot plot and we have an idea of where everyone's leaning, they reaffirmed that we're going to likely get 2 more quarter-point cuts by the end of the year. That's what the market was looking for. We did have a little bit of a sell-off initially, and then Powell, as he was on the podium, rallied us back in. So we're pretty much ended where we started at 2 o'clock, which is good when you consider the sell-off. So it's kind of out of a bear trap, for lack of a better word. And you kind of had to stick with the long. So nothing crazy from Chairman Powell there. But yeah, I don't necessarily love that quote. I guess it's good to admit when you're not sure, but you want some confidence, in my opinion. But it is what it is. Who am I to say? Who am I to say?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think the thing too with Powell is that I think a lot of people in the chat are not giving this man a good time. I get it. He is very, he comes across sometimes as a little bit more wishy-washy, but you have to be very careful. You don't want to influence the market either, right? You have to be aware of that. And I think he is aware of that. I think this is a man who is savvy, and I'm not like I'm some big Powell bull, whatever, but and he's interesting to watch speak, and I do think that that's something to be aware of, right? The fact that we actually, a lot of his stuff, in my opinion anyway, comes across as him just trying to balance the risks and making sure the Fed remains independent. And I'm open to disagreement with that because I understand it is a bit of a different take, and we all want nuance and differences of opinions. I want to mention as well here, Neil, DNUT, because my favorite quote today that I dropped in the chat was, we know Cash Patel, of course, right? Reportedly involved in the stock. So I just wrote, cash rules everything around me, cream. Because Krispy Kreme and Cash Patel. And I was way too proud of that pun, so I just had to say it again. Apple, though, having some news reported by Nikkei, so shout out to Japan. Apple reportedly testing the production of a foldable phone in Taiwan, targeting 10% shipment growth in 2026 with launching of that foldable model. So apparently foldable model coming from Taiwan, they are reportedly exploring the testing production of that model.
That's not the only thing. Apple obviously going to be in the news, but let's not forget about Meta because tonight they've got the Meta Connect event. Now, obviously, they've been talking a lot about the glasses, and certainly they want to be taking charge of the wearable devices. I think that would be a good look for them. I'm kind of skeptical. I'm not a huge fan of them at all. The notion of them, it doesn't really matter what I think. What I do care about is the notion of buy the dip when we have these kind of product launches or events. And we've seen this time and time again. I'll show you what happened with Apple, but Meta, if it dips, it's just gifting you the 50 period on the daily. And when we talk about Apple with the iPhone release, it was like rally, release, buy the dip, and you're right back to where you were before. I think that's what I'm looking for Meta. Yeah, who cares? I'll ignore it. I'll come in the morning and probably take a little bit of a note of maybe what was announced. But if there is a dip to be bought in the next couple of days in Meta, then I'm your huckleberry, just like we saw with Apple. And you could make the argument that there were some good reasons why Apple dipped back down. There was nothing all that crazy. You could have all that stuff with Android years ago, but ultimately, it's more of the psychology of the trade that matters. And I just want to note here just a couple of things. For anyone that's tuning in for the first time, you're watching this afternoon, the market recap. There's not a lot of earnings. We do have bullish. They're sort of expected to report, and Cracker Barrel as well, much later. So what I want to do is make sure everyone's in the chat, because sometimes we get an opportunity to answer your questions live. And I think we have that chance here. We can certainly go over a few more names. We can talk all day about what to prepare for the rest of the week coming after the Fed. But jump in the chat. Make sure you hit the subscribe button because it's a subs-only chat. Jump in here, and if you have any questions, like Vic just asked what time is bullish earnings. We see 7 o'clock. So it's very likely that bullish will not report until the aftermarket. And I agree, Bob Stewart, jobless claims still big. We do care a lot about, and Chairman Powell mentioned this as well, his focus is going to the labor market as well. Shifting from the labor market, not as concerned about inflation. They
Barrel's out, actually. Yeah, thank you guys for letting us know that in the chat. We were seeing 7 p.m. across sources. That's why I didn't have it yet. Q4 adjusted earnings, 74 cents versus 80 cents expected. Sales, 868 million versus 855.295 million expected. So they did have actually a nice beat on sales. EPS was indeed a miss. Apparently, the revenue actually looks like they worded this is way too detailed of a report for my tired brain. But yeah, so it looks like apparently compared to the this quarter last year, which included a $62.8 million benefit, they actually had a 2.9% decrease in revenue. So Neil, even though they did beat on revenue, it looks like there was a 2.9% decline, but you have to remember that was at least partially because they had an extra week last year, it seems like, in this quarter. So that's a bit interesting.
I think the full year sales is the problem here.
Let me look.
I just saw full year sales of Cracker Barrel. They're seeing 3.35 billion to 3.45 billion versus a 3.47 estimate. So, that's the midpoint of that is well under. So the 3.35 to 3.45 billion versus 3.47, that is certainly a miss. You throw in, some of the bad news, they reversed course when it came to the logo and the rebrand and all that stuff, but they did take a bit of a hit for that. And unfortunately, you're seeing it trade down in a couple of extra points. Down 6% in the aftermarket. And remember, this is a stock which is now making some fresh lows. Like, you're breaking down underneath essentially 40. If you get underneath that 49 and hold, like, you're under it now, but it's the aftermarket. If we hold underneath 49, it's a flat bottom break on the daily, and you have no cover until you start looking all the way back to earlier in the year. You got to go all the way back to April, when it was about $40 that the stock had some support. So Cracker Barrel was already under pressure. You don't like that guidance to miss, unfortunately, for them. And that is a pretty decent miss on that revenue guide here for Cracker Barrel. So yeah, they're just taking some more lumps here. To say that the bid got cracked is kind of low-hanging fruit, but it's true.
Lock, stock, and one smoking barrel to the downside.
I love that movie. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels is a great movie.
Yeah, I wasn't, the reference was a bit incomplete. I want to mention here Tempest AI because someone's just asking me here, this isn't news, but someone in the chat here was asking me if I have any info on their AI contract news with NIH for $60 million. I don't have anything. I just looked into this, but I always like to let you guys know when I have details. But yeah, CBRL, people are saying, oh, Sydney Sweeney to the rescue. I'm not sure if that's necessarily what this calls for. I think Cracker Barrel did get a lot of attention with and it's funny too, what's interesting, Neil?
It couldn't hurt.
The rebrand wasn't what really got the attention, it was the change of the logo. Because apparently people were already unhappy about the rebrands. Then the logo changes, everyone goes, and then Trump steps in, the logo gets changed, Trump makes his own fun AI logo, featuring a part of the video where he and the Cracker Barrel dude are cheesing. And then they actually announced, hey, the whole rebrand's done. All of that, as people are rightfully calling out in the chat, I think all jokes aside and all politics aside, it is understandable to think that some of this rebrand money, in all directions, could be a bit of an issue. But I also wonder, Neil, if that guidance that they have for the year, because they're starting fiscal 26 next quarter. This was Q4 25. So I wonder if now that they've rebranded, I think they are, they've rebranded, I guess. They're back to the old brand. Maybe they're back in people's good graces. I don't know.
You know what I'm kind of wondering?
Guidance changes, but this is a complete guess on my part. I've never been to Cracker Barrel.
You know what I'm kind of feeling here?
What are you feeling?
So you got the rebrand. They went for the changes. They might have known how this was going to go and how their full year was going to go. And they might have maybe they anticipated that things were going to take at least another couple of quarters of a bad turn and wanted some kind of momentum to change it. And maybe that's part of the reason. They're trying to look for that bottom and trying to shake things up. But either way, it doesn't seem to have worked for them. And we can just call it like it is, right? The guidance was poor in this earnings cycle. In this earnings cycle, you can beat top and bottom, and if the guide is trash, you're going to get moked. And we saw this, Oracle, come on, Oracle literally missed on the top and bottom lines on Oracle. Oops, I'll leave it at Cracker Barrel, because I wanted to get back to Meta. Actually, I wanted to get to Palantir. Let me make sure we talk some Palantir. But Oracle missed top and bottom. They come up with this crazy guide and was flying after the fact. So, ultimately, I've seen a lot of people in the chat. And I'm not here to call for any heads or anything like this. It's not our place. I can just look at the price action. The stock hasn't been working. Change, maybe we do see some change. I don't know whether that would happen with Cracker Barrel or not. But ultimately, it's a stock that's under pressure. I don't want to forget about what we saw there with Palantir at the end of the day, Adair.
No.
Because there was a moment after the Fed where Palantir was easily breaking down the most.
Oh, yeah.
And it looked like one of the weakest stocks. And then when you were coming with that story where they were getting a deal with the UK government, and it ended as the strongest name out there. I don't want to lose sight of that going into tomorrow, because this is one heck of this is a good-looking candle. Whoa, what did my thing do? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, chart. Come on, chart. Let's go to Dara. My mic is giving issues. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I mean, so I looked into this CEO here of Cracker Barrel. I don't have too much to tell you guys. She's been CEO for less than 2 years. But if I do get other details, I will let you guys know, because I know a lot of people are calling, as Neil said, calling for her head there. I want to talk about Palantir, though, as well, as Neil was saying. Like, this move is why Palantir is such a wild intraday trade, because I feel like this thing will seem so trendy and so normal for so long, and then all of a sudden it does something wild. We have this, and I guess we did have like news as well on this, which I'm sure helped. They have that contract with the UK reportedly, but this bounce here off of almost 160s all the way back to 169.50. And Neil, I'd be watching 169.50 tomorrow because they double topped it on the 3-minute. They cleanly double topped 169.50. I don't think I've seen a double top on the short term that is this clean in many moons. And usually when you see double top like that, maybe you even push higher. Palantir's like, I mean, I had quite the day, guys. I'm a little tired. I'm a chill out. So I think that 169.50, this was not something I hadn't watched, but I'm actually going to write it down for myself for tomorrow because that's an interesting level.
I think it's also the accumulation that was going on in Palantir. We ended mentioning this too. Like, the reason why I want to be bullish, and don't at me about the Palantir's PE. Right, like the trend is the trend. I get it. It has a high PE, but when we're talking about momentum, it did a hefty pullback from the high, and then there was accumulation at the 50 period. You could see the buying. It was sort of obvious, and all of a sudden it's breaking away. And then today, that same 50 period moving average come right down into it and end up with this big time reversal. So if this is breaking out from these levels tomorrow, I think this is one that we just got to be prepared for. The thing about a Fed day is, we get this unique opportunity on a Fed day to be able to see big levels and big tops get put in and see what is holding higher. Like anything that broke out the top, like the quantum names, like INQ has news right now there apparently. The quantum names were all relatively strong in the afternoon. Anything that was taking out tops in the afternoon, I like, and anything that was not, then I'm going to be a little bit skeptical about. Like, I'm not as big a fan of, say, like an Apple, which did not quite take out those highs. It's tried, but didn't quite take out those highs and break out than you would some of the quantum names or Palantir, which took out that 2 p.m. high. What was the news on INQ?
Yeah, let's take a look here at IONQ. I put it on our screen as well. And again, shout out to Beta Pro by Global X for sponsoring the recap show. IONQ signing a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Department of Energy to advance quantum technologies in space. So again, DOE, MOU with IONQ, way too many abbreviations, but let's look here for IONQ. Keep an eye on other quantum names here as well, of course. So thank you guys in the chat as well for mentioning this. For some reason, I never saw this on my X. Like, I didn't even know one posted this on X, which is weird for a headline like this. I'm keeping an eye on BLSH on my news blotter to see if there is an earnings
on the
report.
off chance,
Cracker Barrel really early. But I want to talk as well here, if I may, for a second about our friend Meta, because someone in the chat, Kogangery, I believe, asking here about Meta. I mean, Meta's near all-time highs. This is the daily chart. I lately have been like, like the 30-minute, the hour, want a bit more of a look. I mean, honestly, I really don't have too much here. I think it's pretty obvious there's a double top around 795, which of course is near that 800 level. If I've said this once, I've said it a lot of times. You can tell a lot about spready tickers by how they interact with $100 levels. And like I've seen this a lot. I trade these quite a lot. And like if a spready ticker kind of whips through a $100 level like it's nothing, then it really is insignificant. But more often than not, what you'll see is they'll really struggle to either get below or push above these levels. That's mostly intraday. I mean, I'm watching from that type of experience on the book. But with that in mind, Meta can't even get to 800, so we can't even see how it interacts with 800, right? So with that in mind, I think if we get a good Meta Connect tomorrow, that would like require a massive gap up. So I'm not saying we do that, but either way, this is coming into 800. I think it will be of interest. Meta, though, I mean, Meta glasses, it's what Meta kind of already does. No offense to.
Would you wear them?
I mean, like my eyes, so my eyes, I don't know if people know how bad my eyes are because I wear contacts. My eyes are so bad that like, people did not believe me when I was a kid. Like everyone thought I was fronting how bad my eyes were. Like
really?
negative like 6.5 on my left, 6 on my right. And yeah, the left eye is so bad, even with visual aids, it's not perfect. So I only say all of this to tell you guys, if I have to spend money on glasses, they're not gonna be eye ones, they're gonna be real ones. And that's that on that. You know, lots of people made jokes about my Coke bottle glasses. But yeah, there's a reason for that. So all that aside, I would not do that. I don't need to do that. Thank you very much to Sebastian though in the chat for the kind words. I'm always really happy to be part of this community because yeah, go markets, go. I have to ask as well here, Neil, what would you wear these glasses? I know you have your LED.
Nope.
No. Same.
Absolutely. No, see, here's the thing. First of all, I get like maybe I'm not the right generation. It seems a little bit weird to me. Like I'm walking around and you got those glasses on. It's how I would react to someone walking around with glasses that are like could be like filming and all that kind of stuff. I'm not down with that. I think eventually society gets to a point where that's going to be cool and everyone's cool with it, but I'm not there, man. Like, and the joke was, I think Sharif was talking about this. Like, someone walks into a club right now and you're wearing those glasses, everyone's gonna think you're a creeper. So I'm not there yet. I get it. At some point, maybe we will be, but we should be looking forward at least to this event for a market for the market move, because I think we got to talk about what's going on later on in the week, how we're reacting to after the Fed. And there's something big. At the end of the week, I want to remind everybody, this is witching at the end of the week. It's the third Friday of the month, September. Right, so you have some big index movements that are going to happen, the largest of which is, hey, remember Robinhood being added to the S&P 500? That's effective as of Monday morning, which of course means on Friday evening, you're likely to see some good action in Robinhood. And Robinhood, could you tell there was resistance at $119 on Robinhood today? In the morning, at 2 o'clock, and then again at the close, as we were rallying, 119 on a dime. Multiple times, the sellers were kind of winning out at that. And the best part about it is you could break the 119 tomorrow going into this, addition to the S&P 500 over essentially at the close on Friday, but effective Monday morning, and then get a move into the high. You don't have to break the high for that 119 to work tomorrow. So like Palantir, this one goes on my list for things that I want to be watching going into tomorrow. Darth Trader, thank you so much in the chat for reminding everybody. Earnings aren't necessarily done yet. I know we're waiting for bullish much later on tonight potentially, but Micron has not reported. They report next week. So that is a decent name that we can pay attention to. But again, that's not till next week. I think Robinhood, and I say Robinhood all the time, but AppLovin also being added to the S&P 500. And it's nothing against AppLovin, but...
Yeah, why are we hitting on AppLovin? It's been making all-time highs pretty much every day since the addition to
Well, here's the thing. At the end of the day, our trading community, I'm almost 100% certain, 99.9% certain, that if I asked everybody, what are you more excited to trade? Which one do you hold in your personal account? What is a more interesting stock between... If I say right now, everyone put a 1 in the chat if you're interested in Robinhood, and a 2 if you're interested in AppLovin. And I have nothing against AppLovin. I'm just throwing it out there. Oh, you can't just put 5 2s. You're supposed to put...
I'm joking.
I'm just saying. And it's nothing against AppLovin, but on Friday, we're going to look first at Robinhood, and second at Robinhood, and third at Robinhood, and fourth at AppLovin. And then you know what? If AppLovin's a really great trade at the close, then throw some pie in my face. I'll hopefully try to take it as well. Jeffrey, that is also the right answer. Jeffrey Cardoza, 3, Webull. You know why that's the right answer? What? Because Webull stinks right now and needs some love. And I know that as someone who actually likes Webull. So at the end of the day, that's what it's all about here. That's why we sort of go over, it's why we do the stock visualizer on the show, live for everybody, so that you can see what everyone's talking about in the chat, and we can talk about what everyone is talking about in said chat. So at the end of the day, nothing against AppLovin, but Robinhood going into the index, all-time highs pretty much right here, right now, but that 119 breakout tomorrow, that's what I'm looking for tomorrow. 119 breakaway. You see the resistance. Obviously, I don't know where it's going to gap to overnight. Let's see how the market reacts to, I'll call it a nothing Powell. I don't want to even call him hawkish or dovish today. I want to call it a nothing burger. He sounded very, I don't know what's the word. You know when an athlete is giving their post-game speech and they're just regurgitating a bunch of stuff that you know they're going to say? I feel like that's what we got from the Fed chart, which is not bad. It doesn't necessarily move the needle at all. So we're pretty much still looking at the same thing that we were before in terms of expectations with Powell. So you got to move on to individual names, and that's what matters the most.
Yeah, I will say with regards to AppLovin, I always like to give this caveat. So AppLovin is like one of the, and I'm kind of more used to it now, but even today, you had like a $2, $3 spread at some point, and this was trading over 1 million shares pretty much all day. So just be aware, this thing has a dangerous spread. And yes. I'm saying this, so just keep that in mind. The more you watch it, the more comfortable you can get trading it, but like especially with closing trades, I always want to give everyone a caveat. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Because I've seen people in this chat as well, like I don't look at AppLovin for that reason, or like they're like, oh, this is not.
Oh, it's to each their own.
And I fully understand, like I always express caution, especially with this stock. It's one that I've now gotten like more comfortable with, of course, but I do fully get why everyone's like, exercise caution. I really think
I know you traded successfully, but I will tell you this right now. There's probably almost no one on the floor that usually would trade a stock like that successfully. So it's like you stick to your lane.
Figure out what works for you, yeah.
Dara, I think, I haven't seen details, but apparently RCAT announced an offering here.
I'm not seeing that. My ex is like not having
so
today.
A public offering of common stocks, but I see no terms disclosed.
It's vague. That's
so it's pretty,
what is all I have.
It's very vague. So they've announced an offering here with RCAT. Not looking at 11% to the downside here. And again, no specifics, like no terms disclosed. So the drone technology company, which, hey, a lot of people like. I mean, this is a stock that's been working recently. I mean, some buyers on the dip. On almost every single dip. I don't wonder if you get something closer to like the $9.50, $10 range. Sometimes it's a good chance to scoop it up if it's a momentum stock after the offering, but no details here. RCAT with an offering. It had been doing pretty well. I'd argue was more or less in line with the market, dip and then rip, but this was a stock that I would have normally put into the bucket of, hey, it's looking good because it broke out that 2 o'clock high. Like the Fed high, when the market's tanked at 2 o'clock or it pulled back at 2 o'clock, this broke it out and was holding those tops. So it, unfortunately, not very good for them. Maybe you shift to one of the other names in the space, possibly. Maybe Archer does a little bit more, for sure. And Ian Rispetto, you better believe Dialon is long Hood. Why? Because Hood is the greatest fintech company in the world. Who are the 5 greatest fintech companies in the world? Hood. Actually, I can't even say that I believe that's true, but it's not a rapper. Robinhood, obviously going to be interesting at the end of the day. But yeah, no thanks on, no thanks on RCAT. I've never bought it. I've never invested in it. I can tell you. What I will say is when we look at it from a trading standpoint, when I see observable patterns, like, hey, there's buyers at the higher lows in here, and you have a theoretical higher low that would come in the 9.5 range at the 50-period moving average, like kind of a prior area of consolidation. I tend to look at things like that and look for like little swing trade opportunities, right? Like you're looking for what's next. Like I can tell you, hey, RCAT's down and it's still going down, or we can kind of look for what we might do tomorrow and the next day, right? It's the end of the week. Maybe you want to position yourself for next week with RCAT, or maybe find a sympathy play out there. That's what it's all about. Take the information and then try to run with it for sure. So yeah, good look. Sorry, not a good look for RCAT. Not a good look either for Cracker Barrel, which was the earnings name that we had. But I do want to take us back to what is brass tacks, which overall, this market, and if you look at the candle that we're going to close with, it's a reversal candle on the Qs, probably the same thing with the ES. Anytime you have a dump like that gets bought up on a Fed day, where we got more or less what was expected, that puts me in more of a bullish tone, at least to start off with tomorrow. And I've already mentioned Palantir, we're probably going to like tomorrow. But the Qs, like the reversal candle, no shocks out of the Fed. I know we're supposed to have the president speaking, but we haven't really gotten anything. So I don't know what's going on with that.
Nor do I.
Maybe he's just happy we got the quarter point.
Yeah, I spent a really long time looking, truthfully, for those interviews, and it doesn't really make sense for him to speak. Yeah, sorry, Trump. Doesn't really make sense for him to speak either day, because tomorrow he will be on the Air Force One. So, like, I know he's done Air Force One interviews. To my knowledge, he has not done Air Force One, like, TV interview, though. Like, he usually just does it with the gaggle. Mm-hmm. So we'll have to see what ends up happening there. Of course, I'll let you guys know if I have any details on Trump and where he will appear and if he will not appear. But it's also worth noting, guys, for someone who loves using the word too late to Powell, yes, Trump is very rarely on time for events and for things and for speaking engagement. I'm sorry, Trump. Don't call me rude. I'm just restating a fact, right? So that is something to be aware of as well. I'm not saying like, oh, the interview will be 2 hours late tonight. I don't think that, but I think it is worth noting that people are mentioning volatility and bullish. There are no earnings. If I had earnings, I would obviously
not till
know
7
right away. But thank you all like so much for the kind words and for the support in the chat in general. Like I'm always so happy to be here and be part of this community. And if you guys want more infographics like the stuff I did with Open Door, like let me know. I'm always willing to do deep, like way too excessive deep dives on market related stuff and get you guys the info you need. Because yeah, I mean, also if anyone knows Eric Jackson and can tag that, shout it out for sure.
I have to say this because this is entirely true what a lot of people are saying. Mike Peter Ryder, public speakers do that to get the people more excited. That is entirely true.
That's
like,
fair as well.
Don't show up on time. There's also performers. You ever go to a concert? Like when the headliner's not going to. When you think the headliner's coming on, they're not coming on at that time. That's just it's just how it goes.
And then complain about the airport is that they're the reason they're late. Because that's what happened when I saw Russ.
It just makes more, but it makes more of an entrance. And on top of that, let's all be real for a second, because at Trader TV Live we try to keep it real at all times. If you were the president of the United States, you know everyone's waiting for you. You're gonna play that a little bit. You're gonna play it a little bit. I'm just saying. That being said, we don't keep you waiting here at Trader TV Live at 2 o'clock when the Fed comes on. We're live and locked loaded for you at 8:30 in the morning, well before the market is open. We are consistent with it because that's what we're about. The other thing that we are pretty consistent with around here, Adara, is the roll call.
Yes, but we're early. I think we got like 3 minutes to go.
Well, my daughter's got swimming tonight.
That's fair. Okay.
And my wife is on a trip, and my parents aren't here, so I have to make sure she's fed and on the way. So I really got to make sure I make my train.
Yeah.
No, it's just one of those. Like we have activities, and it's family life and all that kind of stuff. And I actually really enjoy it when it's like I call it daddy-daughter time while my wife's out of town, because it's just a lot of. I love taking her to all of her activities.
That's awesome.
Like we were at Girl Guides last night. It was like the first one, so she's just starting Girl Guides, which is awesome. But for anyone out there that doesn't know, we do roll call, and that's in the chat, where everybody that's in the chat, and to be in the chat, you need to be a subscriber. So hit that subscribe button right about now. Jump in here, and here's what I want everyone to do. Sometimes I'll say, give a big thanks to the entire team. We have a fantastic team. We love everybody here. I can say Fabian and Ramin, especially, bless you, Ramin, and Andre, Dara, obviously, Obi and the Midday Boys, Joe, Sharif, Brendo, and of course, I could say that. However, what I want everyone to type in for roll call is happy birthday, Sean. He's already left, but it's Sean's birthday today, if you're just tuning in now. So everyone jump in there, say happy birthday, Sean, and then we'll blow this one off. And you're going to get Adara reading your name in rapid fashion. Let's get some roll call.
Yeah, we are, guys. Get in there in the chat. I do speak quickly. The markets move quickly. So do these names in the chat. Cootie Love, Piano Hooks, more on Wall Street, Mike Peter Ryder, Andrew Chow, Timon, Anurag. I saw Neil Roberts in there, North Dallas, Sebastian, Mike Peter Ryder, so many beats. Dinkelberg, Darth Trader, Frank Trades, D. Westermeyer, thank you so much. Your High Vibrations, Pitchbull, Explorer 12, Jamorty, Death God, A Day in the Life, more on Wall Street, Ho Watchan, Ian Respeto, Joseph Brown, Aditya, Grandpa Trades, Zuckerberg, I mean, really apt there with Meta tonight. Los Pollos Hermanos, Nadim, Cootie Love, the Stock Professor, Mr. Jones Speaks, 1320 Wolf. We've got 247 Chai Guy, Marakis, Derek Thompson, Trader Gibby, Kelby Buckley, Big 40 Nephew, CompuCare Team, and thank you so much to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendo, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. Happy birthday, Sean. Thank you, chat. Happy Fed Day, happy Pal Day to all. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. It's another day of markets, another day of trading. Will we be bullish or bearish? I don't know, but either way, bullish earnings are going to be unwatched.
That's right. I would mic drop Fabian would get mad if I actually dropped that mic, so I'm not going to do it. What we are going to do is be right back tomorrow morning. You know how we roll. This is Trader TV Live. Your market recap show is brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. Rest up. Let's get that post-Fed trade tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys.
See y'all.